Since childhood, this guy was always treated like absolute trash because he couldn't awaken any magic. To make matters worse, his younger sister was a certified genius with the talent of a holy mage, making him look even more pathetic. But what nobody knew was that the real hidden genius of his family was actually him. You see, after a tragic accident, Lucas passed away and got reincarnated in this magical world. Somehow, he ended up awakening the absurd physical power of a martial god. What a twist. While other mages are busy chanting spells and waving wands, this guy goes full physical build and deletes enemies with a single punch. He is basically Saitama in a wizarding world, absolutely ready to throw hands with anyone. Meanwhile, inside a critical care room, a high schooler named Suichi lies dying on a hospital bed, listening to his family's final words. Just that morning, his loving mother had personally handed him a bento box with his favorite rolled omelet, telling him not to worry about money and just focus on his studies. Even his little sister happily offered him some candy while he gently patted her head, telling her to always listen to their mother. It felt so warm, but school was a literal living nightmare. A pack of bullies stomped on Suichi's lunchbox, mocking him by saying they couldn't believe he still showed his face around here, before beating him ruthlessly. His only crime was stepping in to protect a female classmate. The gang leader laughed in his face, asking how a weakling like him expected to save anyone. Even the girl he saved just stood there in the pouring rain, begging him not to make them angrier and to just save himself. But the real tragedy strikes when a massive truck speeds through the dark rain, its headlights blindingly bright in the storm. With his fresh wound still raw, Suichi has absolutely no time to react. The violent impact throws his body through the air, leaving him lying motionless on the cold, wet asphalt. His consciousness slowly fades away with a desperate thought, "Am I really about to die?" Suichi weakly cries out for his mother, his heart breaking with regret because he failed to protect the people he loved. As onlookers whisper around his broken body, a fierce desire ignites deep inside him in his next life. He will obtain absolute strength, so nobody can ever hurt him again. Meanwhile, across the 6 magical realms of Arcanas, the grand annual blessing ceremony is currently underway. The high priest solemnly announces to the crowd that children under 6 years old must offer their most precious belongings to the gods. If their offering is accepted, they will receive a soul messenger. This is their one and only chance to awaken their latent magical elements and become true mages. In the crowd, a poor boy innocently asks his mother if his simple candy is enough to buy magic. But she can only answer with a sad sigh, "No, my child. It takes expensive jewelry, like what the nobles have." And indeed, wealthy families like Lady Blanks have prepared boxes of stunning jewels, knowing that the more valuable the item, the higher their chances of receiving a top-tier blessing. Sudden whispers ripple through the crowd as the prestigious Ryan family arrives. Some even whisper that they have wagered their entire fortune just for this single chance to change their destiny. Hoshin, the head of the Ryan family, looks at his children with absolute resolve. He knows he has made a massive gamble for the future of his household. Lucas and Julia, the 2 brightest minds of the entire family, are bound to receive high-level blessings. Right after that, the priest calls out for the next child to step forward. Little Julia Ryan steps up to the altar and places a golden crown onto the stone pedestal, immediately activating the magic circle beneath her feet with a brilliant flash. Violent lightning erupts from the magic circle. Nobody can believe their eyes as the blessing level reaches grade 7, a miracle unseen for the last 12 years. Standing right in the center of those crackling bolts of electricity, Julia looks unstoppable. Her eyes glow with divine authority, shaking the entire plaza at the sight of a true prodigy. Watching her incredible success, the crowd erupts into a frenzy of excited chatter. They recognize her offering as the legendary Crown of Thunder, though some skeptics still whisper that it was definitely not worth throwing away the entire Ryan family fortune. Meanwhile, Lucas is happily clapping for his sister. Their father, Hoshin, steps over to gently adjust his son's outfit and tells him it is his turn now. The young boy confidently replies, "Yes, father." The butler slowly opens a wooden box, revealing a sword that radiates an overwhelming aura of pure power. The moment this weapon appears, everyone in the hall gasps in sheer disbelief. Faced with its terrifying magical pressure, the fiery phantom of Volcanus, the primordial god of fire, looms directly behind Lucas, leaving the onlookers completely speechless with sheer awe. While Julia cheers and wishes her brother good luck, Lucas calmly carries the sword toward the altar. Even the priest cannot help but marvel at this priceless relic, realizing just how much Hoshin has put on the line. He is betting absolutely everything on this one boy. The instant Lucas places the blade on the pedestal, the magic circle erupts in a blinding flash, while the sky above suddenly turns into a deep, blood-red color. Witnessing this unprecedented historical phenomenon, Hoshin is stunned, wondering if this is a grade 9 blessing or if he just spent way too much money. Inside the temple, a massive pillar of fire erupts from the stone. However, the situation takes a sudden and terrifying turn when Lucas looks down at his hands. He sees sparks of fire starting to burst from within his own body. An abrupt, agonizing pain hits him before he can even react, his eyes blazing with a fierce, unstable flame. Lucas screams in agony as the magical flames swallow him whole, while the sword hovers above like a cruel sacrificial ritual. Gradually, the crimson sky begins to fade back to normal, but the air is heavy with dread. Lucas's father panics, yelling out to ask if the ceremony is already over and where on earth the soul messenger is. Amidst the rising murmurs, someone points toward the altar. Julia looks over in shock, the candy in her hand dropping and shattering to pieces on the floor as she catches sight of her brother. Lucas is blasted clean off the pedestal, falling through the thick gray smoke. He lies motionless on the stone floor, his vacant eyes staring into nothingness. Julia screams out for her brother. The family immediately rushes to surround his cold body. His mother weeps in utter confusion while his father desperately begs him to please open his eyes and wake up. Drenched in cold sweat, the trembling priest delivers the harsh verdict: the primordial god of magic has utterly rejected the boy. While everyone stands there in absolute shock and disbelief at this cruel twist of fate, a strange blue light quietly slips away from the scene. Meanwhile, in another dimension known as the fire god's domain, rivers of boiling lava flow around a powerful and angry shadow entity. He roars in pure anger. "Curse them! How dare the Ryan family offer a sword that almost ended my life? Wow, a fire god who is actually terrified of a single sword." He picks up the blade, feeling the unforgivable scars from his past when this exact weapon wounded him. The proud fire deity coldly declares that the Ryan family should be grateful he only burned the child's soul. Around him, a horde of small demons constantly flatters his supposed mercy and generosity. Suddenly, a minion notices something off. An outsider from another planet just possessed the kid's body. He asks if he should burn him again, but the fire god simply snorts in sheer contempt. A mere bug from the outside world is not worth his effort. He turns back to inspect the offering, admitting it is actually a decent weapon. Meanwhile, in the real world, a strange blue butterfly-like light gently lands on Lucas's forehead. His eyes suddenly snap open, radiating a brilliant, blinding glow. The scene shifts to the sanctuary of the martial god, where a man with fiery red hair and massive muscles floats silently in the endless void. Swirling ribbons of golden energy surround him, creating a divine pressure so heavy it is suffocating. As his eyes slowly open, his pupils flare with power. Brilliant orange glow radiates the aura of an absolute ruler. With every step he takes on thin air, reality itself shatters into glass-like fragments. Yet the martial god continues his majestic march. Every movement cracks the surrounding space violently. Right ahead, a colossal entity with blue skin and countless glowing red eyes emerges from the cosmic darkness. Blocking his path, this creature rules over this universe. Staring straight at it, he recognizes this terrifying power, but he does not feel a single ounce of fear. Folding his arms arrogantly, the martial god asks if this beast honestly expects to stop his ascension. In response, the cosmic monster opens its massive mouth, packed with razor-sharp teeth. It spits out a devastating beam of dark energy to swallow the insolent mortal. The terrifying pressure charges straight at the martial god, but he stands firm, channeling all of his strength. Gathering power into his fist, the martial god unleashes a devastating punch. A colossal explosion of pure light completely obliterates the enemy attack, scattering the dark energy to pieces. Standing tall, he walks toward the brilliant light. Having easily crushed the cosmic being, he smirks arrogantly, mockingly comparing the cosmic power to nothing more than a mosquito bite. Just then, Ma, his loyal guardian spirit, rushes in with a high-pitched scream. The martial god coldly pushes the tiny soul away, demanding to know what is wrong, but his face suddenly twists in shock. He senses a horrifying truth. This aura has his former comrade Rizuku actually been wiped out? He begins to doubt what is truly happening back in the 6 lands of Arcanas. In his memories from 1,000 years ago, martial arts was the supreme power, far surpassing magic. He cannot accept that Von Kane's, a weakling he once almost killed with a single slash, is now worshipped as the supreme god of fire. Ma weeps and grumbles that if he had not been so obsessed with his martial path, that minor god would never have run wild. Facing this massive shift in eras, the martial god folds his arms in silent thought. Spreading his martial teachings personally feels like a massive chore, but watching his soul flame burn, he knows it is his duty to pass down his legacy to the next generation. Armed with unwavering resolve, he steps into the light to reach a new stage of ascension. Meanwhile, in the real world, a boy named Lucas slowly regains consciousness. Hearing strange voices echoing inside his head, he He groans in disbelief even after dying. He still gets annoyed. What terrible luck. Opening his eyes, he freezes. Multiple copies of Ma are staring right at him with dead serious faces. The little spirit proudly declares that he is the great spirit Ma, and with his protection, Lucas is set for life. Lucas lies paralyzed on the hospital bed as magical embers dance around him. Ma proudly announces that he will bestow the divine protection of the martial god upon him. Before he can process what is happening, a blinding light shoots from the void straight into his chest. Instantly, a mysterious system message pops up: blessing of the level 9 martial god. The limit on martial arts training is now unlocked. Waking up with a golden aura swirling around him, Lucas looks at his body in shock, wondering about this bizarre level 9 power. What about those weird spirits he just heard? Staring down at his trembling hands, his mind completely spins at this utterly absurd reality. Suddenly, he remembers the horrific moment he got hit by a speeding truck. In his past life, he should have died that day. So why is he still alive? Suddenly, the memories of this body's original owner, Lucas Rien, a child rejected by the gods, flood his mind, causing him agonizing pain. Clutching his head, he lets out a bitter laugh, wondering if fate is playing some twisted joke on him. Getting reincarnated as a little kid is one thing, but being abandoned by the gods in a world ruled by magic? That has Lucas terrified talk about worst-case scenario. He dreads being cast out by his own family, leading to an even more pathetic life than his last. Deep down, he hopes his mother and sister Azusa in his old world can live comfortably off his insurance payout. Staring at the strange light on his hands, he remains completely clueless. What is a martial god's blessing even good for when he knows zero martial arts? Suddenly, the sound of a candy dropping makes him spin around. Julia is standing at the door. With tear-filled eyes, she cries out to her brother and rushes to hug him, sobbing with joy. She tells him she thought he was a goner for sure. Gently patting her head to comfort her, he tells her to stop crying. But looking at Julia, his heart aches for Azusa. His sister from his past life must be devastated by his death. But his gaze quickly hardens with determination. He promises himself that in this new life, he will protect what matters most at all costs. Staring out the window, he makes his decision. Lucas silently prays, placing his hopes on the martial god. Meanwhile, in a dark, gloomy shrine, a stone angel statue suddenly sheds creepy tears of blood. A sinister woman with long green hair slowly materializes. Sensing the sudden disappearance of the cursed entity, she wonders if he has died or simply left this world behind. With a wicked grin, she whispers that despite her fated power, this world will eventually be theirs. 9 years later, at the Ryan family estate, Lucas has grown up, is now a tall, handsome young man. Wiping away sweat after his training, he notices the clear sky and figures Julia's magic practice must be wrapping up. Lucas decides to go pick her up, but a sudden wave of sharp bloodlust from behind puts him on high alert. Thorny, wild vines suddenly burst out, wrapping tightly around his body. Lifting him into the air, the vines do not scare Lucas at all. He just sighs, completely done with this annoying, recurring joke. The culprit is none other than Jeremy Ryan. As the fourth son of the Ryan family and Lucas's half-brother, he leans on his staff with a smug grin, mocking Lucas for still lingering around the estate despite being abandoned by the gods. Jeremy proudly states that this yard is strictly for family members who can actually use magic. Tightening the vines, he threatens to break a few of Lucas's ribs to teach him a lesson, but instead of crying for mercy, Lucas just lets out a massive, bored yawn. Showing zero fear, he calmly reminds his brother that their sister's training session has already ended. He warns Jeremy to let go before he gets turned into barbecue. Though trembling slightly, Jeremy tries to act tough, sneering that a weakling who relies on his little sister has no right to boss him around. And just like that, boom! A massive bolt of purple lightning strikes Jeremy straight from the sky, sending him screaming in absolute agony. Lightning completely roasts his body, sending him crashing to the ground in a cloud of black smoke. Lucas looks toward the gate to see Julia approaching, her staff glowing with magic. Pouting angrily, Julia warns that if he ever dares to bully her brother again, she will not hold back. She huffs, making her protective stance incredibly clear. With a simple spell, she quickly dissolves the thorny vines binding Lucas. As the shriveled branches tumble to the grass, Lucas is finally freed from the trap, gently pats her head to thank her, calming her down. Looking over at Jeremy as he struggles to crawl back up, Lucas asks with a smug grin if he has finally learned his lesson. Gritting his teeth in humiliation, Jeremy screams a classic threat to remember this before fleeing for his life with his maid. Watching him run, Lucas notices something. Julia deliberately held back her power to avoid causing serious injuries. But turning to him, she curiously asks why he did not just beat Jeremy up himself, knowing he easily could. So why did you not fight back? Lucas just smiles and reminds her that his true strength is a secret only the two siblings share. He gently pats his sweet little sister on the head and asks her a question. "Make sure to protect me, and do not let anyone bully me in the future." The little girl eagerly agrees to it. 9 whole years have already flown by since his soul reincarnated into the body of Lucas Ryan. He recalls the day he first woke up 9 years ago. Lucas's father had visited him, and the boy honestly expected to be thrown out for disappointing the family. But that did not happen. Lord Holdrian hugged his son tightly and wept, thanking the heavens that his boy was alive, calling it an absolute blessing. Even though he was a tough knight commander constantly fighting far away from home, he remained a dedicated father who deeply loved his children. When he heard Lucas was starting his martial arts training, he immediately sent over a letter packed with incredibly useful advice and secret information. It pointed out secret martial arts books hidden in the family library. Armed with this knowledge, Lucas decided to pull off an extremely bold and dangerous plan right under everyone's noses. Around the mansion, the maids constantly gossiped about young Master Lucas always vanishing on his own at such a young age. Some nasty rumors even claimed that since he lacked magic, he would eventually get kicked out of the family. Suddenly, violent tremors rumbled deep underground, shaking the entire mansion. The confused maids start guessing that maybe someone is secretly practicing high-level earth magic somewhere in the estate. Little did they know, a fist of steel was furiously shattering solid rock layers directly beneath their feet. Lucas wipes away his sweat, finally wrapping up his intensive tunnel-digging operation. He grins with satisfaction, knowing everything is set. For 6 grueling months, he had been secretly digging out a massive hidden basement right under his own room, dividing it into 4 distinct zones. He has a study zone, a training ground, a storage vault, and even a makeshift bathroom. Since he poured all his cash into professional training gear, he had to settle for a cheap bathtub. It was just enough to soak himself in medicinal herbs. From that day on, Lucas secretly subjected his body to hellish daily training sessions deep inside this hidden sanctuary. This hidden basement has transformed into a fully fledged training hall packed with weapons and ancient texts. Lucas is currently soaking in the tub, surrounded by a magical purple vapor rising from the herbs. He thinks this bright purple bath is the absolute peak of relaxation. For 6 long years, he has trained relentlessly using a secret manual known as the chaotic tempering technique. The results of his hard work are completely mind-blowing. Now, even a heavy 5th-tier magic spell cannot leave a single scratch on his skin, meaning his physical defense is pretty much flawless. With defense checked, Lucas switches to offensive training. Standing before a wooden dummy, he draws his sword in a literal flash, his eyes glowing with intense focus as he prepared to strike. Every single movement flows with the undeniable aura of a true master. He then grabs his spear, executing a massive swing that unleashes a stunning wave of golden energy across the room. The strike instantly pulverizes the test dummy into splinters. He stands tall in the center of the training hall, his breathing completely steady despite using such monstrous force. A system notification pops up, confirming that he has reached level 4 in his cloud-piercing Swift Thunder Spear skill. He decides to squeeze in some fist training before wrapping up for the day. His power has shot through the roof over the past 9 years. But deep down, a small worry still lingers regarding the absolute limits of a regular martial artist. Ancient texts mention that once a warrior reaches a certain level, they hit an invisible ceiling. The only way to break through is to achieve enlightenment, which is an agonizingly difficult task. That difficulty forces countless martial artists to quit, allowing magic to completely overshadow physical combat over the centuries. But Lucas is absolutely confident that those silly rules do not apply to him. While others might struggle, he is the ultimate cheat code. He channels his inner energy directly into his fist, his eyes glowing with a terrifying blue aura as he unleashes a mighty roar. He throws a straight punch directly at the heavy bag, unleashing a shocking blast of pure force that instantly blows the target into tiny bits amidst a massive cloud of dust. Standing amidst the wreckage, Lucas looks at his hand as a system message pops up, confirming that his frenzied war-high explosive fist has officially reached level 5. It seems his skills can level up endlessly without hitting any of those normal boundaries. This insane cheat is actually the sweet blessing of the 9th-tier martial god Mars himself. Everything in his arsenal, from his Swift Thunder Spear and Quick Draw Slash to his chaotic tempering technique, has already reached absolutely mind-boggling levels of mastery. A ringing clock reminds Lucas that his secret training session is over. He quickly changes his clothes, because tonight, his father, Lord Holdrian, is returning home for a grand family dinner. Lucas strolls down the mansion's elegant corridors towards the main dining hall. Pushing open the massive double doors, he finds the rest of his family already gathered around the table. At the lavish table, Lord Holdrian suddenly announces that the Allen Magic Academy is opening a brand new martial arts department this year as a special measure. He has already submitted Lucas's application, causing his arrogant brother Jeremy to sneer with absolute disgust. Their father warmly encourages Lucas, telling him that martial arts is tough but he can succeed. Lucas calmly thanks him for the opportunity, while Julia happily munches on her food beside him. He silently reminds himself that in any world, gaining ultimate power is absolutely essential. It is the only way to protect what matters, though he needs to keep a low profile to avoid unwanted attention. Suddenly, Julia interrupts the meal, stating she wants to join him. Lord Holdrian smiles warmly at her cute enthusiasm but gently reminds her that she is only 11 and too young to enroll. Undeterred, Julia instantly fires back by pointing out their age-free elite program. She confidently whips out a brilliant red letter, proudly declaring that she has received a direct invitation to join, bypassing any silly age requirements. Looking at the envelope, Lord Holdrian is deeply amazed, realizing that his daughter's reputation as a prodigy has already reached the academy. He proudly declares that a legendary archmage will soon rise from the Ryan household. Lucas silently applauds his sister's raw talent, while Lady Catherine softly prays that both of her children will pass their exams safely. Yet, this incredibly wholesome family moment only serves to make Jeremy's blood boil with pure jealousy. He grinds his teeth in rage, wondering why a talentless loser like Lucas gets special treatment, deeply fearing his own reputation might get totally ruined if they both attend the same academy. While drowned in his bitter thoughts, Jeremy suddenly gets pinched exceptionally hard on his thigh by a purple-gloved hand, causing him to squeal in pain. It is none other than Jessica Ryan, his mother and the family's second wife. She coldly tells him to keep his composure while gently patting his face to calm him down. She whispers that there is absolutely nothing to worry about, since there is no way Lucas will actually pass. She tells him to just sit back and enjoy the show, flashing a wicked smile. A week later, the big departure day finally arrives. Standing by the front gates, Lady Catherine tearfully hugs them, telling Lucas and Julia to take good care of themselves until she visits. She promises to visit soon with their absolute favorite pudding. Handing Lucas a special item, she reminds him to keep the lucky coin his father gave him close at all times. It is an ancient coin from a legendary martial dynasty that unified the entire world 10,000 years ago. His father won it after slaying a powerful magical beast. The front depicts the first emperor, while the back displays his weapons. Lucas is absolutely stunned to realize the face on the coin is the exact same buff deity who blessed him. Keeping his father's words in mind, he holds onto it like a true protective charm. Born into a wonderful family in this life, the two siblings wave goodbye in their neat academy uniforms, shouting that they are off. A few hours later, the sun begins to set. The carriage stops at the forest edge for the night. Sitting by the campfire, Butler Foden mentions that an early start tomorrow will get them to Dacktown, home of the Allen Magic Academy. Before darkness falls, little Julia excitedly asks about the local attractions. Foden happily tells her all about their famous annual Magic Dodgeball tournament, held every spring. Dacktown is also a total food paradise. Seeing his sister literally drooling at the thought of it, Lucas can only laugh and give Julia a gentle reality check. "Wipe your chin, young lady. You are starting a waterfall over there." But the fun instantly vanishes when Lucas's ears twitch, a glowing magic circle appearing in his eyes. Sensing every distant movement, he coldly warns the group. "There are 12 horses and 13 riders heading right for us at high speed, about 2 kilometers out." Despite Lucas looking dead serious, Foden calmly claims bandit attacks around here are rare. Foden is way too optimistic, but fortunately, Lucas's body refinement technique changes the game. Lucas now possesses incredible defense, recovery, and insanely sharp senses. He knows his instincts are spot on, but with only 5 people in their group, he needs to play this smart, especially with kids around. While Julia happily munches on her cake, completely clueless, Lucas stands straight up to warn them about the approaching threat. "They are coming fast. Get into position now." Butler Foden and the guards just stand there, completely confused since they cannot hear a single thing. Even without knowing where Lucas got the intel, Foden immediately grips his sword hilt. He barks at his men, calling them deaf and ordering them to prepare for incoming guests. Caution is never a bad thing in these woods. Right on cue, a gang of bloodthirsty bandits charges out from the dark on horseback, catching the guards completely off guard. The guards are shocked to see them. The scarred bandit leader with an eye patch laughs triumphantly, shouting that they have just caught themselves some very juicy prey. He is thrilled because, as expected, plenty of wealthy nobility are traveling this way for the Allen Academy exams. He locks his eyes right on the siblings. His twisted mind immediately plots to sell little Julia for a high price, while Lucas would fetch a fortune from buyers with weird tastes. Foden draws his sword with authority. He warns them about the consequences of touching nobility, but the bandit leader does not care. He orders his men to slaughter everyone except the 2 kids. Total chaos erupts. The guards shout in defiance, rallying behind Foden to protect their young masters, while the bandits charge forward with wild, twisted grins. The sharp ring of clashing steel echoes through the dark forest as both sides clash. One brave guard drives his spear right through an attacker, shouting with fierce determination. He tells Julia to stay back while Foden leaps into the fray like a tiger, making the bandits pay in blood. But even in danger, he yells back to Lucas. He orders him to escape with Julia. But a horrific scream suddenly cuts through the air, shocking Lucas as one of their guards is engulfed in agonizing magic flames. The bandit leader steps forward, a glowing staff in his hand and a smug smirk on his face. Foden stares in absolute shock as the truth hits him. A mage is leading these bandits. Before Foden can even react, another enemy slips behind him. Foden only has time to scream his last warning, telling Lucas to flee. A brutal slash cuts deep into Foden, leaving him heavily wounded. Lucas watches in sheer panic as the old man is completely surrounded by mounted bandits. Foden drags himself up, using his sword as a crutch. The enemy mage approaches with pure malice, growling that he is going to burn him alive for killing his comrades. Foden steels his resolve to protect the young siblings until his very last breath. Meanwhile, watching from the shadows, Lucas is busy calculating his options. A level 2 fighting a mage is basically suicide. Lucas wanted to keep his powers hidden, but seeing the old butler who raised him like family about to die changes things. He cannot just stand by. Memories of the old butler's kindness flood his mind, and he refuses to let his family be slaughtered right in front of him. Clenching his fists, he tells Julia to hide while he goes to help Foden. He drops into a low stance, getting ready to join the fight. His entire vibe shifts. Julia anxiously tells him to be careful, as the battle gets even bloodier, with the exhausted old butler roaring and taking down yet another enemy. But the old man is completely spent. He collapses to his knees, gasping for air. Seeing an opening, a bandit leaps from above, screaming for him to die, but Foden does not get hit. Instead, the surrounding bandits scream in panic as tiny stones glowing with golden energy tear through the air like bullets. The projectiles shred through their ranks, dropping them instantly. While the survivors stare in utter disbelief, Lucas steps out of the shadows, clutching a small pebble. It radiates a terrifying energy. He silently notes that practicing his throwing skills on birds really paid off, as his Gale Strike is already level 4. Lucas looks at them coldly, wondering how these amateurs ever became bandits. Watching his entire squad get wiped out in a second, the enemy mage screams in absolute fury. He ignites his magic staff, roaring that he will drag Foden down to hell with him. A massive, destructive fireball forms, aiming directly at the old butler. Seeing death flying right at him, Foden closes his eyes. He is just glad the kids will survive, thanks to this mysterious helper who stepped in to save them. At the very last second, Lucas flashes forward like lightning. He channels all his power into his fist and punches the massive fireball head-on to protect his butler. Foden stares at the boy's back in absolute shock, realizing the fireball was completely neutralized. The enemy mage frantically scrambles to cast another spell. The mage tries to conjure a fire snake, but before he can, Lucas closes the gap. He delivers a brutal, explosive fist directly to the villain's face. The punch blows the villain away, killing him instantly. As dawn breaks, Foden stands completely frozen, unable to process what the young master just did. A child taking down a high-level mage is unheard of. Lucas just turns around with a cheeky smile, claiming he might just be a martial arts prodigy. Foden can only stare in sheer admiration, but their relief is cut short when they suddenly feel a heavy, suffocating pressure in the air. Dark, sinister vines burst from the ground, spreading across the clearing. Foden gasps in horror as the corrupted magic takes shape right before them. A massive, skeletal monstrosity with glowing purple eyes and raw red flesh rises up. Looking at this hideous, creepy creature, everyone is left utterly speechless. Where did this failed art project even crawl out from? Opening its mouth wide, the monster roars with intense hatred as the echoing screech fills the night. The surrounding air completely freezes over. Watching the beast wildly swing its razor-sharp claws, Lucas tells himself that Julia must not see this. He cannot let her witness this horror, meaning he has to end it fast. Instantly leaping into the air like lightning, Lucas pours all his power into one final strike. He brings his glowing golden aura straight down on the target's head, but the beast shrugs it off. Instead, it erupts with dark purple energy, sprouting creepy chains from its flesh. The chains drag rotting corpses out of the ground, completely shocking Lucas. What on earth is this? The growling beast glares back, a strange snake symbol glowing in its eyes. Its body mutates, ballooning in size and unleashing a suffocating wave of death. Staring at the glowing crest, Lucas realizes this thing can actually reanimate and control the dead. Realizing regular physical attacks are completely useless here, he quickly switches plans. If brute force will not work, he thinks, let us see how it handles this instead. Lucas channels all his energy into his palm, unleashing a massive explosive blast. The golden beam tears right through the evil entity, creating a blinding flash of light that purges the darkness as the monster screams in agony. As the beast disintegrates into magical ashes, the night finally goes quiet again. Lucas stands tall and proud, securing a clean victory now that his enemy is completely gone. Lucas collapses onto the grass with a heavy sigh of relief. Hearing a sweet voice call out to him, he smiles as little Julia runs over, wrapping him in a big hug and asking if he beat up all the bad guys. The old butler is left utterly speechless, wondering when on earth his young master became this ridiculously strong. Even that giant beast got absolutely wrecked. Suddenly, a sharp horse neigh shatters the quiet air. A black horse slowly trots forward, carrying a silver-haired girl who is tightly tied up and gagged. Her face is twisted in pain, leaving Lucas shocked to find another person in desperate need of rescue. Meanwhile, in a creepy domain piled with corpses, a demonic woman with long horns relaxes in a pool of blood. She sips red wine, her cold eyes suddenly flashing with annoyance. She realizes one of her precious pawns has just been completely destroyed. "Number 4 is gone," she mutters, "so who dared touch my toy?" But let us head back to Lucas and his crew. Once rescued, the silver-haired girl introduces herself as Maya Rasta. Hearing that prominent name makes Lucas pause, deeply wondering where on earth he has actually heard of her family before. Julia nods along, agreeing she has heard it too. Their butler, Foden, explains that both the Rasta and Ryan families are highly prominent nobles living near the town of Dak. Lucas immediately connects the dots and nods in agreement, while Julia curiously asks why Maya was even targeted by bandits in the first place. With tears welling in her eyes, Maya recounts the horrific events from just a few hours ago, when a ruthless gang suddenly ambushed her carriage. Her guards were brutally slaughtered one by one in a sea of flames, mocked by the bandits' savage laughter. Even her loyal maid was captured while desperately trying to shield her, Maya recalls with a heavy sob. No matter how many times she claimed her noble status, it meant absolutely nothing to them. The creepy, greedy look in the leader eyes made their true goal painfully obvious. They wanted to kidnap wealthy noble children for ransom. Seeing Maya tremble with fear, Lucas gently reassures her, telling her not to worry because those guys have been completely wiped out. He falls silent, deeply contemplating the bizarre events of the night. Later on by the campfire, Foden hands Lucas some food and mentions that the young ladies are fast asleep. Lucas quietly asks Foden what he thinks of Maya's story, and the butler agrees they are dealing with a highly professional criminal gang. They have clearly been targeting noble children for a long time. Lucas clenches his fist, wondering who could wield such dark magic to raise the dead. There must be a big boss pulling the strings here. Foden promises to report this to the master immediately and contact the Rasta family to start a joint investigation. Lucas nods, but quickly suggests a different plan. He proposes a detour to avoid any future trouble. The next day, as they enter Dock Town on the border of the Kamina Empire, Julia is utterly devastated to hear their sightseeing plans are cancelled. Lucas explains that some of yesterday bandits might still be lurking around town. For their safety, they must head straight to the Magic Academy, leaving Julia pouting in pure disappointment. Maya nods in agreement, admitting he is right. Seeing Julia still wearing a massive pout over the cancelled trip, Lucas smiles warmly, asking if she still wants to visit the local food street. He promises to buy her whatever treats she wants when they pass by. This immediately turns Julia frown upside down as she excitedly asks if he is actually being serious. She happily thanks him, prompting Maya to admire how incredibly close the two siblings are. Right on cue, Uncle Foden calls out to announce they have finally arrived in town. He invites everyone to take a look outside. Peeking out the carriage window, Julia gasps in absolute awe at the magnificent view, as this is the second largest town in the entire empire. It is second only to the capital, featuring stunning ancient architecture and bustling, crowded streets. Seeing all the lively shops and passing crowds is absolutely breathtaking. Maya gets super excited to join in on the fun. Watching the lively crowds, Lucas cannot help but feel a deep sense of nostalgia. The atmosphere reminds him of his past life in the modern city. But the peaceful ride gets interrupted when a goofy clown pops up outside, giving both girls a massive jump scare. To make it up to them, Lucas buys a huge batch of fresh bread and sweet donuts. Watching them happily munch on their treats, he finally feels some peace after all the recent chaos. Finally, their carriage pulls up to the majestic gates of the Grand Allen Magic Academy. Pulling the reins, Foden gently announces that this is as far as he can accompany them. Stepping down into the morning air, Lucas looks at the loyal butler and confidently tells him to head back home, promising he can easily handle security duty. But Julia is not about to let him have all the credit. She tightly clings to his arm and proudly declares that she will protect her big brother too. Lucas chuckles and pats her head, saying he is counting on his little genius mage. Julia proudly tells him to leave it to her. Watching this sweet exchange, Foden smiles warmly, while Maya secretly thinks Lucas must be a pretty unique brother to let his little sister play bodyguard. As the three of them head through the academy gates, Maya softly thanks them, calling them incredibly kind. She blushes slightly, realizing just how lucky she is to have met the lovely siblings. She is glad to have become friends with the Ryan family. But flashback to the previous night, where Uncle Foden suddenly remembered a massive secret and immediately decided to share it with Lucas. It turns out Maya is actually his former fiancée. Talk about a small world. The butler fondly remembers them playing together on a swing as kids, before tragedy struck right after the blessing ceremony. Back then, Lucas was rejected by the gods and labeled completely talentless, causing their families to instantly call off the engagement. Now, fast forward to the Grand Academy, located south of town. This academy is one of the 3 most elite schools in the entire empire. Here, all freshmen must pass a special exam after 1 year to get sorted into earth, fire, wind, water, or special classes. While normal students have to grind for 6 whole years to get their official wizard license, the absolute geniuses can actually graduate way ahead of schedule. Currently, Lucas and Julia are standing in the bustling main square, preparing for the big entrance exam. Julia puffs her cheeks, incredibly sad that they can't be in the same group as Maya. Before the exam begins, Lucas reassures his little sister that Maya is completely safe with her family now. He promises they will all meet again as classmates, as long as both of them pass. Hearing that, Julia immediately cheers up and eagerly runs off to find the reception desk. The arrival of the Ryan siblings quickly draws a crowd, with everyone praising Lucas's handsome looks and Julia's absolute cuteness. Some onlookers even feel a wave of jealousy, wishing they had such an adorable sister of their own. Right at that moment, an elegant-looking female student with glasses walks up to Julia. This is Mina, the vice president of the student council at the Allen Magic Academy. Noticing how tiny Julia looks, Mina smiles gently and asks her a quick question. She asks if the little girl is just secretly tagging along with her older brother. Julia immediately declares that she is actually here to take the exam too, leaving Mina inwardly shocked. Mina suddenly realizes this little girl is the very genius invited to the Academy's elite course. Leaning down with a warm smile, she asks if she is indeed Julia from the Ryan family. Julia looks completely surprised. Mina only responds with a mysterious smile, kindly offering to lead the young girl straight to the registration desk herself. Completely ignored from start to finish, Lucas can only break a sweat and sigh. He wonders if he is invisible to the student council girl. But then, Julia suddenly remembers something. She tells Mina that her brother wants to register too. Mina gasps, realizing she was pretty careless. She quickly checks the records and blinks, asking who he is and if he is really taking the martial arts exam. The loud question instantly triggers a wave of mocking laughter from the crowd. Someone sneers that it is absolutely ridiculous for an idiot to enter a prestigious magic academy just to train in martial arts. Some even mockingly say that a martial artist is at least slightly more useful than a common magical beast. Lucas walks calmly through their hateful stares, knowing these arrogant mages always look down on others. Yet deep down, he knows they are all incredibly weak. Neither that guy, Jeremy, nor the giant monster he faced before can even begin to compare to his actual, raw power. To him, they are just insects. If it were not for his parents' kindness, he would never waste his time in a place like this. Seeing his silent expression, Mina suddenly feels guilty for speaking so loudly. She sighs, silently cursing her big mouth for drawing unwanted attention to him. She gently calls out to him, telling Lucas to follow her because she will guide him to the exam site right after registration. Meanwhile, Julia does not forget to turn around and stick her tongue out at the crowd to tease them. Seeing Mina's helpful attitude, Lucas feels pretty grateful. She is one of the rare people who does not look at him with prejudice. Smiling back, he tells her he appreciates the help. Together, they head toward a giant domed building, packed with hundreds of applicants. As the exam begins, Mina uses magic to make the registration forms float in the air. Handing badges to the siblings, she instructs them to submit their completed forms to the student council members. These badges store their exam numbers, so they must wear them when entering. Right after, Mina explains the 3 main parts of the test, starting with measuring magic potential through a special light. Next comes the elemental compatibility check, and finally, they will measure their total destructive power using some tough test dolls. Lucas wonders if martial arts candidates have to go through the exact same process. Mina quickly confirms it, explaining that this is done to ensure fairness. He sweats at how completely absurd this is. In reality, he knows the academy is probably just way too lazy to design a separate test specifically for the martial arts department. Clenching his fist with pure determination, Lucas resolves to show these people a fraction of his strength to shatter their deep prejudice. At the testing area, the headmaster loudly announces the start. He instructs candidates to place their hands on the magic light orb one by one. But as the examiner looks closely at the orb, he is completely shocked and gasps. He claims this is the first time in his life seeing such a rare phenomenon, something that only happens once in 1,000 years. But contrary to that grand expectation, the orb in Lucas's hand displays a flat 0. Honestly, who saw that coming? The surrounding crowd immediately bursts into hysterical, mocking laughter over his blank score. They call it an unprecedented record, mockingly shouting that the martial arts guy has 0 potential. They sneer that he probably will not make any progress even in his own department. Lucas can only sigh in disappointment, feeling like, here we go again. Next, Julia steps forward. The moment her tiny hand touches the orb, it erupts with a brilliant, magical purple light. Wait, a purple light? Talk about being on a completely different level. This purple color represents level 7 out of 10, instantly placing Julia among the top 5 elite candidates this year. Seeing how shocked they are, Lucas thinks they get impressed way too easily. He loudly tells Julia that she does not need to hold back anymore, and she confidently agrees with him. The nearby examiner wonders about his strange advice, but Julia is already focusing her mind. The orb in her small hands suddenly begins to emit blinding, intense rays of light like never before. A blinding golden light suddenly explodes from the magic orb, sweeping across the entire plaza and forcing everyone to cover their eyes. The examiner is left standing there, completely trembling in shock. This golden glow is just one step away from the absolute maximum level of 10. He remembers that 2 years ago, another exceptional student managed to reach this exact same level, but Julia is actually much younger than that previous candidate. He cannot help but marvel at her raw, genius talent as the first part of the test officially comes to an end. Julia happily jumps up and down, running straight to her older brother to ask if she did a good job. Lucas catches her gently and praises her with a warm smile. He tells her she did great, promising she will become an amazing archmage. Meanwhile, onlookers whisper about the massive difference between the two siblings. One guy tries to mock Lucas for being useless, but his friend quickly covers his mouth, warning him to shut up immediately. He warns his friend that insulting Lucas in front of Julia might trigger a disaster. There is no point in angering a genius over a weakling. Watching his plan work, Lucas smiles mysteriously. Everything is going exactly as he planned. Julia aggressively defends her older brother, loudly warning the surrounding crowd that if anyone dares to bully Lucas, she will never forgive them. Lucas figures that if Julia shows off her massive potential, it will guarantee him a peaceful school life. In truth, for the past 3 years, he has secretly dedicated all his efforts, using his magic enhancement skills to train and boost his little sister's innate talent. Fortunately, all of his hard work is finally starting to pay off. The examiner then announces the start of the second round, instructing everyone to move to the spirit hall. Lucas gently pats Julia's head, telling her that today is the day his efforts bear fruit. The academy's giant gates slowly open with a heavy rumble, welcoming candidates to the next challenge. Lucas tightly holds Julia's hand as they prepare to move forward. They step together toward the bright light ahead. At the compatibility testing site, an unprecedented scene is unfolding that leaves absolutely everyone standing in complete shock. Countless elemental spirits of fire, water, wind, and earth suddenly materialize and fly across the hall. The stunned crowd gasps, wondering if these spirits are actually dancing. Right at the center of the magical light, Julia stands tall. She is surrounded by powerful elemental spirits that are actively competing to get close to her. Witnessing this scene, another candidate whines in absolute frustration that despite getting a level 6 wind blessing, not a single wind spirit will even look at him. Suddenly, the crowd starts piecing together a pretty shocking truth. Every single elemental spirit is swarming around that one little girl. Could she really have perfect compatibility with every single element? They are forced to admit that Julia's talent is actually terrifying. Standing at a distance, Lucas watches with a smug smile. It turns out his self-created mana vein technique is working beautifully. It is successfully unlocking Julia's hidden potential. He tells himself that even though she is only at level 2 right now, this is already more than enough to easily crush this entrance exam. Right on cue, the speaker blares that Julia Ryan's compatibility score is a whopping 90, the highest of the day. The examiner smiles to congratulate her, and Julia politely bows, "Thank you so much." But getting this much attention starts to overwhelm the poor girl. Dark shadows in the crowd start whispering all around her. They whisper about how cute and talented she is, wanting to be friends. Panicking under all those intense, staring eyes, Julia runs over to hug her brother and cries out for him. Seeing his little sister trembling, Lucas asks what is wrong. Julia sobs, asking why everyone is staring at her like that, because it is just way too scary. Lucas gently pats her head to calm her down. He reassures her that since she is a genius, she will have to get used to people staring at her like this. He tells her to ignore what others think and take it slow. Hearing this, Julia regains her courage and boldly declares that her big brother is absolutely right. She says she must grow strong to protect her brother. Talk about a perfect sister. Lucas smiles, telling her to do her best, but deep down, he knows he has some work to do. He realizes he needs to build an iron will inside Julia so she can handle the crowd. Right on cue, some nasty whispers start drifting over from behind them. Some jerks behind them mutter that, with talent like that, they thought she had royal blood, but looking at her totally useless brother, they realize she definitely does not. When someone asks about Lucas's score, the others just laugh and say it will probably be a big fat 0. And honestly, the moment Lucas steps up, things get weird. The elemental spirits scatter in pure panic to avoid him. The crowd shakes their heads in disgust, assuming even the spirits cannot stand being near a loser like him. But wait, some students are whispering about a very different story. One guy quietly tells his friend about a bizarre event that went down right after the second round. He swears that the second Lucas walked past, a fire spirit's arm was completely ripped off. It terrified him so much he could barely speak, even though his friend thinks he was just seeing things. But Lucas overheard the whole thing and smiles. He did not expect anyone to actually witness what happened in round 2. Flashback to what really went down. It turns out those petty fire spirits hated him because the fire god rejected him. They kept making ugly faces and mocking him, and as he turned to leave at the end of the round, one went way too far. The spirit actually spat fire right at his face. Lucas never forgets a grudge. He calmly picks up a tiny pebble, channels his energy, and prepares to strike back. The sharp flick, the pebble tears through the air and completely shatters the rude spirit's arm. He scoffs, knowing a mere servant of the fire, God has no right to look down on him. Snapping back to reality, Lucas gently takes his sister's hand and tells her it is time for the final test. Julia looks up with a mischievous grin. She asks if he is going to grab the #1 spot again. Lucas laughs, joking that since she promised to protect him, he can just lay low and relax. The two walk over to the destructive power test area, where rows of solid metal training dummies are set up, all ready for Julia to show off her skills. Nearby, an annoyed magic student grinds his teeth, preparing to take his frustration out on a dummy. Some students worry that the genius Ryan siblings might completely destroy the targets, but another male student quickly laughs it off, saying that is impossible. He explains these dummies are made from a special metal and reinforced with heavy defensive magic. Can easily withstand any attack below curse level. He claims that at Julia's young age, there is absolutely no way she can unleash that kind of heavy damage. Lucas stares at the sturdy metal targets, slowly clenching his fist. His eyes flash with determination as he realizes this is the perfect playground to test his level 6 spell. He grins, thinking academy life might actually be fun if he gets to play with expensive gear. But as they wait in line, a loud shout suddenly cuts through the air. A girl with short hair struts up, pointing her finger arrogantly. She tells someone not to cut in line, declaring that useless people need to go stand at the very back. The girl she is shouting at has long black hair. Suddenly, her eyes glow with an intense, suffocating pressure, making the loudmouthed girl freeze in absolute terror. She cannot even breathe, feeling like an invisible hand is squeezing her heart. The mysterious black-haired girl then turns her sharp gaze toward Julia, asking if she is indeed the top scorer. Overwhelmed by the crushing aura, Julia immediately shrinks back behind her brother. She trembles, whispering to Lucas that the scary lady is giving her the creeps. Lucas steps in front of his sister and coldly asks who she is. The girl smirks, proudly introducing herself as Iwa Miranda. She proudly adds that she is the granddaughter of Duke Miranda. That legendary name makes Lucas pause, recognizing one of the 3 great noble families of the North. They are famous for producing legendary mages. Lucas quickly pieces the family tree together, realizing this girl is actually his cousin. Smiling warmly, he casually calls her by her name. He asks how old she is, and she snaps back that she is 15. Lucas just chuckles and tells her to stop glaring at him like he is an enemy. Lucas calmly explains that they are actually cousins. This completely sets Iwa off, and she screams that she has absolutely no cousin as pathetic as him. To punish the guy she thinks is a fraud, Iwa instantly activates a glowing hexagonal magic circle right over Lucas. Gritting her teeth, she gives a pretty brutal command. Strip off your clothes and do a fire dance so everyone can see how useless you are. But Lucas just smiles at her mental attack, teasingly asking if she always uses mind magic on family. Is this how the Miranda family raises their kids on a first meeting? Iwa is absolutely stunned to find her strongest spell is completely useless against him. In his mind, Lucas scoffed at her. A cheap trick like that could never control a martial artist with his kind of ironclad will. As the speakers call Lucas Ryan for his exam, he casually walks off, teasing that he has to go. Furious, Iwa points at Julia and yells, "Do not get smug, Julia!" She vows to take the #1 spot. Glancing at the leaderboard, showing Julia first and Iwa second, Lucas realizes this is a declaration of war. For his own peace and quiet, he cannot let his sister lose her top spot. Lucas pulls out a pill and asks Julia if she wants some candy. She innocently chews it, but instantly starts coughing and screaming. Julia complains about the candy being as bitter as poison, but Lucas just laughs it off. He explains that it is actually a special magic elixir made from highly rare ingredients. He adds that she will feel the effects pretty soon. As the examiner urges them to move, Lucas waves goodbye, promising to make it taste better next time. Julia can only stare after him in absolute frustration. He does not buy his empty promises anymore. Meanwhile, Lucas steps confidently into the arena, under the watchful eyes of the examiner, who instructs him to attack the test dummy with everything he has. The test requires his full magical strength to evaluate his destructive power and calculate the final score. But as the signal is given, Lucas calmly drops a bomb he does not know how to use magic. Leaving the examiner completely stunned, Lucas clenches his fist and asks if he can just use a physical strike instead. He is literally about to take on a magical destruction test with a basic punch. The surrounding crowd immediately erupts into mocking whispers, calling martial artists crude, and predicting he will break his hand. Hearing all the petty insults thrown at her brother, Julia grinds her teeth in pure rage. If her brother had not warned her to behave at school, she would have trashed these snobs already. Standing right next to her, Mina cannot help but lean in and whisper with deep curiosity. He asks if it is true that he cannot use magic at all. Even though her mind magic had zero effect on Lucas, she still struggles to believe someone with absolutely no mana could survive here. Honestly, she feels kind of bad for Julia, assuming the poor little girl has been completely brainwashed and lied to by her own brother. After all, she thinks martial artists are totally useless. Yet Julia proudly declares that even without magic, her brother is the absolute best. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion rips through the air. A massive wave of shockwaves blows everything back, leaving the entire plaza shaking in a cloud of dust. Mina stares in absolute shock at the shattered remains of the target dummy. What on earth just happened? Rewinding to 2 minutes ago, Lucas had carefully asked the examiner for permission. He wanted to make sure physical attacks were allowed. Once the examiner nods, agreeing that the method does not matter, Lucas calmly smiles. "All right then, let him clear out this scrap metal real quick." Lucas quickly calculates that his martial arts skills scale up insanely every 3 levels. With his strongest move, Ultimate Impact, already maxed out in speed at level 3, he is ready to roll. He knows that now at level 6, its destructive power will reach a whole new level of crazy. Suddenly, a brilliant golden aura erupts and cloaks his entire body. Lucas slams his foot down for momentum, closing the gap in a split second. Channeling raw energy into his fist, which glows hot like a fireball, he unleashes a direct strike at the giant dummy. The sheer impact is devastating, punching right through the thick shield. It triggers a massive shockwave explosion, leaving a deep, hollow crater right in the middle of the test dummy's chest. Watching from afar with her magic eyes glowing, Mina is completely shell-shocked. Is this guy literally hacking? That insane speed easily matches high-level wind magic. Even worse, the dummy is glowing gold, meaning his strike carried curse-level power. While the surrounding students are still trying to process if this supposedly useless martial artist actually just broke the target, Mina already knows the truth. She realizes she might be the only one who sees Lucas's real power. Keeping her eyes glued to the monitor, she watches him closely. She concludes he is deliberately hiding his strength, a truly terrifying guy. Back at the arena, the examiner genuinely believes this was just a bizarre accident. He tells Lucas he is lucky, since this dummy has not broken in over 10 decades, so he will give him a perfect score. Oh, sweet examiner, Lucas is literally running cheat codes here. Lucas calmly thanks him and asks if he should clean up the fallen dummy. The examiner waves his hand, telling him to move on since it is too heavy, and he will just use magic to clear it later. Lucas flashes a quick victory sign to Julia and walks away. He quietly celebrates not only did he avoid failing, but he also kept his true strength under wraps. He feels he should honestly thank those haters for looking down on him. Sure enough, attention quickly shifts away from him, exactly as planned. But then, the spotlight of the entire ceremony suddenly locks onto Julia. Showing off her mind-blowing talent, the little girl stands inside the magic circle, her platinum hair whipping in a storm of purple energy. Crackling lightning wraps around her body, creating a heavy pressure that leaves nearby candidates trembling in fear. Channeling her entire mana reserve into her staff, Julia confidently activates her ultimate spell, Thunder God Descent. A towering pillar of crimson lightning crashes down from the sky, completely swallowing the dummy in a blinding flash. The crowd instantly explodes in absolute shock. People scream about actual red lightning, and joke about pulling the plug. They praise lightning magic as the ultimate offensive element, wishing they could be half as talented before graduation. But as soon as the blinding light fades, everyone is left dumbfounded once again. Julia is sitting flat on the ground, staring blankly with a completely dazed expression. Some wonder if she somehow knocked herself out with her own spell. Meanwhile, Julia is staring at her hands in utter disbelief, unable to process what just happened, especially when the scoreboard displays a near-perfect 9.5. She stammers to her brother, explaining that when she cast her spell, the lightning suddenly turned red out of nowhere. This shocked her completely, because even at full power, she could only ever manage purple lightning. Lucas, however, can easily sense a much wilder, heavier flow of energy than usual. While Julia scratches her head over this bizarre power-up, Lucas just stands there with a sly smile. He knows exactly why it is all thanks to that magic pill he fed her earlier. He warns himself to keep quiet, otherwise she will start begging for candy 24/7. He casually explains that while both mages and martial artists have medicine skills, mages require a medium to brew potions. On the other hand, martial artists use alchemy to craft pills that can be absorbed directly. However, with the decline of martial arts, this special pill crafting technique has mostly been lost to time. So a martial artist who can actually refine a magic booster pill to buff others, like Lucas just did, is a legendary rarity in this day and age. The reason is simple: refining such pills requires level 6 alchemy. Currently, the entire empire only has one person capable of this, Duke Resuzan, the Minister of Military Affairs and a level 9 expert. Even the most legendary mages have to bow and beg him for medicine. Knowing that exposing this ability would bring massive trouble, Lucas keeps quiet. He reminds himself to lock his level 6 secret away. A bit later, while relaxing on a stone bench, Julia starts getting pretty impatient and asks if they can finally go. Lucas gently reassures his sister to hold on a bit longer. Once the class rosters are posted, they can head straight to the dorms to rest. Right on cue, Mina approaches them. Touching a folder, she flashes a warm smile, announcing she is here to post the results while offering her most enthusiastic congratulations to the siblings. She happily tells them that they both took the #1 spots in the elite class and the martial arts class. Hearing this, Julia literally jumps for joy. Never expected to top the elite class list. Mina then turns to ask Julia about her preference for next year among the 5 departments: Earth, Fire, Wind, Water, or Special. She suggests that with the Thunder God's blessing, Julia is a perfect match for the Wind department. Before the girl can even process this, Mina excitedly grabs her hand. Dragged away with promises of being awaited at the Wind department, Julia leaves Lucas sweating bullets. He can only watch in disbelief, realizing the academy is absolutely desperate to recruit top-tier geniuses. After entrusting his sister to Mina to head back to the girls' dormitory, Lucas waves a quick goodbye to Julia. He then sets off alone toward his new home in the martial arts department dorms. Passing a heavily crowded bulletin board, he overhears a lot of jealous whispers about Julia Ryan taking the top spot. The other students are already whining that this year, they are all just background extras, destined to make her look like a superstar. But over in a quiet shadow beneath a tree, a mysterious black-haired girl is staring at the list, her eyes practically burning with pure hatred. Lucas stands frozen in front of his new dorm building. He knew the martial arts department was neglected, but this absolute ruin is way worse than he expected. Looking at the wreckage, he can only wonder in sheer confusion. Are we really supposed to live in this thing? It looks ready to collapse. But he quickly shakes it off, trying to look on the bright side. At least he might get a peaceful school life with nobody bothering him. Right on cue, a tall guy with silver hair sneaks up behind him with a friendly shout, "Hey, you are Lucas, the legend who broke the martial arts exam, right?" He introduces himself as Kai Taroy, a fellow martial arts student. As they shake hands, Kai immediately starts hyping up that insane punch that sent the test dummy flying into the sky. Telling him he is awesome, Lucas just shrugs it off and humble brags that he got lucky while signing the register. The manager hands over the keys to both of them with a quick instruction. Telling them their room is on the 2nd floor, Kai spots room number 205 in Lucas's hand and gets super hyped that they are roommates. Stopping outside, Kai murmurs that room 300 is right here. Opening the door, they find 2 roommates already waiting inside, with a friendly blue-haired guy stepping up to shake hands. He introduces himself as Colin, excited that they are all roommates starting today. Right behind him, a blonde guy cheerfully introduces himself as Sap and says he is glad to meet them, but the moment Kai steps inside, his face turns completely pale. The room looks like a total dump, an abandoned warehouse covered in thick layers of cobwebs. With peeling walls and broken, filthy beds, Kai clutches his head in horror, screaming that this absolute trash heap is actually worse than a pigsty. Our rich boy is having some major culture shock right now. Jumping back as a spider crawls by, He frantically asks how Lucas can stand living in this dump. Lucas just sighs, realizing his new roommate is a massive clean freak. How annoying, Lucas thinks. But then Kai pulls out a shiny gold coin, leaving Colin and Sap staring in shock as he promises to pay anyone who cleans up this trash heap. Colin and Sap jump on the offer instantly. Standing nearby, Lucas is absolutely stunned by his roommate's casual flex, tossing around cash like it is nothing. That single coin is worth more than a normal person's monthly salary, all just for a quick sweep. Turns out, Kai is the young master of the Taroi family, one of the North's big three noble houses. While the other two get to scrubbing, Kai keeps whining about not signing up to live in a dump. Lucas tries to calm him down, reminding him this is a prestigious academy. He says things will definitely get better. But his reassuring speech is cut short when Kai spots another black spider on the wall and lets out a high-pitched scream. Kai shrieks that this is a literal dungeon, forcing Lucas to warn him to pipe down before the student council drags him away for slander. Fortunately, the magical power of money works wonders. The messy room is soon sparkling clean. Kai happily hands over the gold coins to Colin and Sap as promised, proudly telling them to relax because with a rich boss like him around, nobody will ever dare to mess with them. He confidently brags about being a pretty big deal in this town, leaving his new roommates starry-eyed. Watching them, Lucas figures that even though Kai is a bit cocky, he is harmless. He is actually really generous and pretty hard to hate. Right then, an elderly staff member knocks and enters the room carrying a stack of new uniforms, announcing he is here to deliver their gear. He tells them to change quickly for the opening ceremony in the Grand Hall. But the second Kai picks up his uniform, he completely loses it again, screaming about how cheap and raggedy the fabric is. While Colin and Sap do not think it is that bad, Lucas remembers hearing about a certain student request system. An evil little plan starts forming in his head. He turns to Kai and slyly suggests that if they complain and demand better treatment at the ceremony, the staff might get scared and swap these cheap rags for some high-quality luxury outfits. Kai completely falls for the bait and rushes the entire group out the door. Lucas just sighs to himself, this rich boy is honestly way too gullible. Heading toward the majestic Grand Hall, they pass a massive statue of a wizard riding a broom. Lucas pulls on his new uniform and steps inside the building. He is instantly blown away by the incredible size and sheer luxury of the hall. Massive, glowing chandeliers hang from the ceiling, lighting up the entire room. With hundreds of students gathered inside, Lucas whispers that the place is pretty impressive. Kai just scoffs beside him, bragging that this hall is nothing compared to his giant family mansion. Lucas ignores the bragging and starts scanning the crowd, looking for his sister. Kai immediately notices what he is doing. He points toward the front and asks if he is looking for his sister, explaining that the elite class always gets the VIP seats. Kai admits their elite uniforms look incredibly cool, but reminds Lucas that they are in the martial arts department, meaning they are stuck sitting all the way in the back. He warns him to go now if he wants to talk. Lucas just stares at Julia and smiles to himself. His sister looks absolutely stunning no matter what she wears. The group trudges to the back, with Kai complaining about the obvious discrimination against their department. Lucas just quietly takes a seat next to his roommates. As they wait for the ceremony to begin, a massive burst of flames suddenly erupts from high above. It is an incredibly powerful level 6 fire spell, instantly catching the attention of the startled crowd. The flames engulf the entire hall as everyone gasps. Right in the middle of the fire, a guy with bright red hair appears, floating down with absolute authority. He tells the freshmen they should feel honored. Landing smoothly on the stage, he introduces himself as Ted Formal, the student council president, here to explain their new school life. He is here to explain the point system. Seeing him pull off high-level magic before even graduating has the crowd completely awestruck, showering him with praises. Students mutter about how insanely talented and cool he is. But while the crowd goes wild, Lucas just keeps a completely neutral expression, watching him closely. He watches the president, who goes on to explain that points are the absolute foundation of everything at the academy. Every single resource, from advanced magical skills to secret spell books, requires points. Rare books, crafting materials, tamed beasts, and even direct tutoring from legendary masters can only be bought with points. Ted then starts listing how they can actually earn them. First up is manual labor like mining or cooking, which pays a miserable 15 points per hour. Talk about absolute daylight robbery, it feels like this school is running a total sweatshop. Ted points out that taking part in department events is a way faster route to earning points. In fact, even today's orientation is going to be their very first chance. Earning gold points is a big deal for seniors, but another way to secure a steady monthly income is joining the student council, which pays 500 points for the president, 200 for the vice president, and 100 points for regular members. Then there is the risky route of monster hunting. He explains that right behind their school lies the notorious demonic beast mountain range, a place packed with savage beasts lurking in the shadows. Handing in harvested monster parts gets you some sweet points, and hearing this, our guy Lucas is not even slightly scared. In fact, he smirks. A monster mountain is just a personal playground. A few hours later, under the cover of night, Lucas initiates his plan while his roommates sleep deep under incense. With everyone knocked out cold, Lucas sneaks out of the dorm. He realizes having the martial arts department located at the very edge of the campus is a massive advantage. It lets him make his moves completely undetected. Standing right behind the building, he looks up at the massive, towering wall that separates the academy from the wild outside world. Once he clears this, he is officially in the danger zone. Without a single second of hesitation, Lucas plants his foot, takes a massive leap, and launches himself straight up. He glides over the massive wall like a total phantom, heading straight into the dark forest where beasts are waiting. But the second his feet touch the ground, a giant purple beast lunges out for a surprise attack. Lucas dodges the pounce with ease, spins around, and delivers a brutal strike right to the creature's skull. He slams it down so hard the ground literally shatters into a crater. Looking closely at his prey, Lucas recognizes it as a giant black-horned frog. Its poisonous horn is a premium ingredient for making magic potions, which means big points. Honestly, his real goal here is simply racking up enough points to unlock the legendary martial god manuals locked away in the Allen Academy. Standing on a cliff under the crescent moon, he takes a quick look around to spot his next targets. Lucas covers his face and activates his eye technique, making his eyes glow with a heavy golden light. Instantly, a pulse of energy sweeps through the forest like a radar. Right on cue, a level 1 shell mouse with rough, leathery skin and razor-sharp teeth leaps out to attack. Lucas does not even blink. He throws a heavy punch straight to its face, dropping the monster instantly. He just stands there and coldly says, "Sleep tight, and maybe try not to be a mouse in your next life." The hunt carries on, and he easily crushes a level 3 shadow leopard next, shattering the ground. Lucas smiles at his loaded sack. Great harvest today. Plenty of points and extra materials for alchemy. But then, he notices something is extremely off. Wait, is it just me? Or did the forest get way too quiet? Kneeling to check the dirt, Lucas realizes all other monster tracks have completely vanished. There must be an absolute powerhouse ruling this zone, scaring all the local wildlife away. He focuses his mind and releases another spiritual scan. Deep inside a pitch-black cave, a thick, toxic green aura oozes out. A pair of glowing violet eyes and massive fangs emerge from the darkness. Lucas smirks, whispering that he found it. He dashes through the trees, quickly realizing this monster already knows he is coming, even from a mile away. Stepping into a clearing, Lucas stands face to face with a giant gray-furred beast. It is a level 6 icefire wolf. The supreme predator growls, drooling and ready to tear him apart. Lucas just smiles, realizing what is going on. With its wild wolf instincts, it is extremely protective of its territory. As the beast lunges, Lucas confidently tells it to bring it on. The wolf breathes out a freezing blast, but Lucas charges straight through the icy fog, even as frost begins coating his hands. Shocked that he is completely unharmed, the wolf hesitates, allowing Lucas to deliver a crushing blow directly to its front leg. The massive collision sends the giant wolf crashing down in agony. Looking at it, Lucas sighs, thinking he could have broken its leg completely if he practiced more. He brushes the ice off his hands and coldly orders the beast to get up, telling it that a single hit surely did not finish it off. Answering his challenge, the wolf staggers up with blood dripping from its mouth, eyes burning with rage as fire starts gathering in its throat. It unleashes a massive torrent of flames, burning everything in a raging heat wave. Surrounded by fire, the beast glows with an intense, burning energy. The icefire wolf roars, fully engulfed in flames to incinerate its opponent. Lucas does not even bat an eye, simply tightening his fist. He charges his spiritual energy for a final blow. As the wolf lunges, Lucas strikes like lightning, punching it directly in its open, fanged maw. The impact sends the massive beast flying 10 meters back into a cliff, triggering a huge dust cloud. The wolf collapses, gasping heavily after that brutal strike. Watching his defeated foe, Lucas chuckles, mocking it for using both fire and ice yet still getting beaten to a pulp. The wolf lies flat, its purple eyes fading from exhaustion. It trembles in sheer terror as Lucas's towering shadow slowly creeps over its body. With his glowing gold eyes, Lucas remarks that it is a rare specimen. But suddenly, the wolf launches a desperate counterattack, blasting a combined wave of fire and ice. As thick white steam blankets the area, Lucas realizes the beast is using the smoke to hide. The wolf turns tail and flees into the dark. Refusing to lose his prey, Lucas gives chase, yelling that it is not getting away. He leaps forward, grabs the massive creature, and slams it hard onto the ground. Looking down, he smiles, feeling pretty satisfied. Hunting bosses like this is totally worth the effort, but he suddenly freezes in alarm as the wolf struggles back to its feet. Lucas leaps back to avoid a massive fire blast. The crazed wolf starts spitting out massive pillars of fire in pure desperation, incinerating everything in sight. He dodges through the heat waves while the beast roars, unleashing every ounce of fire to burn him alive. Lucas drops from the sky, telling the beast to stop acting up. A massive golden beam of light slams down, causing a massive explosion. Debris flies everywhere as the dust settles. The broken wolf lies gasping in the crater, wondering in absolute despair if this is the end of the line. Realizing there is absolutely no escape from his insane power, the beaten beast decides to try one last desperate trick to survive. It suddenly shrinks back, letting out some pretty pathetic whimpers, while its eyes show total submission to the guy who just conquered those two glowing energy spheres. One icy blue and one fiery red orb float up, landing right in Lucas's open palm. He is pretty shocked to realize these are magic cores, a legendary and incredibly rare material that serves as the main life source for powerful magical beasts. Based on what he knows, if a single drop of human blood touches a magic core, that beast becomes their loyal servant forever. He looks down at the massive wolf whimpering right at his feet. Lucas asks in a pretty cold voice if it wants to become his beast. He then smiles with pure satisfaction. Fine, he accepts. This really is an awesome, unexpected jackpot of a harvest. Even high-level mages rarely tame a level 6 magical beast as a loyal pet. Is Lucas literally hacking this world or what? Because this is just way too easy. Sure, he can tell this wolf is not exactly a genius. Seeing how fast it threw away its pride, Lucas shrugs, pulls out a small knife, and cuts his finger. The moment his fresh blood drips onto those two energy spheres, things change. A blinding flash of light erupts, sealing the soul contract between them. The Icefire wolf quickly swallows both energy spheres, and its body instantly begins to radiate a completely different, powerful aura. Lucas freezes when a voice suddenly echoes inside his mind, "Master, it is me." He is absolutely shocked to realize the soul contract actually lets him understand its language. Lucas smiles, pats the beast on the head, and names him Uru. The wolf bows its massive head in deep respect, replying that it understands and obeys its new master. Lucas thinks it over. If Uru is now his loyal servant, then this whole territory basically belongs to him too. He starts to wonder with a grin if there is more. Did this massive wolf actually hoard any sweet loot from all of its past hunts? It is almost as if the creature can read his master's mind. Uru nudges Lucas's hand and eagerly points the way his treasure is over here. Follow him. Lucas smiles and follows, praising the wolf for being so incredibly thoughtful. The two of them climb over some steep, dangerous cliffs to reach the depths of the wolf's lair. Stepping inside, Lucas is completely blown away by a massive mountain of shiny loot. We are talking level 6 beast hides, iron-fisted monkey bones, and endless sparkling gemstones. He literally starts drooling, already visualizing the sheer mountain of academy points he can trade these for. He is rich! But wait. Uru looks completely confused. "Master, what are you doing? His real treasure is not this pile of trash. It is actually over here." Lucas turns around, and his jaw drops. There is a whole bag stuffed with level 3 beast crystals, including 2 insanely rare level 6 cores. Uru explains that these are elemental beast cores. These are specifically water and fire types he saved up. To rank up, he needs to eat the cores of enemies who are just as strong, or even stronger. Lucas is seriously impressed. That means Uru took down at least 2 insanely powerful enemies. Lucas pulls out a high-grade pill as a reward. "Eat this, buddy, and keep up the good work." The wolf catches the sweet aroma. Uru gulps it down instantly, feeling a sudden surge of life force as all his wounds heal up. Lucas explains it is a special recovery pill made just for beasts. "While you heal, stay here and guard this treasure cave." Uru happily agrees, just leave it to him. Lucas steps outside the cave, looking pretty damn confident about what comes next. He flashes a pretty mysterious grin, clearly plotting some big moves for the near future. The next morning, bright golden sunlight washes over the majestic academy building. Inside, the classroom is packed. All the new martial arts department students have gathered, eagerly waiting for their very first class to start. Sitting at his desk, Lucas cannot stop himself from letting out a massive yawn. He stayed up all night, but luckily, some calming incense kept his mind pretty sharp. He laughs, remembering the hilarious scene last night when he was trying to count his loot, only for Uru to keep interrupting with massive, wet face licks. Suddenly, the clock strikes 9 a.m., yet the classroom is still dead quiet. Colin looks around, pretty confused, and wonders where the teacher is, since they should technically be here waiting for them. It is the first day of class after all. Kai instantly loses his mind and yells out, "Did they seriously forget their teacher? What kind of operation is this place running?" Lucas calmly says, "There is no way that happened." Just then, frantic, heavy footsteps echo down the hall, along with a guy cursing himself for drinking way too much last night. The classroom door is slammed open with absolute violence, startling everyone. A pretty scruffy-looking guy with a messy beard leans against the frame and makes a loud, booming announcement. He introduces himself as Sigan, their homeroom teacher, and says class starts right now. Lucas just stares at this incredibly messy, hungover professor with a pretty doubtful look. Sigan shuffles to the board, lazily writes his name, and yawns while holding the attendance sheet. Kai stares at his messy teacher with absolute disgust. He leans over to whisper to Lucas, complaining about how sloppy the guy is and how annoying he looks. But right at that moment, things go wrong. A piece of chalk flies like a bullet and hits Kai right in the forehead, making him scream. Lucas is pretty amazed by how fast the teacher moved. A level 6 martial master? This guy is definitely no joke. Sigan coldly warns them that talking is officially banned without permission. He starts taking attendance, calling out their names. A short-haired girl named Taishi answers with a loud, confident voice. Lucas watches her closely while waiting for his own turn. He remembers seeing her at the entrance ceremony, standing out because she was just so calm compared to the noisy crowd. Sigan finally finishes calling on Colin and Sap. Sigan snaps the book shut and says everyone is here. But when checking today's lesson, he realizes he forgot the textbook. He casually points at Taishi, making her the class president, orders her to go to his office to grab them. Taishi points at herself in absolute confusion, asking if he really means her. Sigan just nods in indifference. Kai slams his desk and stands up to protest, complaining that a class president should be chosen fairly through some healthy competition. He even starts bragging loudly about his rich family and great combat skills. He keeps bragging, claiming he is the only one fit for the job. Honestly, what a massive mistake on his part. It hits him square in the face, knocking him flat on his back. Sigan coldly reminds him that talking is banned. He tells Taishi to distribute the books and orders self-study. With that, the messy teacher casually turns around and leaves. Taishi calls out an agreement, a strong wave of determination rising in her eyes. She vows to seize this opportunity to completely change her own destiny. Meanwhile, Kai rubs his swollen forehead, crying about their violent teacher while Lucas just sits there in quiet thought. Lucas watches the man and realizes something is pretty off about him. Kai angrily tries to convince Lucas to help him report the teacher so they can get him fired. Lucas stays quiet, watching Sigan walk away. Observing his steps, he notices the way the man shifts his weight, suggesting he suffered some pretty severe injuries in the past. Lucas is shocked, wondering if the man is this terrifying now. How powerful was he in his prime? Having such a strong teacher is definitely going to make school pretty wild. Things are looking incredibly promising. A few hours later, the entire gang gathers right in front of the academy cafeteria. But all along the way, Kai simply will not stop complaining about their absolute nightmare of a teacher. He forced the class to self-study the entire morning. Kai is absolutely furious, claiming Sigan is a terrible, irresponsible teacher who just arbitrarily picked their class leader on a whim. Just then, Julia excitedly runs over, calling out to her big brother. Lucas gently pats his little sister on the head, asking about her first class. She happily brags that her homeroom teacher, Linda, is an absolute angel. She even told Julia to go for class leader next week. Kai is practically shaking with pure rage, realizing that every other class actually gets a proper voting process after the first week. Meanwhile, their own homeroom is basically a dictatorship. At that moment, Julia curiously asks if her brother was chosen. Lucas just laughs, saying it is definitely not him. He quickly changes the subject to ease the tension, saying that getting lunch is way more important because the food here is apparently legendary. Talk about dodging drama like a pro. Julia hears this and immediately drags her big brother away, leaving poor Kai scrambling to catch up behind them. You see, at the Allen Magic Academy, even getting a simple meal is strictly controlled by a brutal point system. Freshmen without any points are only allowed to exchange cash for points once at the very beginning. But here is the catch. The exchange rate is wildly different, depending on which department you belong to. Over at the table, plates of delicious pastries and egg rolls smell so good they make Julia's eyes light up with pure joy. She digs in, eagerly telling her brother to eat up. Meanwhile, poor Kai is stuck chewing on dry bread in utter misery. He bitterly realizes just how ridiculously unfair this school is. For the same single coin, the elite class gets 100 points, while the martial arts department only gets a measly 10. Talk about outrageous. Kai even marches up to the reception desk to complain, but the staff just coldly tells him that rules are rules, and if he does not like it, he can leave. He can only hang his head in defeat at the blatant discrimination aimed directly at the martial arts students. To make things worse, the glasses-wearing staff member continues rubbing salt in the wound, declaring that status means nothing here. If you have no magic talent, you must struggle for every single point. Chewing on his dry bread, Kai literally starts crying tears of self-pity, feeling like he is being stripped of his basic human rights. Seeing this pathetic sight, sweet Julia gently slides over a tray of grilled meat, telling him to eat up. This warm gesture melts Kai completely. He starts sobbing, declaring that Julia is a literal angel. Standing nearby, Lucas is totally speechless at his new friend's extreme overreaction. But right at that moment, a very familiar figure starts walking toward their table. Maya Rasta appears with a radiant smile on her face, politely greeting Lucas and Julia as old friends. An incredibly excited Julia immediately invites her to sit down and join their little feast. Maya politely declines since she already ate, but she pulls out a small bag of homemade cookies. She baked them to thank them for the other day and asks if they want some. Julia eagerly grabs one, showering her with endless praise while enjoying the delicious treat with a cup of hot coffee. She is absolutely loving it, and even Lucas finds himself drawn in, or is hooked by the amazing flavor. While Julia keeps hyping up Maya's impressive baking skills, Kai spots the delicious food and immediately rushes over to beg for a bite. He eagerly claims this quality easily rivals the elite sweets of his own Taro family. Very glad to meet you. I am Kai. Maya blushes, humbly introducing herself as Maya Rasta. Kai immediately turns and nudges Lucas teasingly, whispering about how on earth he managed to score a connection with such a gorgeous girl. Lucas can only offer an awkward smile, screaming internally that he can absolutely never let them know she is actually his ex-fiancée. He watches her walk away with a heavy sigh. Lucas sighs, realizing the chances of running into familiar faces in this crowded cafeteria are dangerously high. Right on cue, Mina approaches their table, casually asking how they are liking the academy food. Suddenly, the crowd gasps as President Theo floats over the balcony, using fire magic. Talk about showing off. But Lucas silently notes that this guy really loves to show off his magical flight in public. Little do they know, Lucas has already discovered the embarrassing secret behind that shiny aura. He once caught Theo gasping for breath in a dark corner, chugging a potion while muttering that he almost completely botched his Tier 6 magic display. It was only thanks to the potion that he could maintain his cool senior image. Munching on a donut, Lucas recalls how he actually used to think Theo was pretty awesome. That is, until he heard that pathetic confession. Suddenly, a rolling bottle catches his eye. He spots a very familiar figure. It is Segan, staggering around with a bottle of wine in his hand. Lucas wonders where on earth his teacher is going in this drunken state as Segan wobbles under the clock tower. With a flush-red face and slurred mumbling, the drunken teacher stumbles right into a staff meeting room, earning instant groans from his colleagues. Another teacher sighs, completely fed up with Segan's antics. He always makes everyone wait. They hoped he might change, but clearly, that was just wishful thinking. They all know that after his dark past, Segan will likely never be the same. But ignoring their judging glares, Segan casually slumps into a chair and lets out a massive, exhausted yawn. A blonde female teacher sitting opposite quietly watches her messy colleague with a very thoughtful gaze. Just then, the headmaster taps the table to bring the room to order, loudly announcing the start. Since everyone is finally here, they can finally begin. With a serious expression, the headmaster gets straight to the point. Today's discussion is all about the upcoming Magic Beast Taming Festival. In the Kamina Empire, which is constantly under siege by monster hordes, taming beasts is a survival skill every mage must master. That is why, as a long-standing tradition, every single freshman at the academy must participate in this festival to truly test their mettle. The school has already prepared over 2,000 Tier 1 magic beasts for the big event, which starts in 6 days. But Teacher Greg speaks up with a smug look, claiming the martial arts kids should just skip it since they know absolutely nothing about beasts. After all, those kids do not stand a chance, so sending them in is just a waste of time. Suddenly, a loud slam cuts Greg off as Segan glares with dark, intense eyes. Segan boldly declares that he disagrees. A startled Greg stammers that he is only worried about student safety, but Teacher Linda immediately chimes in to support Segan, saying he is right. Since they are academy freshmen, the martial arts department must participate too. Even Mina nods in agreement, stating that every single student deserves to be treated with absolute fairness. Greg grits his teeth. He cannot believe teachers are actually siding with Segan, especially Linda, if she still thinks that washed-up drunk is a Tier 8 master. In the end, he reluctantly agrees, saying that if everyone is so insistent, they can go ahead. The principal makes the final call. Those kids will only end up crying in fear anyway. It is decided, the martial arts department is joining. With that, the meeting wraps up and the teachers file out. Out in the hallway, a male teacher worriedly asks Linda if she is actually okay with this decision. After all, Greg has a point, this tournament might be way too brutal for mere martial artists. Linda just smiles and looks out the window, remembering a lesson someone taught her a long time ago. A coward who has no will to overcome difficulties has no right to call themselves a martial artist. And that is exactly why Sigyn decided any student refusing to participate this time around be expelled from the martial arts department by his own hands on the spot. He loudly announces that the beast taming tournament starts in 6 days. Right after this lesson, he orders the class outside for real combat training. They need enough raw power to take down those monsters. Kai immediately asks if this tournament is just to elect a class president. Since TC is already leader, they should skip it, but before he can finish his sentence, a loud whack echoes through the room. Sigyn punishes the big mouth with a brutal head bonk, leaving Kai with a massive bump. Lucas can only sigh at his friend's rich boy talent for constantly annoying teachers. He quietly worries about the upcoming combat practice, reminding himself that he seriously needs to hold back. One slip-up on his part and he might send his classmates straight to the afterlife. Out on the training field, the atmosphere gets incredibly wild as everyone clashes. Lucas watches them. He realizes that everyone who passed the entrance exam actually possesses some pretty impressive combat skills. TC stands out the most. Lucas figures her strength is second only to his own. He admits Sigyn has a sharp eye for making her class president. Meanwhile, Lucas easily swats away his own opponent with a single, effortless flick of his hand. Pure light work. Training finally ends when Sigyn staggers over with a bottle of booze to call it a day. Kai collapses onto the grass, completely out of breath. He groans with joy that the nightmare is finally over. The next morning, Colin and Sap head to the cafeteria, promising they will bring back some food for Kai. It seems they had a deal. Lucas asks if he is running some kind of underground market here. Kai just grins. He proudly explains that he paid Colin 2 gold coins to buy him 2 points worth of food. Honestly, if Kai went into business, he would be rich in no time. Colin gets pocket money, and Kai saves his precious academy points for later. Sap looks pretty jealous about missing out, so Kai quickly makes a promise. He promises Sap can handle the next delivery. Lucas quietly admires Colin's hustle. Making money while keeping everyone in the room happy is a real skill. Kai puffs his chest out, proudly asking Lucas if he is a genius or what. He tells Lucas to take notes, no tuition fees required. Throwing his arm around Lucas, they head out. Lucas just laughs and declines. Thanks, but no thanks. That is too much brainpower for him. Kai watches him leave, totally jealous. Must be nice having a sister in the elite class. Lucas probably never has to worry about academy points or scraping by for food. Well, Kai is completely wrong. Under the glowing crescent moon, Lucas stands tall over the corpse of a massive beast. He tells himself that even without Julia, he would never starve. After all, nature always provides a free buffet. Over a crackling campfire by the cliff, a massive slab of juicy meat is slowly roasting to a perfect golden brown. The rich aroma fills the air. Lucas sits alone, thinking that if he did not have to look after Julia, he could have used dinner time to train even more. But then, the image of Mina deliberately approaching his sister at lunch flashes in his mind. Something is off. It keeps bugging him. Lucas narrows his icy cold eyes. He will never let his guard down, and if that girl actually has bad intentions, he is going to make her regret it. Suddenly, a wagging white tail catches his eye. Uru is staring at the roasting meat with giant, sparkling eyes and drool literally dripping from his mouth. Lucas chuckles, handing over a big chunk of meat. Go on, eat up. You are one lucky beast to have a master like me. Looking at his happy face, Lucas admits Uru is actually pretty cute. Plus, having a beast to help hunt free food is not bad at all. But the second Uru finishes his last bite, Lucas stands up, cracking his knuckles. Now that you are fed, time to train with me. He promises not to hurt him, but honestly, eating the boss's food comes with a pretty heavy price. Meanwhile, let us see what is happening over at the Ryan family estate. Lady Catherine sits silently in the garden, looking deeply worried. Even when slow footsteps approach through the quiet night, she stays completely still. Her husband, Ho-Chien, walks up and smiles. Placing a hand on her shoulder, he asks if she is worrying about the kids again. She sighs, admitting she can never hide anything from him. Ho-Chien looks at her warmly. He suggests that since the kids have already started classes, they should just go pay them a visit. Seeing her tear up, he gently comforts her and says he has business nearby anyway. He is heading near Darktown anyway, so she can come along. Catherine is absolutely thrilled, thanking him repeatedly for the chance to see her kids again. Meanwhile, over at Count Green's estate, a bizarre and highly creepy ceremony is taking place in the shadows. Masked cultists bow deeply as a mysterious woman steps into the room. Showing off her sharp purple nails, she introduces a new drug called Jade Dream 4. To prove its power, she casually cuts herself and lets her blood drip into their wine cups. She calls it the ultimate ingredient to ensure everyone enjoys the party. Turning her back to them, the green-haired woman reveals a glowing demonic seal branded on her skin. She declares that today's game has officially begun. The mysterious masked guests immediately start whispering about an 11-year-old girl who somehow wiped out the Black Fang gang. Later, the green-haired woman rests next to Jessica, noting that Julia has received a level 7 blessing. It seems Catherine's daughter inherited the legendary Miranda talent, but she just sneers, mocking the idea of a level 7 trying to beat number 4. Keep dreaming. She continues to poison Jessica's mind, whispering that her own child will never succeed, no matter how hard she tries. With a sinister look, she asks if she wants to kill Catherine and her daughter to claim the title of Countess for herself. Jessica does not hesitate at all, desperately asking what she should do next. The green-haired woman smiles in satisfaction. She touches a glowing magic circle, quietly thinking that watching a budding flower wither away is the most beautiful thing in the world. The next morning, combat training, resumes, but the poor students are completely exhausted. While TC loudly explains the schedule, the class just groans that their bodies are way too sore and they can barely move. Some complain they could not even sleep from the intense pain, calling Saigon an absolute devil. TC is shocked by how tired they are, but Lucas notices something interesting about his roommates. Feeling perfectly fine, he wonders if his squad is just naturally tougher than the rest. Meanwhile, Kai flexes hard, completely convinced it is because of his own raw power. Who else could be the strongest in class, right? Lucas just smiles quietly, knowing their fresh energy is actually all thanks to the calming incense he lit last night. Watching from a distance, Saigon highly rates the group's stamina, confident that this solid foundation will carry them through his brutal training. They are definitely promising martial artists in the making. Suddenly, Kai shouts with excitement and charges directly at Lucas, unleashing a flurry of rapid-fire punches to start their spar. But Lucas stays cool, deflecting each blow effortlessly. To avoid showing off, he secretly activates his level 5 limiter to suppress his power to the absolute minimum as they trade blows. Kai grins, thrilled by his opponent's toughness, totally unaware Lucas is holding back. If he knew, he would be devastated. Lucas simply smirks and says, "Same to you." But mid-fight, Lucas's sharp senses make him freeze. He feels a strange, mysterious presence watching him intently from a distance, casting a shadow over the field. He squints toward an ancient tree at the edge of the grounds. There, a mysterious white-haired old man sits in quiet meditation, tracking his every move. Seeing Lucas lose focus, Kai glances over, wondering about the old guy. Seizing the moment, Kai charges, shouting that he is wide open, but Lucas slips away easily, leaving Kai to faceplant hard. Kai pushes himself up, eyes burning with sheer determination, yelling not to look away. Today, they fight until a winner is decided, and Lucas calmly agrees to humor him. Taking his stance again, Lucas prepares. Watching from afar, Old Man Otani smiles mysteriously and quietly slips away, gently declining a girl's offer to guide him back to the library. Otani prefers a peaceful walk alone. Inside, he cannot help but marvel at Lucas, a fascinating kid hiding his true strength so well that even a seasoned expert cannot see through it. He makes a mental note to remember this boy's name. Hours later, after their practice wraps up, Saigon gathers everyone to teach them a special massage technique, demanding they memorize it. The results are absolutely mind-blowing, completely washing away every bit of muscle fatigue from the exhausted students in the blink of an eye. Lucas is quite relieved, realizing this distraction will make his classmates forget how only his squad of 4 had unlimited energy since sunrise. Once school is over, he heads out to buy supplies to construct his very own private training ground. He visits the magic ingredient shop at Allen Academy. It is a massive, luxurious venue resembling a giant mall, packed with rare items ordinary folks would never even get to touch. Just like everywhere else in the academy, transactions run purely on points. Staring at the 30-point price tag for a high-grade training dummy, Lucas internally groans. Everything is incredibly overpriced for his current budget. Doing some quick math, he estimates that his training needs could easily drain 100 points every single month. While Julia is loaded, he refuses to rely on his little sister forever. If she blows her entire allowance on food, she would end up suffering. So, he decides to only buy the magic bath potion today. The other gear can wait until he brings some valuable loot from Uru's cave to trade for points. Across the room, a female clerk has dozed off next to piles of books and cold coffee. Lucas drops a heavy sack right onto her checkout counter. Handing over his card, he boldly tells her to pack everything up, ignoring the price entirely. Checking the total, she tells him it comes to 5 points. As he swipes, the magic orb flashes a bright 5. The clerk is internally shocked when she notices his uniform. He is from the low-ranked martial arts department. Those students only start with 10 points. How does this guy dare to spend half of it in one go? With the payment approved, Lucas happily grabs his heavy bag. He politely thanks her as he turns to leave, but the clerk calls out in worry, asking if he is crazy for wasting so much hard-earned currency. He looks back with a smug grin, claiming this is barely enough and that he will return for more. His confident attitude instantly triggers her annoyance. His department does not even teach herbology, so what is his plan with those? This reckless spending screams spoiled noble. She sighs, muttering about how much she hates rich kids. Night falls, and inside his secret cave, Lucas is having the time of his life, soaking in a steaming hot bath while enjoying the quiet, peaceful atmosphere. He tosses the herbs straight into the tub, knowing they will still work wonders this way. Throwing them out would be a total waste. Staring at the green water, he chuckles. It is not like he can force someone to drink his bath water anyway. Feeling refreshed, he wonders if he should gather more materials to trade. To keep a low profile, he chooses common level 2 items over rare stuff. Suddenly, a strange rustling behind him makes him spin around in shock. He is completely stunned to see Uru casually lapping up the entire tub of bathwater. Lucas screams in absolute panic, asking what on earth the wolf is doing. "Did you seriously just chug my dirty bathwater?" Facing the wolf's guilty expression, Lucas can only sigh in defeat, though he quickly realizes this might not be so bad. The potion will strengthen Uru's body too, but the greedy beast does not stop there, basically asking for some beef because he is still hungry. Lucas playfully scolds him for being a glutton, but at least this solves the issue of wasting his expensive bathwater. Over the next 3 days, he plans to secretly move these materials during off-peak hours to avoid raising any unwanted suspicions. Late at night, as Lucas carries his heavy gear back to the dorms, Mina suddenly sneaks up behind him and offers to help using her magic. It looks heavy, so she offers to float it with magic. Lucas politely declines, claiming he is fine, relieved that she is already jumping to her own conclusions. She assumes his family sent the items, which perfectly hides his constant trips to the demonic Beast Mountains. Soon enough, time flies right by. The Beast Taming Festival is right around the corner. At the training grounds, Sigyn is absolutely furious at his lazy students, reminding them the event is tomorrow. He warns them to stop slacking off, pointing out critical flaws in their techniques, from Sap lifting his leg way too high to another student's shaky stance. He mocks Kai's clumsy posture, saying he couldn't even catch a bird. Kai immediately protests, claiming he actually defeated Lucas, Sap, and Colin. Before he can finish boasting, the teacher shuts him down with a quick flick to the forehead, turning to ask the other 3 if they actually lost. To avoid annoying a noble or just to save themselves the hassle, all 3 nod in agreement, leaving Sigyn clutching his head in utter disappointment. Seriously, those troublesome nobles are completely useless. To test their actual strength, the instructor orders Taishi to spar with Kai. Eagerly getting into stance, Kai confidently declares he will not hold back at all. He wants to prove with raw power that he deserves the class president spot. Taishi takes her defensive stance with a modest smile, politely asking him to go easy on her. Instantly, Kai rushes in with shocking speed, yelling at her to take this. But Taishi is way too fast, completely shattering any expectations he had. A stunned Kai can only mutter about how fast she is. Not giving him a second to breathe, Taishi closes the distance with graceful yet deadly steps. Fight ends in a flash as Kai gets blown away, crashing hard into the fence. The watching crowd gasps in utter shock. Did Kai seriously just lose like that? He is huge but still got totally wrecked. Watching this, Lucas finally understands why instructor Sigyn chose Taishi as class president, as Sigyn glares with a cold, heavy stare. Beasts will never go easy on you, so you better give it everything you have. Lucas points out Kai's mistake. He was so focused on attacking that he completely forgot to defend. Taishi kindly walks over to ask if he is okay, but Kai just sits there in stunned silence. Sigyn then loudly announces that tomorrow, everyone must tame at least one magical beast. Sigyn's follow-up warning sends a cold shiver down their spines. Fail, and you are expelled from the martial arts department immediately. Poor Kai is already shaking like a leaf, while their scruffy professor casually walks away, ordering them to keep practicing until sunset. Lucas walks over to the dazed Kai to point out his fatal defensive flaw. Your defense is wide open, but if you fix that habit and target the enemy's blind spots, you will be fine. Instead of listening, Kai turns bright red and screams out a shocking truth. No, that is not it. I think I have fallen hard for Taishi. Lucas completely freezes up at this bizarre confession, while Kai dreamily says it is his first time being sent flying by a girl. He thinks her moves look incredibly cool, and he even boasts about already naming their future children together. Lucas is utterly speechless, wondering if this guy is just a low-key masochist. Honestly, I do not blame him at all. The next day, the taming festival officially begins. The official taming event takes place in a massive arena, with loudspeakers telling students to head inside. Looking at the grand scale of the place, Kai starts shaking uncontrollably. Hearing the massive roars of magical beasts echoing from below, he panics, wondering how many of them are down there. Just imagining those monsters right under his feet is terrifying. At the same time, magic department students look down and mock them, asking why the martial arts department is even participating. Are they here just to be beast bait? Suddenly, Saigon appears behind them with a menacing look, instantly silencing the arrogant snobs. He coldly warns them that if they have so much free time, they should use it to cram the tournament rules into their heads. The magic students panic and quickly scramble away, leaving Lucas quite surprised to see Instructor Saigon defending his own class. Still, Kai cannot stop shaking before this crucial test. Trying to calm his friend down, Lucas gently tells him to just imagine the monsters are actually Instructor Saigon. That way, you can beat them to a pulp without a single worry. Imagining himself absolutely thrashing a super weak version of their professor, Kai bursts out laughing. He is suddenly feeling incredibly pumped up and ready to go. Seeing his friend's massive burst of energy, Lucas laughs along, but Saigon grumbles that he can hear every single word. Right after that, Lucas begins giving Kai some highly practical, tactical advice. Do you remember what we talked about yesterday? The low-tier beasts cannot break through your solid defense, so if you stay focused, you will definitely win. Kai firmly nods, promising he will not repeat his foolish mistake from yesterday. Even Saigon has to silently admit that Lucas gives some incredibly solid advice. Soon after, the massive arena screen lights up as the head judge starts explaining the official rules. In this exam, anyone who successfully tames 10 magical beasts will receive a perfect score. However, points will be deducted if you accidentally end up killing any of them. The time limit is 10 minutes, and if anyone gets hurt, they must call out to the instructors outside. Right on cue, Julia steps forward with complete confidence. As one of the first students to enter the challenge zone, she steps through the magic gate. Julia is stunned to find herself standing inside a massive barrier space. She realizes this must be a pocket dimension, which explains how 50 massive beasts could fit inside such a small building. Suddenly, from the deep shadows of the arena, 2 giant, red-eyed bears with razor-sharp teeth suddenly emerge. But instead of being terrified, Julia just flashes a bright smile, casually remarking that these bears are actually pretty cute. Raising her staff high, she activates a brilliant purple magic circle and unleashes her spell. Thunder Ring! Heavy bolts of lightning explode across the area, leaving the beasts screaming in pain. According to the tournament rules, all the beasts are coated in a special magical potion, so once they are successfully tamed, a thick cloud of purple smoke rises from their bodies. Outside the barrier, the instructors use specialized magic circles to monitor the situation inside. This lets them track exactly how many beasts each student has tamed to ensure a completely fair score. The judge outside breaks into a cold sweat upon seeing the signal from Zone 5. He wonders if the counter is broken, just as a loud announcement echoes across the arena. Zone 5, mission accomplished, test complete. As the announcement tells the next group to prepare, Julia calmly walks out of the barrier, leaving the entire crowd completely speechless. Blonde instructor showers her with praise, calling her 3-minute finish an absolutely incredible result. Julia politely thanks her, then quickly asks about her brother's progress. Learning that the martial arts students in Zone 10 will be the very last to enter, she decides to go grab some snacks to pass the time. But back in the dark shadows, a mysterious figure quietly watches Julia's every move with scheming eyes. She wonders if that martial arts boy can pull off another shocking miracle like he did during the opening ceremony. 2 hours quickly pass by, and the atmosphere in the arena grows increasingly gloomy as exhausted students slowly walk out. It seems this taming exam is proving to be incredibly difficult. Kai starts trembling again, doubting if they can even survive the martial arts department. Lucas quickly reassures his friend, telling him not to worry since their physical strength is solid. They are not inferior to those mages at all. Suddenly, Saigon speaks up to snap them out of it, saying they should pack up and go home if they cannot handle a Tier 1 beast. He reminds them that martial artists easily outclass lower-level mages in physical strength and close combat. He demands that his entire class start showing some real confidence. This rare piece of encouragement leaves Kai and Colin utterly shocked, knowing how grumpy Saigon usually is. Right then, Taishi returns after quietly scouting out the area. She reports that most of the other students are simply exhausted from overusing their magic, rather than being in any real danger. She also gathered vital intel that the magic beast's movement is restricted by a barrier for safety. Lady TC advised that if they ever encounter an opponent that is way too strong, everyone can easily retreat to find an easier target. Just manage your stamina well, and you are guaranteed to score. Running away is truly the ultimate tactic. These passionate tips from Lady TC make the entire class super hyped as they chant the name of their awesome class president. Instructor Segan also feels pleased that his trust was placed in the right person when choosing her to lead. But suddenly, a mocking sneer and a contemptuous voice ring out, well, no wonder I kept seeing someone sneakily eavesdropping. Turns out it is the martial arts department. Greg appears with an extremely arrogant look, claiming that due to their utter lack of talent, Segan and his students resorted to cheap eavesdropping tricks to score points. Greg coldly announces that it is now the martial arts department's turn to enter the arena. He also drops a threat that if they fail, their department will soon be wiped from the academy. Besides, a place like this should have never been established in the first place. Watching Greg walk away with arrogant laughter, Lucas's eyes darken with murderous intent, reminding him of his past bullies who bullied him in his past life, people who look down on others just because of their status. Lucas resolutely steps forward, asking to confirm his priority right. After this, I will be the first to enter the field since I ranked first during the opening ceremony, right? Seeing his serious expression and the heavy pressure radiating from his student, Instructor Saigon offers to let someone else take his place if he feels anxious. But Lucas's eyes suddenly flash with an authoritative golden glow as he coldly rejects the offer. No need to swap, just let me go in and deal with them all. He vows to achieve an outstanding score to shut up anyone looking down on their department. Seeing his confidence, Kai and Sap are also fired up, shouting out, "That is right, let us show them our true strength." Instructor Saigon, standing behind, cannot help but feel surprised seeing his student's attitude change so rapidly. Kai even reminds him not to forget what Lady TC advised, leaving Lucas utterly speechless at the simple minds of his roommates. 10 minutes later, at testing area number 10, Lucas dashes into the thick fog. He realizes that by avoiding these traps, he can perform freely without anyone knowing. When a beast accepts its master, their souls connect, allowing the master to temporarily use their abilities. Ulu, busy gnawing on a bone, looks completely dazed and asks why his super strong master even needs to use his power. Lucas silently activates the strength. A giant wolf-leg phantom wraps around his leg, boosting his speed and explosive power. Using brute force to suppress these low-level magic beasts is an absolute piece of cake for him. The surrounding beasts flee in terror at the sudden appearance of a high-level predator. However, instead of directly attacking them, Lucas realizes that there is a much better way. Cornering these beasts psychologically to completely crush their fighting spirit will be far more effective. The overwhelming presence radiating from a high-level beast phantom like Ulu easily does the trick, easily making the weak tremble in pure terror. Lucas is silently pleased as he watches the magic owl quickly submit to his will, but he reminds himself to be extremely careful. He cannot let the magical potion smoke leak past the barrier before he forces every single beast in the arena to submit. Meanwhile, outside the arena, the electronic scoreboard still displays a big fat 0 next to Lucas Ryan's name, even though half of the testing time has already flown by. Witnessing that terrible result, Greg does not miss the opportunity to mock him. Scoring 0 points means he cannot even defeat the lowest magic beasts in there. This is the massive night and day difference between a martial artist and a mage. These harsh words make Julia absolutely furious, and she shouts loudly to defend her brother. "Do not mock my brother. Even though he cannot use magic, he is actually amazing." But Greg only snorts with contempt, thinking that the little girl has also lost her mind, just like Lena. He asserts that the final score will say it all. But just as he finishes his sentence, the loudspeaker suddenly blares out, "1 point scored for Lucas Ryan." His friends cheer happily because at least he has a point to keep their department alive, while Greg still sports a smug face, thinking 1 point is nothing when his top student has already reached 5 points. But his smile quickly vanishes as the score continuously jumps to 2, 3, 4, and then stops at 5. Greg is so shocked that he breaks into a cold sweat. He cannot believe a trashy martial artist could actually match the highest record of his own class. Greg's face right now is an absolute comedy goldmine. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, Lucas casually stands on the head of a completely subdued giant snake, calculating how to clear the rest of these beasts. Now that the beasts are terrified, his classmates can easily score points without any trouble. Lucas decides it is time to end his little show and take his leave. He dashes like lightning, taking down targets 6, 7, and 8 in just a few seconds. Lucas then scores his 9th point by defeating a demon bat right in midair. The poor owl from earlier unfortunately falls into Lucas's sights once again. It cries soundlessly as the Grim Reaper suddenly returns to land the 10th and final strike. Lucas officially completes his exam, leaving Greg completely frozen in shock. A loud announcement echoes throughout the arena. Lucas Ryan has achieved a perfect score of 10 points. Julia looks up at the screen with sparkling, proud eyes and cheers that her brother is the absolute best. Lucas then casually steps out of the arena amidst the absolute shock of the whispering crowd. A martial arts student getting a perfect score must be a joke. Julia happily rushes over to hug her brother, while Lucas gently pats his little sister's head, but Greg still cannot accept the truth, screaming in anger that there is no way a martial arts freshman could subdue 10 beasts. Surely, Sagan must have used some dirty trick. He must have used a body double or some dirty trick. Hearing this, the examiner standing nearby immediately warns Greg, asking if he is implying that the examiner takes bribes and covers up cheating. Greg turns pale, realizing he just offended a powerful person. He trembles in sheer regret, cursing his big mouth. He completely forgot about the examiner's presence, and making enemies with someone so powerful is a terrible idea. Greg hurriedly waves his hands, making excuses about Lucas breaking the dummy during the entrance exam, which made him feel highly suspicious. The examiner decisively suggests going inside the barrier to check together, while instructor Saigon looks incredibly annoyed that the martial arts department is being unreasonably suspected. Just because they got a perfect score, they have to do a re-examination. What an insult. Lucas calmly tells him to just let them do whatever they want, and let them do whatever they want. 10 minutes later, inside the barrier, the magic owl slowly opens its eyes as the magic gate begins to open. Seeing the exit, it realizes that terrifying monster of a human has finally disappeared. It immediately rallies its comrades to run for their lives now that the scary guy is gone. But as the beasts try to escape, the examiners quickly use their staffs to activate glowing golden magic circles, binding the owl with chains of light, right in midair and leaving it completely immobilized. The examiners note that the beasts are highly agitated, though not enough to halt the exam. Yet, one inspector still cannot help but wonder, did Lucas actually score those points fairly? The head judge watches closely, thinking to himself that while there is no proof of cheating, something is definitely going on here. Something weird definitely happened to these beasts. Still, the judges decide to let the tournament continue while sending the 10 monsters Lucas just faced to be examined in detail. Soon, the announcement blares across the arena. No issues found with the exam. Next contestant, please prepare. Meanwhile, Lucas just stands there with his arms crossed, looking completely unbothered. Lucas knows they still do not fully trust his skills despite finding nothing. Glancing over at Tacy, he lets out a quiet smirk. This is getting pretty interesting, but the real surprise is only just beginning. Now it is Tacy's turn. She dashes onto the field with fierce determination, telling herself she absolutely cannot lose to Lucas. The moment she steps inside the barrier, things get weird. She quickly plans her strategy. If she cannot tame the beast in 30 seconds, she will immediately move to another to save time. But suddenly, the monster freezes right in its tracks. Its eyes widen in pure horror the moment it sees Tacy. It trembling realizes her scent and energy are way too similar to the monster that just tortured its pack earlier. Terrified that the scary monster might still be lingering nearby, the beast panics. Seizing the absolute perfect moment, Tacy steps in and delivers a massive punch right to its face. The level 3 Shadow Wolf whines and immediately submits. Tacy is completely shocked. A level 3 wolf down this fast? Something feels off. But looking at her hands, she suddenly feels incredibly confident. Maybe martial arts students are not actually weak, like everyone says. Riding this massive wave of momentum, Tacy takes down a giant lizard and then blasts through a rampaging wild boar. The scoreboard starts going crazy. Up in the stands, Kai is screaming and cheering wildly for his goddess, while Master Sigan just keeps quiet, watching the whole thing with a serious face. Her score shoots up from 3 to 4, and then 5 points. Delivering one heavy strike after another, she easily conquers her 6th and 7th targets in the blink of an eye. Just like that, she finishes off her 10th target, securing a perfect score. The entire arena completely explodes in absolute shock. Wait, another perfect 10? How is this even possible? Her clear time is even faster than Lucas's, making Kai lose his mind with excitement. Witnessing this unbelievable sight, the judges are thrown right back into a state of total confusion. What on earth is going on here? Is this another system glitch? Amidst the rising whispers of the crowd, they quickly order this batch of beasts to be checked immediately. Tacy stands proud, looking over at Lucas with a bright smile. She realizes he was right all along. These beasts are not scary, and martial artists are definitely not weaker than mages. The third match is over in a flash when a bat beast gets blown away by a massive wave of energy. Anton Shaps just smiles brightly, making it look incredibly easy. He easily secures his spot on the perfect score list. The entire martial arts department is basically hacking the game at this point. Next up, Colin drops a giant ape with one lightning kick. That is another flawless 10 points for the martial arts department. Then comes the fifth match. Kai puts everything into his punch, making the shadow tiger literally cry in sheer terror. Before it completely gives up, Kai proudly stands on top of the defeated beast. He looks incredibly smug and confident as the announcement confirms yet another perfect score. On the leaderboard, martial arts students like Julia, Lucas, and Tacy completely dominate the top spots. It is a total shockwave, leaving the entire academy stunned by their crazy performance. With things going way better than expected, Sigan smiles with quiet satisfaction. He sneaks off into a quiet corner, taking a long drink of wine to celebrate his students' victory. After putting the beasts in cages for a thorough check, the judges are shocked. There are absolutely no issues with the barrier or their health. Everyone is left baffled by these crazy results. They figure the beasts were already terrified by the heavy magic attacks from the earlier classes. The intense, close combat style of the martial artists must have pushed them over the edge. This pushed the beasts' fear to the absolute limit, and that is how they dominated. The long-bearded principal deeply ponders the situation before finally making a final decision. I see. Starting next year, let us have the martial arts class go first. As for this year, the results stand. Hearing this, Greg is so shocked he yells out, "What?" He simply cannot accept the martial arts department beating the magic classes to stand alongside the elite class at the very top. But the principal glares at him with a sharp look. "Do you have an issue with this, Greg?" Greg can only stammer out that he has no objections. Still, he bitterly fumes, convinced they only won first place through pure luck. Principal Otani coldly shuts him down, stating that luck is also a part of skill. Since this is not the students' fault, they cannot just cancel their hard-earned results. The other teachers agree that the principal is absolutely correct. Greg can only grit his teeth and leave. Staring at Sigan's back, he quietly vows to get some serious revenge later. Greg mutters that he will remember this. Over by the beast cages, a high-ranking official approaches Principal Otani with a serious question about the future of the martial arts department. As a level 9 martial artist, you must know the real reason behind this. The principal quietly responds that while he cannot discuss it, there is absolutely nothing to worry about. Looking toward the academy tower, the principal decides to keep Lucas's true power a complete secret, just like the young boy wanted. Meanwhile, out in the hallway, Kai is laughing proudly about his perfect score. He is so excited he needs to tell his dad immediately. He laughs, saying that taming beasts is not as hard as the rumors claim, and that they have improved so much since the entrance exam. Lucas quietly sighs in relief that nobody suspects him. He smiles and plays along, saying it is all thanks to Master Sigan's special training. Kai then sits down, asking the group a question. He asks what they plan to do with their 20 bonus points. Colin and Shaps mention they want to save them for emergencies, or maybe use them to buy the group a nice dinner. But Kai immediately dismisses that, arguing they should buy high-tier combat gear instead. Hearing the phrase real combat training, Lucas cannot help but feel a little curious. It turns out to be a challenge inside the Tower of Allen, a legendary training spot at the academy. Inside the tower lies an illusion world, filled with, they have everything from monsters and beastmen to giant creatures. Since it is all a virtual illusion, nobody actually dies, making it the perfect place to practice fighting different opponents. It is a great way to build real combat experience. However, Colin worries because only 100 freshmen can enter, and the 12 elite class students definitely get automatic spots. This means their chances of getting the remaining spots are pretty slim. But Kai confidently throws his arm around Lucas, explaining that the participants are usually selected based on rankings. Since their entire group got perfect scores, they are guaranteed to make the list. Hearing this, Colin and Shaps excitedly run straight to the materials shop to grab some gear. Watching his two friends rush off, Lucas cannot help but smile at their intense drive to get stronger. He tells himself that helping everyone get a perfect score was totally worth it. But before he can finish his thought, Kai suddenly lunges forward, wrapping him in a giant hug and begging him to come along to the materials shop as well. Lucas quickly declines because he has something much more important to do. He pulls out a beautifully crafted pendant, shaped like a sharp, detailed beast fang. This was the exact item Professor Sigan had handed him earlier. Lucas narrowed his eyes, studying the strange object while silently resolving to uncover the real secret behind the gift of the professor. What is this thing anyway? It is a rare reward that only 3 perfect scorers in the tournament get a shot at. He clicked his tongue with a touch of regret. Thinking about the rankings, if he had placed lower, this would have gone to TC. Seeing Kai watching him, Lucas casually tucked the item away and smiled. "My only real strength is pure luck," he joked. I let out a sigh and said goodbye whatever. "I am heading to the material shop to catch up with Anto and the others." Lucas nodded. "Yeah, see you later." News of the entire martial arts department getting perfect scores was proudly displayed on the main bulletin board, shocking the whole academy with envy. Lila, a magic student under Professor Greg, was furious. She kicked the wall in a rage, grinding her teeth and screaming in frustration. We were supposed to secure consecutive top scores for 3 years and stand at the absolute peak after the elite course. Glaring with sheer hatred, Lila simply could not accept that 15 years of hard work by her father was being ruined by a bunch of lowly martial artists. Her rage boiled over even more when she realized the martial arts department had taken 20 precious slots to enter the Tower of Allen. A male student nearby joined in with bitter resentment. Those slots belonged to mages, but those fighters stole them. Even when someone pointed out that the beast-based instructors cleared them of cheating, it changed nothing. The official confirmation of no cheating only made the magic students hotter under the collar. Another student allied with Professor Greg coldly stepped forward to offer his own logic. He argued that the martial arts department had clearly bribed the instructors. It was totally possible, he claimed, since the rich kid from the Taro family in their department could easily buy off anyone. Andre pushed up his glasses, his eyes gleaming with calculating intent, as he revealed he had spotted 2 of the henchmen of the Taro family. He had just swept up the last of the training equipment at the school material shop. Andre worried that once the martial arts department received 20 bonus points tomorrow, they would continue dominating. All the rare materials would fall into their hands. Lila coldly gripped her magic staff, reminding them with a wicked smile that the meridians of a fighter are more fragile than cheap glass. Laughing cruelly, she decided to break their arms and legs to stop them from growing. That very afternoon, they put their plan to cripple the martial arts students into motion. The first 2 victims they ambushed were Anto and Desio. Desio yelled out, demanding to know why they were being attacked so suddenly. By then, Anto was already severely wounded. He suffered a massive gash across his back and groaned in agonizing pain. Desio panicked upon realizing the wound was poisoned, meaning he had to get his friend treatment immediately. But the magic class would not let them go, mockingly offering to give them points right now. Lila activated a magic circle, unleashing a merciless attack directly at the wounded pair. Heart-wrenching screams tore through the quiet air as Desio and Anto were tortured by demonic vines and freezing ice, leaving them completely broken and unable to fight back. Lila watched with a blank, cold expression, telling them to shut up since she did not want their points anyway. Trembling, Anto managed to gasp out, asking why she was doing this. She coldly told them her demand was actually very simple. Holding a small potion bottle in her hand, the face of Lila twisted into something truly hideous and terrifying, like a demon. She ordered them to crawl back and humiliate the martial arts department by calling themselves trash. Hours later, once darkness fell, other martial arts students searched the woods with lanterns. They frantically called out for Desio and Anto in the quiet night, but got no reply. Kai wondered why Lucas was so panicked, since their friends coming back late from part-time jobs was normal. But Lucas knew tonight was completely different. For the first time, he could smell a heavy, overwhelming scent of fresh blood drifting further down this path. The moment he caught the trail, Lucas dashed forward, leaving Kai bewildered. Chasing after him, Kai complained about Lucas suddenly running off like that. But Kai froze when he saw a bloodied hand reaching out from the grass. A horrific scene lay before them as their 2 classmates lay motionless in a pool of blood. Kai screamed in shock. Did this? Lucas knelt down to check them immediately. Their barely conscious friend weakly gasped out that Lila was the culprit. She was from the class of Professor Greg, and she had brutally severed their meridians. Seeing his friends targeted like this, a cold, dark aura exploded from Lucas, wrapping around him in pure rage. Lucas quickly calmed him down, saying they were still alive and had just passed out. He ordered Kai to go find medicine while he stopped the bleeding. Once Kai left, Lucas focused his energy. He performed emergency first aid to stabilize them. But as his hands touched the body of his friend, Lucas was deeply shocked by the true, horrific extent of the damage. Their bones were completely shattered to pieces under a curse. This was clearly bone-crushing magic, a brutal technique typically used by black market assassins. He clenched his fists in fury. Veins popped on his forehead as he thought to himself that he would destroy them for using such a cruel method. This was not simple schoolyard bullying. It was flat-out attempted murder. Below him, his friend groaned deliriously, calling out for his parents in pain. Lucas looked at him, vowing to make them pay. Rest easy. I will destroy them and get revenge for you. In the dark forest, Lucas kept treating them until Kai returned with TC. Staring at the horrific scene, TC was stunned. TC gasped, asking how Anto and Desio got attacked. Kai explained he ran into TC while looking for medicine. Lucas gave an update. Their lives are not in danger, but they need rest. They will need a few days of rest. Kai handed Lucas the medicine bag, thanking him for the quick first aid, then ground his teeth in rage. Damn it. I will never forgive those bastards. Kai decided he would report this to the student council tomorrow. But TC was pessimistic, arguing the teachers would just turn a blind eye, so the council would not care about the martial arts department anyway. Lucas cut him off coldly. "I do not care." His dark expression stunned TC. A pitch-black aura erupted around Lucas, making him look like an entirely different person compared to his usual gentle self. Grinding his teeth in hatred, he resolved to settle this debt no matter what it took. Later, inside the student council room, the air turned tense as Theo listened to their request. He smirked, asking if they wanted to challenge the class of Professor Greg. Lucas firmly stated that if they won, they demanded a formal apology from the cowards who attacked his classmates. In exchange, Lucas was willing to wager his S-rank reward for the class of Greg if they lost. However, Theo just offered a sinister smile, pretending there was no real proof. He argued that there was no evidence proving the students of Greg were the culprits. Then, he reached out and picked up the Beast Fang pendant. "Is this what you mean by an S-rank reward?" Suddenly, Theo let go, letting the pendant crash to the floor, leaving everyone completely stunned. He casually offered a fake apology. "Oh, my hand slipped." Theo continued to sneer, asking if they really thought it was appropriate to wager such cheap trash for a serious duel. Furious at the blatant insult from Theo, Kai ground his teeth and prepared to charge forward, but Lucas quickly put his hand out to hold him back. Lucas looks straight at the student council president, asking what would be appropriate. Theo pretends to think for a moment, then slowly suggests choosing something completely unique and fitting, something symbolic of their academy. With a calculating smirk, he makes a shocking proposal: the losing team will forever lose their right to enter the Allen Tower for training. While Kai and Taichi stand completely frozen in shock, Lucas maintains a terrifyingly calm expression. He instantly accepts this incredibly risky gamble. Challenge accepted. Let us bring it on. The duel notice between the martial arts department and teacher Greg's class is pinned to the bulletin board, immediately grabbing everyone's attention for the big showdown happening in 2 days. This news makes the salty freshmen absolutely thrilled to see martial arts get wrecked. They cheer loudly for Greg's class, while old Greg shamelessly praises the 3 punks who jumped Anto's gang. He flat out commends them right in public. But unlike the noisy haters, teacher Sigan stays dead silent, choosing to heavily ramp up the brutal physical combat training for his students instead. Under immense pressure, Lucas trains in silence, his eyes burning with pure, cold fury. He is fully prepared to take back what they lost. He wants real justice for his fallen teammates. Finally, the big day arrives. The arena is absolutely packed, boiling hot with thousands of spectators waiting for a massive drama to unfold. Cheers erupt everywhere as the crowd goes wild. "Look, those 3 are fighting for martial arts. Let's back them up." Standing right across from Lucas and his team is Lila. He smirks smugly, dropping some classic high and mighty trash talk. "Since there are so many witnesses, apologize now and maybe I will actually consider forgiving you." Lucas keeps his terrifyingly calm face, staring right back to deliver a cold reply. "We do not know how this ends yet." Soon, the referee calls both sides to get ready. Kai steps forward with a glowing short sword in hand, declaring they should wrap this up quickly. His opponent is a smug guy with glasses wielding a magic staff. He coolly adjusts his glasses and sneers. "Let the match begin." The magic student instantly channels his power. A giant magic circle glows beneath his feet as he yells, "Blizzard!" Sharp icicles rain down like a deadly storm, shooting straight for Kai with destructive force. But Kai stuns the entire crowd, moving at blinding speed to swat away every single ice shard in an instant. The glasses mage turns pale, sweating bullets. What? He deflected all of them? Standing tall amid the shattering ice, Kai looks down on him with pure disdain, asking if that is really all he has. Talk about weak. Kai swings his sword, blowing the remaining ice away while scoffing. But the glasses mage, Andre, just keeps his smug, knowing grin. He laughs inside, thinking he caught a total fool. Martial artists are so easy to trick. Right away, Andre activates a freezing prison spell. Jagged ice pillars erupt from the ground, locking Kai's feet in place. Adjusting his glasses, Andre sneers at him to stay still and die, raising his staff. He pours all his frost mana into one finishing blow. Kai gets absolutely crushed by giant blocks of ice, leaving him severely wounded. Andre laughs, asking if he gets it now. This is the price for insulting a real mage. He mockingly cups his ear, telling Kai to speak louder if he wants to beg for mercy and surrender. Up in the stands, Lila giggles happily. Trash is always trash. If they yield now, she might actually spare their pathetic lives. But seeing his friend mocked makes Lucas's eyes turn ice cold. He asks how long she plans to spew that garbage before she is satisfied. But suddenly, Kai flashes a very mysterious, knowing grin of his own. His eyes erupt with a brilliant orange flame. Holding a burning mass of energy like liquid lava, he asks if his pathetic ice can really freeze the volcanic heat. Can it freeze the lava of the Demon Beast Mountains? Lila screams from the stands, telling Andre to run away immediately. Andre freezes, realizing Kai is holding a literal lava slime core. A massive, earth-shattering explosion blasts right then and there, swallowing them in fire and smoke. Covered in thick ash, a terrified Andre trembles, shouting how he could blow himself up at point-blank range like a maniac. But right through the heavy smog, Kai charges out, eyes gleaming with pure bloodlust. Ignoring his raw burns, he delivers a heavy strike that breaks Andre's magical shield, drawing first blood. The crowd cannot believe their eyes. Did a martial artist just overwhelm a mage? Lucas looks at Kai's heavily burned legs, deeply respecting his insane resolve to escape. Kai grins through the pain and blood, remembering what Lucas told him. The exact moment your opponent feels most confident in their spell is when they are wide open. That is the perfect time to strike. Andre screams in absolute humiliation, crying out that a crippled fighter with ruined legs cannot possibly dodge his next attack. Telling Kai to die, he channels his remaining frost magic. But Kai already has another fiery burst prepped in his palm. Another blinding blast of light erupts at the center. Andre shrieks in absolute terror that this guy is completely insane, but Kai keeps walking forward. He coldly mutters that he absolutely hates ice users, while Andre stumbles back in panic, screaming for him to stay away. But it is far too late. Kai delivers a brutal headbutt, shattering Andre's glasses. Screaming in pain, the arrogant mage collapses instantly, his face a complete bloody mess. Andre lies completely motionless, unable to believe his ultimate ice defense was shattered by raw physical power. The referee quickly steps up to make the official announcement. Round 1 goes to the martial arts department. Kai excitedly raises his weapon to show off his victory to Lucas, feeling incredibly energetic and strong, completely unaware that Lucas secretly slipped a boost potion into his breakfast. With the boost secretly helping them out, the next match between Taichi and Lila is finally about to begin. Lucas tells everyone with absolute confidence that given Taichi's real combat power, they have nothing to worry about. As the battle kicks off, giant vines suddenly burst from the ground. Taichi quickly dodges the deadly sneak attack, shivers running down her spine as she narrowly avoids being crushed. From the very first seconds, Lila begins mocking the useless morals of martial artists, loudly claiming that mages only care about the final results, not the methods used to get them. She activates a glowing green magic circle, unleashing creepy vines that flood the entire arena. But Taichi moves at mind-blowing speed, closing the distance so fast that a terrified Lila has no time to react. A devastating fist lands straight in Lila's stomach, making her cough up blood and stumble back in sheer disbelief. She cannot understand how a mere Tier 1 fighter could possess such terrifying speed. Taichi locks her arm tight and makes a proud declaration. She states that martial arts morals exist to teach people how to value human life. Desperate and furious, Lila tries to use plant magic to launch a final counterattack, but Taichi quickly shuts her down with a barrage of powerful, precise strikes. Watching from the sidelines, Lucas is deeply impressed by her clean execution. She is striking her opponent's mana points with absolute precision. Lucas silently respects her sharp vision and rapid decision-making. This tactical genius easily earns Taichi a convincing victory, leaving poor Kai completely dazed and shocked by her frightening speed. He coldly reminds them to never trample on the pride of a martial artist, as the referee loudly announces a second consecutive victory for the martial arts department, while Lila lies completely motionless on the ground. Poison needles suddenly slip from her sleeve and clatter onto the floor. Watching from afar, Mina is furious, immediately demanding to know why Theo allowed this. Bringing such lethal gear into a match is insane, but he just calmly sips his tea. He acts like she is totally overreacting since nobody actually got hurt. Seeing the class president win, Kai cheers excitedly. Great job, TC. No wonder Teacher Saigon chose you. This result feels like a slap in the face to anyone who called martial artists trash. Nearby, the magic teacher seethes with anger as his plans for the Allen Tower slip away. He tells himself he still has a trump card up his sleeve. He absolutely must win this. As the third match officially begins, Lucas steps onto the field to face an opponent wielding a glowing purple magic dagger. The second the bell rings. The smug mage boasts that he is also trained in physical combat, claiming Lucas will be completely helpless against his high-speed afterimage technique. From the sidelines, TC watches anxiously, as Lucas only defends and keeps his distance instead of attacking. Lucas quietly decides he does not need to reveal his true power yet. He still wants to test his opponent, so he steps down hard and closes in using only 5% of his power. Lucas moves so fast it leaves the mage utterly terrified. The mage gasps in disbelief, but Lucas, wanting to drag the fight out, purposely misses his strike. Seizing the moment while Lucas stands still, the opponent smirks. Too bad for you. He suddenly drives his magic dagger into his shoulder, drawing blood. Lucas looks down, silently taking the hit while the mage laughs triumphantly. thinking he has already won. Nobody can survive his bone-crushing technique. He pours all his power into the attack, swearing to shatter every bone in his body, but his smug grin quickly vanishes. Something is very wrong. Despite using his full strength, his pride and joy bone-snapping technique is completely useless against an opponent with a body literally as hard as steel. Seeing Lucas get pushed back like that, Kai cries out in deep worry, totally clueless. The arrogant mage assumes Lucas is just trying to look tough, but is actually all talk and no action. He roars, gearing up for one final lethal strike to end the match. However, a dull thud echoes through the arena as Lucas effortlessly stops the blade with his bare hand. "No," he calmly tells him, "I think that is enough." Lucas stomps his foot onto the arena floor, releasing a devastating shockwave that shatters the solid ground into tiny pieces. The opponent is frozen in absolute shock. How can a level 1 fighter be this ridiculously strong? Lucas just glares back, his eyes glowing with terrifying pressure. "Are you ready?" The mage's magic sword is instantly snapped into tiny splinters, leaving him to scream in absolute panic. "My magic sword!" Lucas rushes forward like a total whirlwind. He launches a brutal attack, giving his opponent only enough time to scream in agony. Stepping heavily onto the guy, Lucas mockingly asks if this scene looks familiar. Using only 2% of his power, Lucas still leaves his enemy in agonizing pain. He coldly asks how it feels to be stabbed by the very weapon shards they once used to run through poor Anto. As the shards pierce right through the guy's hand, Lucas follows up with a heavy kick. The wizard screams in agonizing pain, utterly shocked by his severe injuries. The battered mage realizes he has completely lost his ability to resist. His magic is totally unresponsive. Could that single strike have completely severed his mana circuits? Seeing his student completely crushed, old Greg stands up from the crowd and screams to stop. But ignoring the warning, Lucas channels all his strength straight into his fist. Just as he prepares to smash his opponent's face with a lethal punch, the terrified mage gasps out his surrender in total despair. Lucas stops, quietly staring at his defeated enemy while old Greg screams madly from afar. The old man shouts, asking what the hell he is saying, insisting he could have won easily. Lucas scoffed inwardly, realizing the old fool cannot even see through his own student's injuries. The old man is blind to the severe injuries. Meanwhile, Instructor Sigyn watches thoughtfully, worried this sudden victory might bring plenty of unwanted trouble to the martial arts department. However, things are already heated. The arena below is absolutely buzzing with pure excitement. Kai cheers loudly, celebrating how their martial arts department won all 3 matches today, proving everyone who once looked down on martial artists completely wrong. Whispers spread throughout the stands as people actually begin to believe martial artists can beat mages in real duels. But just as Lucas turns his back to walk away, things take a turn. The defeated opponent suddenly leaps up, rushing forward with a sharp dagger. A female student panics, screaming for Lucas to watch out. But our main character is already lightning fast, appearing right behind him. Lucas coldly mutters that he has been waiting for him to show his true colors. He strikes the back of Brake's neck without any mercy, making the sneaky wizard feel instant, blinding pain. He feels the power inside his body instantly evaporating. Shocked, he realizes his entire mana circuit is being ripped to shreds, leaving him to wonder what on earth Lucas just did to him. Brake collapses instantly, his eyes completely hollow and full of absolute despair. Lucas stands tall, looking down coldly, and asking if he seriously thought he wouldn't face the exact same bone-shattering payback for his dirty tricks. The announcer loudly declares absolute victory for Lucas of the martial arts department. Up in the stands, Iwa is left entirely speechless, unable to believe what she just witnessed. She's completely devastated by this unbelievable outcome. Noticing her strange reaction, Julia asks if she is all right. But Iwa remains silent, her mind completely racing. She is absolutely shaken after recognizing that last move as the meridian severing. It is a legendary technique lost for over 100 years. Her eyes burn with deep suspicion. She quietly wonders who on earth Lucas really is to wield such terrifying power. Meanwhile, the rest of the crowd is too busy partying and celebrating their massive victory. Iwa excitedly boasts that mages are nothing but cowardly backstabbers. She boldly declares that she will personally challenge anyone who dares to look down on them again. Tacy humbly points out that they simply played a bit better than usual today. But their celebration is cut short when Instructor Sigyn creeps up behind them with a terrifyingly cold expression, ready to ruin the mood. Sigyn roars, asking if they think they are gods just because of one small win. He demands the class stop being so arrogant over a few simple, lucky victories. Iwa tries to speak up about their previous victory at the Taming Festival, but their messy teacher quickly shuts her down. He claims that entire win was pure luck. He insists they only succeeded because the magic beasts were already completely exhausted. Sigyn turns around, coldly pointing out that in this entire department, only Lucas holds any real power. Along with Kai and Tacy, Of course. Sigyn stands under a tree, asking if they plan to spend their entire lives as useless freeloaders, relying on the strong to survive. Even after Colin and Sap were brutally attacked, if they just sit back and let others fight their battles and get revenge for them, they will never grow. They will stay weak forever. Sigyn turns to walk away, leaving them with one harsh warning. If they truly think living like parasites is acceptable, then they should just quit right now and leave the department immediately. His brutal words sting like salt on open wounds. Watching his teacher walk away, Lucas remains quiet, silently admitting that the lazy instructor is totally right. Martial artists need confidence to survive, but without hard training, arrogance will quickly take over, and they will never move forward, forever stuck exactly where they started. Behind a nearby tree, Linda steps out to tease him. She laughs, saying he finally sounds like a caring teacher. Sigyn only lets out a very long, exhausted sigh. He admits he simply does not want these kids repeating his old mistakes and ending up ruined like him. Meanwhile, over in the infirmary, Brake is having a nightmare of a time. Pitch-black cracks spread across his hand like a spider web. It is a terrifying symptom, identical to the ancient forbidden art of meridian severing. Brake sits slumped on his bed. His body is shrouded in a dark, ominous aura. He growls in absolute agony, as the pain from his shattered meridians relentlessly tortures his entire physical form. In the dead of night, a carriage speeds onto the academy campus. Amidst the heavy tension, Brake's powerful father slams his hand down on the wooden table. His face twists in absolute rage as he demands to know how a simple freshman duel ended like this. He screams that his son's magic circuits are completely and utterly destroyed. His son will never be able to cast magic again. Mad with fury, he demands immediate justice, wanting Lucas severely punished, and the martial arts department disbanded. Suddenly, a bottle of alcohol shatters right on the floor. Sigyn slowly strides into the room with a very cold gaze. He mockingly agrees, saying a severe punishment is indeed necessary for the actual culprits who started this mess. The magic that Brake's trio used completely matches the forbidden spells cast on Sap and Colin. Clearly, those three are the real criminals. He demands the headmaster punish them by the rules. Greg stands nearby, utterly shocked, realizing his students actually intended to kill their opponents. He wonders why Sigyn is bringing this up now, telling him to stop changing the subject. They are supposed to be discussing who is responsible for Brake being hit with a forbidden curse. But through it all, Sigyn remains completely unfazed. He calmly points out that Brake's condition is still unconfirmed. Besides, a high-level meridian severing technique is definitely not something a rookie martial artist could ever pull off. Hearing this, even Brake's father nods in agreement. He knows the supposedly talentless eldest son of the Ryan family has absolutely zero chance of mastering such an advanced art. To control such an ancient forbidden spell, Greg clicks his tongue mockingly, saying only a master martial artist could cast it, and the only master present was Sigyn himself. With a smug smile, Greg leans in close to the teacher's face, mockingly suggesting that Sigyn must have been the one who secretly unleashed the forbidden technique. Sigyn coldly retorts that if he could actually cast forbidden curses, he would have used them on Greg long ago. The majestic headmaster watches them quietly, turning to question Sigyn. Sigyn doesn't seem to think student Brake was hit by some taboo spell. So how does he explain the kid's current wrecked state? Maybe it is just karma, Sigyn coldly points out. After looking over Brake's condition, Sigyn says he questioned Lucas. The kid swore he has no idea how to use forbidden spells, but he did drop a pretty convincing theory. Lucas thinks that Brake was always just a spoiled noble brat who spent a literal fortune learning nasty torture tricks from shady black market assassins. So some shady underworld expert probably got worried about information leaking and used this exact duel to silently take Brake out. Hearing this, Director Otani falls silent, but Brake's furious father screams in pure rage. Do you seriously think you can use ridiculous rumors to cover this up? Fred, standing right next to him, agrees this is all completely baseless speculation. Sigyn fires right back, pointing out this theory is way more believable than some novice martial artist casting ancient forbidden magic. He stresses that someone else is clearly pulling the strings. Someone with terrifying power was definitely at the arena, and messing with an expert like that will end horribly. Severing mana circuits is a truly brutal technique. It can ruin even the most talented mages in an instant. Later that night, inside the dark academy library, Director Otani wanders with a lantern, searching for clues. He stops right in front of an old bookshelf and gasps, "Found it." Looking closely, he realizes the dust on a book about mana circuits has been wiped clean. This proves someone held it recently. Flipping the pages, his eyes land on a special hand seal illustration glowing under his lantern. It is exactly as he suspected. Ho ho ho. Director chuckles mysteriously in the quiet room. Meanwhile, at a secret hot spring in the Beast Mountains, Lucas prepares the final step to heal his friends. Anto and Decio. He pours a sparkling potion bottle into the water and announces your final session starts now. The hot steam quickly rises, wrapping around his two friends soaking in the spring. Anto and Decio grit their teeth as glowing blue mana flows deep into their muscles, working incredibly hard to rebuild their completely shattered mana circuits. Watching his friends writhe in pain, Lucas focuses and gently reassures them it is going to hurt, but please hang in there a little longer. He proudly claims, a truth, the magic world has totally forgotten healing. Martial artists are way cooler than most mages. A few days later, a luxury carriage pulls into the town of Dak. It finally stops right in front of the academy gates. Hope Ryan gently helps his wife down with a smile. We will see our kids soon. Catherine nods, agreeing it has been way too long. Looking at the high walls, she sighs that nothing here has changed. Seeing his wife look so quiet, Hope worriedly calls out her name, but Catherine simply smiles. She reassures him that she was just remembering some old times, so he should not worry. Suddenly, loud horse hooves echo, and Catherine gasps as she recognizes a familiar face. The man who just arrived is Seon Miranda, her younger brother and Iwa's father. He hops off his horse with a warm smile. Long time no see, big sister. This surprise meeting drags up old memories from 15 years ago, back when the Beastmen tribes launched massive, full-scale attacks on the borders of the Empire. Constant, brutal wars broke out everywhere, leaving the skies choked with thick black smoke and the terrible screams of monsters. Facing such a vicious Beastmen invasion, humans had to quickly unite to fight back. After 3 days and nights of non-stop fighting, both sides suffered massive casualties. Right in the middle of that bloody battlefield, a young female mage was cornered by a giant monster, facing certain death. At that absolute critical second, a young knight rushed in like a hero, slicing the beast down and catching her just in time. It was a truly fateful meeting. This was when the young knight captain, Hope Ryan, and the female mage, Catherine Miranda, first met, surviving life and death together on the battlefield. The two promised to spend their lives together forever, even though Catherine's father, Duke Miranda, absolutely hated the idea of their marriage. This forced her to cut all ties with her family. Seon quietly looks at his sister, never imagining their kids would end up meeting right here at the Allen Magic Academy. Time really flies. Seon smiles, saying Julia looks just like Catherine did back then, and asks if she plans to go home since their father is still waiting. Catherine happily asks, but her smile completely fades when Seon clarifies that only she is invited. She realizes in absolute shock that her father still has not accepted Hope. Understanding his wife's situation, Hope speaks up. You should go, since I have to head to the front lines anyway. He gently adds that he is just glad she can go home, and he will pick her up when his campaign ends. Watching Hope walk away, Catherine feels deeply grateful. Her husband swallowed his pride to secretly ask Seon to help her reconcile with her family. Yet, Seon is still worried because their father has not forgiven a noble mage marrying a martial artist. He secretly hopes that someone will eventually appear to wipe out society's deep prejudice against martial artists. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Lucas suddenly sneezes and wonders if he trained way too hard and caught a cold. Julia stands nearby and teases Kai when she sees him carrying a massive bag of food. Kai grumpily snaps at her to mind her own business, grumbling that after Anto and the others recover, they absolutely have to treat him to a massive feast to pay him back. Lucas can only laugh nervously, agreeing that sounds totally fair. But suddenly, nasty whispers start up. From the magic, students start echoing around them. They call Lucas the lucky king of martial arts, claiming he only beat Break because some outside assassin did all the heavy lifting. Hearing these nasty rumors, Julia unleashes a terrifyingly dark aura that scares the students half to death. Later at the cafeteria, Lucas notices his sister's new hairpin and asks about it. He asks if the hairpin is new, and Julia happily boasts it is a gift from Iwa of the Miranda family. Lucas is quietly shocked that the elite Mirandas are approaching his sister. He realizes her talent makes her an obvious target to recruit. He tells Julia to try and get along with Iwa, and she excitedly adds she just became class president and has to tell mom. Mina suddenly sneaks up behind them, sets her food tray down, and warmly congratulates Julia. She confidently tells her that she will definitely become a major, important pillar of this school. I will always support you, she says. Julia blankly repeats the phrase, but is suddenly distracted by a quiet figure walking past. It is a female student with long black hair and a sad face, walking in absolute silence through the crowded hallway. Rewinding time just a tiny bit, the atmosphere inside the faculty office was incredibly tense. Teacher sitting behind the desk coldly delivers the final decision. Although your special psychic magic can easily rival Julia's in literally every other aspect, She is far ahead. That is why Julia is much better suited for the class president spot. Iwa stands there silently, keeping her head lowered in absolute shame and deep resentment. Stepping out of the room, she grits her teeth with eyes burning in raw hatred, swearing to herself that she will show everyone who is truly the best. Back in the noisy cafeteria, Julia worriedly watches Iwa walk away and thinks to herself that the older girl looked incredibly angry. She has not been eating properly lately, so I should grab some lunch and bring it to Iwa-chan. Seeing this, Mina curiously asks if Julia is close with her, and the girl excitedly affirms they are roommates, showering her with endless praise. She says that Iwa-chan's mental magic is absolutely incredible, and it was her very first time seeing it. Lucas thoughtfully remarks that mind magic is indeed a rare ability, while Mina secretly takes note of how sharp Julia's older brother is. Suddenly, Mina taps her finger on the table, activating a glowing magic circle that wraps around them. Lucas immediately senses something is up, a soundproof barrier. What is so secret, anyway? Mina puts a finger to her lips, flashing a scheming smile. She secretly thinks that people who are too smart are always hard to deal with. She casually mentions that her wind magic is quite interesting too, if they want to see it. Julia happily gives her remaining food to Lucas, but he has already seen right through the vice president. He coldly sets his plate down and asks directly Vice President Mina, "You did not just come here to chat, did you?" Adjusting her glasses, Mina admits that Julia's brother is extremely guarded, but winning over Julia is worth the trouble. Mina decides to cut the small talk. "You are sharp, so I will just get straight to the point. You know about the dangerous Magic Beast mountain range behind the school, right?" Mina dives in without beating around the bush, revealing that some bizarre ecological shifts have been happening there. The population of low-level beasts is plummeting, and even the shadow panthers, which used to be everywhere, have completely vanished. Hearing this, Lucas freezes as he remembers the night he rode Uru through those very woods. Mina adds that 3 days ago, the Imperial investigation team found the lair of a high-level beast. Lucas flinches and drops his spoon, instantly panicking inside. Please tell me that is not Uru's home. He quickly collects himself and asks about the difficulty of this student council quest. Mina covers her mouth, her eyes gleaming mysteriously as she reveals the reward is 100 points. The siblings are stunned by the massive prize. Lucas immediately thinks that with his and Julia's current power, this should be a walk in the park. Meanwhile, at the Miranda mansion, a fancy but incredibly tense dinner is underway. Duke Sor Amaranda, the head of the family, calmly enjoys his meal. Ciron looks at his father and sighs at his stubbornness, still keeping Catherine in the guest room, even though her old room was cleaned long ago. Catherine sits silently across from him, not touching a single bite of food, making the dining room feel as heavy as a funeral. Suddenly, Lord Sor taps the table and calls his daughter's name, loudly declaring, "As for Julia, since she has the talent to become a grand mage, I am willing to acknowledge her as my granddaughter." Catherine emotionally thanks her father. But the moment she tries to mention that Lucas is also an amazing martial artist with a perfect score, Lord Sor flatly cuts her off. He firmly insists that even if he is a great martial artist, it is completely useless to this family. Lord Sor wipes his mouth, firmly stating they only want geniuses who can become grand mages. Catherine feels a wave of sadness. Her father's harsh prejudice against physical combat has not changed one bit over the years. Right then, a servant rushes into the room and presents an urgent letter from the Beast Mountain investigation team. The content makes Lord Sor frown in deep thought. A brand new area has been discovered beneath the beast lair with an unknown danger level, instantly leaving Catherine and Sion incredibly anxious. They worry that these dangerous shifts in the mountains will put the students at Allen Academy in serious danger. Lord Sor stands up, arguing that with the top-tier protection of the teachers, the kids will be perfectly safe as long as they stay inside the school. He orders Catherine to wait until things calm down before she goes to visit them. Catherine can only bow her head in sadness. Looking down with heavy eyes, she silently prays for Lucas and Julia to hold on just a bit longer. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Mina is completely shocked when the staff member informs her that accepting this quest requires at least 5 people, and one of them must be a student council representative. She yells in anger, pointing out that there was absolutely no such rule yesterday. The flustered staff member stammers that President Theo himself changed the rules due to some weird findings in the mountain cave. Mina grinds her teeth in frustration. He is totally doing this on purpose, but does he think she cannot pull this off? Lucas realizes that this vice president is so isolated she cannot even find 5 people to tag along. No wonder she went out of her way to recruit Julia during the exams. Seeing Mina about to give up in defeat, Lucas steps forward and tells her to leave the recruitment to them. Julia excitedly chimes in, promising that they will help. Mina warmly thanks them, but she immediately feels a slight pang of guilt. These kids are so sweet and innocent. It almost makes her feel bad for using them like pawns. Right on cue, Kai Taroi makes a grand entrance in full, shining armor, proudly declaring that wherever his best friend Lucas goes, he will follow. He is itching to show off the high-tier gear his parents just bought him. Right behind him, Maya Rasta appears, clutching a magic book, and politely introduces herself, explaining that she specializes in water, healing magic, and hopes she can be useful. Taking a hard look at this squad of absolute rookies, Mina is left utterly speechless, instantly taking back her earlier praise, since she fears these kids will just be dead weight. Lucas curiously asks why they recruited Maya instead of Iwa, making Julia sigh, would not even listen to her. Mina holds her head, reassuring herself that they just need warm bodies to fill the slots, and she and Julia will do all the heavy lifting anyway. She orders everyone to move out. Setting off, Mina activates her speed magic, warning them that even with this boost, it will still take half a day to reach the beast lair. A few hours later, the group tears through the forest at breakneck speed, finally stopping before a dark, gloomy cave. Mina coldly announces that they have arrived. Standing at the entrance, Mina notices that the Imperial survey team is already here. Looking at the flag with the thorny rose crest flying high, she confirms the crest belongs to the Miranda family. While Mina and Kai inspect the battlefield tracks on the ground, Lucas lets out a silent sigh of relief, because they did not find Uru's actual home. Suddenly, an intense wave of killing intent strikes. Lucas's face pales as he yells a warning, just as a fierce winged beast with glowing red eyes dives straight down from the sky. Mina instantly swings her staff, summoning a magic circle to command the winds to slice them. But the assault does not stop, as a horde of other beasts begins to surround the entire group. Mina quickly casts a magic shield, while Kai steps up, using his heavy shield to block the razor-sharp claws of the enemies. Kai proudly tells them to leave the close combat to the vanguard. Lucas jumps right into the action with a lightning-fast kick, teasing his friend with a smile, not to hog all the spotlight. Kai refuses to be outdone, mockingly asking Lucas if he can even keep up with his pace. Behind them, Maya casts a defensive water barrier to support. Keep fighting, I have got the healing covered. Surrounded by flying beasts, their teamwork is absolutely flawless, leaving Mina totally amazed by the sight. It has been ages since she felt this kind of perfect rhythm in battle. Spotting the enemy weakness, she barks out orders these beasts hate wind and lightning, so get ready. Julia channels her mana into her staff, snapping her barrier to life. Massive surges of purple lightning explode, vaporizing the beasts in a blinding flash of agonizing screams. Watching this raw destruction, Lucas and Kai are absolutely stunned by the insane force of Julia's lightning magic. Meanwhile, Mina just stands there. She stares blankly at the ashes fading into gray smoke. Noticing the intense gaze, Julia innocently asks if she said something. Mina flinches, sweating and shaking as she mutters that it is nothing. She turns away with a conflicted face, forced to admit a shocking truth. She completely underestimated these pawns. Right then, Maya casts her healing magic on Kai's arm, making his nasty wound vanish in an instant. Kai gasps that it is amazing how fast it healed, calling her a total goddess. Blushing, Maya mutters that she is definitely no goddess. But deep down, she is already daydreaming about Lucas, holding her hand, and thanking his beautiful saving goddess. The mere thought turns Maya as red as a tomato. Lucas watches her weird facial expressions with sheer confusion. Maya quickly shakes off her delusions, reminding herself that keeping everyone safe is her top priority. Pressing deeper inside, the massive scale of the cavern leaves everyone speechless. Julia happily cheers about how insanely spacious the place is. Kai marvels that a whole small army could comfortably camp out here. Lucas closely examines the rock walls and reaches a quiet conclusion. This is no natural cave. It was excavated. There must be tons of beasts down here. Mina nods, confirming his suspicions. She warns that deeper means deadlier, urging everyone to stay sharp. Right on cue, a horde of angry goblins rushes out from the shadows. Julia swings her staff, blasting purple lightning that sends the monsters screaming in sheer agony. Mina points out that these goblins have lived underground so long that they are practically blind. They rely entirely on hearing, meaning Julia's loud thunder just blew their eardrums right out. But Lucas realizes the beasts are endless. If they keep fighting defensively like this, they will run out of juice pretty quickly. Suddenly, Kai rushes out to play bait, shouting for the monsters to catch him. Julia and Maya instantly combine their magic to wipe them out. Julia's purple lightning merges with Maya's wind magic, unleashing a massive storm of energy that vaporizes goblins and slimes in an instant. Lucas quietly admires the sheer efficiency of area attacks. Sitting amidst the wreckage, Kai smugly brags that his bait plan worked out flawlessly. He asks if it was a genius move, confidently claiming it only worked because of the top-tier high-class gear he is wearing. He playfully apologizes to Lucas for stealing his spotlight. Lucas just sighs, telling him not everyone is as desperate for attention as him. The group pushes on, eventually finding a massive chest overflowing with glowing gold and ancient weapons. Seeing Julia and the girls looking totally wiped out, Lucas suggests taking a break since everyone is exhausted. But Kai conveniently plays deaf, charging off again to bait more monsters. Showing zero fear, he keeps taunting. Julia sighs that he is definitely ignoring them. Suddenly, Kai sprints back with a giant pack of lizard monsters. He yells for them to take over, only to freeze when he realizes the spot is completely empty. Confused, he looks around for them. Hiding behind a rock, Lucas jokes they had to make a sacrifice. Julia starts praying for his soul, while Maya promises to heal whatever is left. A heavy rumble echoes, making Maya look up in fear. Lucas corrects her, saying it came from the cave center where the survey team went. They must have found the area boss. Running toward the noise, the air grows thick with a metallic, nauseating smell of blood. Lucas frowns as Mina hands out potions, telling them to drink up. She doubts they will need to step in, given how strong the survey team is. Still, checking is the smart play. But as they round the corner, a horrific sight freezes them in their tracks. The entire elite team lies slaughtered. Shaking, Mina mutters that this is all wrong, ordering an immediate and hasty retreat. But before they can move, a violent explosion rocks the ruins. Out steps a massive minotaur, its glowing blue eyes burning with pure malice. It roars, swinging a massive axe straight at Mina. Terrified, she wonders how on earth a disaster-class monster like a minotaur could even be here. Lucas instantly senses something is way off. A monster of this caliber should never show up in a standard school exam. Something is horribly wrong, and this terrifying aura feels way too familiar, like he has crossed paths with it once before. Lucas screams out a warning just as a heavy ice shield conjures up, creaming instantly under the Minotaur's devastating slash. Julia rushes over to check on them. When Lucas asks Mina if she cast that ice wall, she quickly shakes her head. Looking over, Lucas realizes their savior is actually the dying soldier caught in the beast's grip. The Minotaur growls in absolute fury. Bleeding out, the brave soldier desperately gasps for them to call the Imperial Army, warning them that the ancient seal is broken. The beast crushes him tighter, roaring at the kids that he is going to swallow them all whole. Witnessing this horrific brutality, Julia and Maya scream out in absolute rage. Amidst the chaos, a mysterious small vial drops and rolls across the dirt. The dying soldier grits his teeth, summoning one last massive magic circle to blast the beast away. A massive spike of ice pierces right through the monster's arm. Collapsing, the soldier gasps out his final desperate words. He tells them to run and report this. Mina drags Julia away, honoring his sacrifice. Lucas stares back at the hero. Looking on with pure heartbreak, he silently apologizes for not being able to save him, promising to return soon for revenge. Behind them, the fallen soldier still uses his last breath to scream, urging the group to run while they still can. He did everything he possibly could, but the giant minotaur completely shatters its icy prison. It roars in pure rage, absolutely insulted that a mere insect had dared to blindside it. Opening its massive mouth full of razor-sharp fangs, the beast prepares to swallow the soldier whole. Talk about a terrifying dessert. Just in the nick of time, a powerful bolt of purple lightning strikes the monster right in the face, making it howl in agony. Standing proud, Julia steps forward with her staff to block the beast. Her eyes burn with furious rage as she boldly declares that he is no insect, he is a great warrior. Sensing the giant beast dazed by the surprise attack, Mina moves fast. She instantly unleashes wind magic to catch the soldier falling through the air. Whipping up a wind bomb, she creates a powerful cushion of compressed air. She catches the soldier safely, but immediately panics, yelling at Lucas. Why did he stay behind when that brave man just sacrificed his own life to buy them some time? Lucas quietly steps forward, telling Mina that he will hold off this monster while she runs to report the situation. Terrified, Mina tries to stop him, knowing this creature is a whole different level. It is a disaster-class monster that a mere freshman could never handle. But he coldly admits she is right, this is not going to be easy at all. Suddenly, the beast lets out a furious roar. The sound creates a terrifying shockwave that shakes the entire cave. Just as Lucas prepares to take it on alone so the others can flee, Mina suddenly swings her staff. Activating a glowing magic circle, she steps forward and shouts to get back, declaring that as vice president, it is her job to protect everyone. Her bravery completely catches Lucas off guard. He sees her in a new light, realizing Mina is way braver than her usual calculating self. And she is not the only one standing her ground either. Both Julia and Maya refuse to run away. Julia insists she will never leave her brother and Mina behind, while Maya quickly sends a distress signal to Kai at the entrance. As she calls on everyone to fight together, Mina can only sigh. If Maya knew how to use communication magic, She should have said so sooner. Meanwhile, the Minotaur roars with intense fury, but it is instantly cut short as Julia blasts another purple bolt of lightning. Still, Mina worries that even with their combined strength, defeating this terrifying beast is practically impossible. Right on cue, Lucas's hand glows with a brilliant golden energy. Offering a reassuring smile, he asks them to put their trust in him as he channels all of his power. His fist shines as bright as the sun, unleashing an overwhelming pressure. He charges straight at the giant Minotaur, shouting with determination that there is no way they are losing to a beast like this. The Minotaur roars wildly, swinging its massive axe down with devastating force. But Lucas does not even flinch. He focuses all of his spiritual energy into his glowing golden fist, unleashing a full-power punch. The impact is so massive, it leaves the giant monster completely stunned. Its eyes widen in shock. Mina shouts for Lucas to keep up the pressure and distract it while she prepares to strike. Lucas instantly agrees. Annoyed at being attacked by what it considers an insect, the Minotaur roars in absolute fury, cursing the pathetic worms who dare challenge it. Meanwhile, Mina quickly activates a massive, glowing magic circle right beneath her feet. It looks like she is ready to go. Instantly, Julia channels all of her lightning magic into her glowing staff, shouting at the beast for bullying her brother and telling it to take this. A blinding bolt of purple lightning strikes from above, swallowing the Minotaur as it screams in agony. Seizing this perfect window of opportunity, while the enemy is completely paralyzed by the electricity, Lucas unloads a barrage of heavy-hitting strikes on its weak points, shattering the surrounding stone. The Minotaur howls in sheer agony. Through the thick cloud of dust, Lucas narrows his eyes with absolute focus, realizing he just landed a critical hit on its weak spot. Its movements are completely locked down. Right on cue, Julia activates her Thunder Arrow spell, while Mina concentrates her wind magic into the palm of her hand, shaping it into a razor-sharp wind cutter. Going absolutely all out, the two girls shout in perfect unison, unleashing their devastating combined attacks straight at the monster. Talk about a killer combo. The fusion of Julia's lightning and Mina's wind triggers a massive explosion, blasting the Minotaur head-on. It screams in excruciating pain. Despite being severely injured, the beast grits its teeth in pure hatred, swearing to tear them all to shreds the moment its legs heal. Unfazed by the threat, Maya steps forward, her eyes shining with determination as she says she is not letting that happen, telling it to take this. She activates her water magic called Waterfall, drenching the entire body of the beast. Maya gasps for breath, completely exhausted after pouring every drop of her mana into the strike. But Mina suddenly notices something is off, gasping in shock at how its legs have already healed. Talk about a boss having cheat-level recovery. The Minotaur easily swings its massive axe, brushing the water aside. It laughs mockingly, shouting that this weak water trick is useless, and promises to eat them alive as it charges straight at Maya. It moves at a terrifying speed, radiating pure bloodlust. But at the absolute last second, Julia yells out, wondering what happens when you shock a wet target, and decides to find out, channeling all of her lightning magic into her staff, which crackles with intense purple sparks. She screams that it will pay with its life for killing those soldiers. A massive bolt of devastating lightning strikes directly down on the soaked Minotaur, making it scream in absolute agony as the high-voltage current rips through its entire body. Lucas watches in awe, amazed by his sister's quick thinking. She used the water to supercharge her lightning attack, drawing up a brilliant tactic on the fly like this is truly genius. She really lives up to her title as the top student. The smoking beast finally collapses, lying motionless in the rubble. Lucas coldly steps closer, his hand glowing with an intense golden aura. He prepares to finish this once and for all, but Mina suddenly senses something terrible, gasping in shock. A wicked, reddish-black aura erupts violently from the Minotaur's body. Mina trembles in sheer terror as a suffocating pressure fills the entire cave, stammering to herself what on earth is happening. Even Lucas freezes in his tracks as a ghostly dark shadow slowly rises from within the dead beast, radiating an evil energy that completely defies imagination. Out of the ruins, a giant shadow entity with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth slowly materializes, letting out a bone-chilling, maniacal laugh. At that exact moment, the ground outside begins to violently shake. Keeping watch at the entrance, Kai panics, wondering if it is an earthquake before realizing the danger is rapidly escalating. Making a split-second decision to run for help, he silently begs the others to hold on as he bolts into the darkness to find backup. Back inside, the monster roars wildly, baring its sharp fangs through the pitch-black smoke. Wrapped in a crimson aura of pure malice, its roar triggers a massive, shocking explosion. The massive shockwave blasts absolutely everything backward, sending poor Lucas rolling across the dirt. Talk about overpowered. This Minotaur is now standing tall, his eyes glowing blood red as dark, corrupt energy completely wraps around him. Lucas reaches up and touches his ear, completely horrified. Just the sheer sound wave from that beast's roar was enough to crack his eardrums and leave him bleeding. He realizes this monster is on a whole different level now. Forcing himself back up, Lucas frantically yells to check if the others are still breathing. Things just took a sharp turn for the worst. Mina, Maya, and Julia are totally out of commission, lying motionless with brutal wounds. Seeing his little sister bleeding in the rubble? Yeah, that is a huge mistake. Lucas's eyes go completely dead and freezing cold. He is absolutely furious. Channeling every drop of spiritual energy into his body, he prepares to unleash absolute destruction. The beast roars, but Lucas is already closing the gap with insane speed. His eyes burn with golden rage as he screams out his final warning, "I am going to end you." Wildly thrashing around, the monster roars, but Lucas does not back down. An absolute explosion of spiritual power erupts, tearing a massive wound through its body. Lucas lands gracefully, his sharp glare locked onto the evil creature, not even blinking for a split second. But then, sarcasm aside, things get weird. Lucas freezes as he realizes the monster is not even flinching. What the hell, he thinks. Does this giant cow not feel any pain? As Lucas backs away to buy some time, a dark, nasty aura begins swirling around the Minotaur's injuries. He watches in pure shock as its crushed arm starts to twitch. It is regenerating at absolute cheat code speeds. The beast swings its giant axe down, shattering the ground into pieces. Even though Lucas manages to jump back just in time, the sheer wind pressure alone is enough to make him cough up blood. Wiping his lip, he scolds himself for being so careless. But his resilience only seems to make things worse. Unleashing an even thicker wave of dark bloodlust, the beast is clearly thrilled to feel a true warrior's blood boiling. Suddenly, another massive explosion violently rocks the cave. The entire cave shakes, forcing Lucas to slide across the ground to avoid the blast. The Minotaur gives him zero breathing room, charging forward with glowing red eyes. Leaving trails of crimson light in the darkness, its massive blows strike with so much force that the cave ceiling begins to crack violently. Giant boulders begin rain down, threatening to bury everyone alive. Lucas realizes the danger is heading straight for his defenseless friends. Cursing under his breath, he dashes through the thick dust. A massive boulder drops right toward where Julia lies helpless, but Lucas throws himself over her just in time. Taking the hit, he looks back at his friends in deep worry. Meanwhile, the Minotaur is still roaring like a madman inside its red aura. The giant beast opens its mouth wide, exposing rows of deadly fangs. Its brutal voice creates ripples of sonic energy, attacking Lucas's ears and rattling his organs. He can feel his body giving out. This is officially worst-case scenario. The roar bounces off the collapsed cave walls, magnifying the force. The intense resonance hits him like a physical blow, forcing Lucas to his knees as he collapses. Gasping for breath and spitting up blood from his severe injuries, Lucas is completely vulnerable. But this crazy Minotaur is not stopping, swinging its massive, shadow-covered arm, bringing down a fatal blow from above with pure rage burning in its red eyes. The beast roars out a final death sentence, "Go to hell." But its massive axe is suddenly caught by Lucas with his bare hand. Absolute boss move. His body is covered in burning golden energy, and he refuses to back down. Because right behind him are the very people he has sworn to protect. Lucas's eyes glow with a fierce blue light as he roars, "As long as I am breathing, you will never touch Julia. Or anyone else." Before the beast can even react, Lucas literally snatches the massive axe right out of its hands and channels every ounce of his remaining spiritual power. He slams the heavy blade right back into the monster's chest, making it scream out in absolute agony. Lucas's eyes burn with an orange fury, his face contorting as his madness reaches its peak. He unleashes a lightning-fast punch, completely shattering the Minotaur's teeth. Without a second of hesitation, Lucas closes the distance and grabs the giant beast with his bare hands. He slams it headfirst into the rubble. At this point, it is just a sad, one-sided beatdown, as the monster screams in absolute despair through the thick clouds of dust. Lucas emerges with his shirt torn and chest covered in blood, his scars glowing from the intense spiritual pressure. His eyes are now blood red, radiating the aura of an absolute monster. Standing proud on the literal fragments of his enemy's flesh, he looks unstoppable. The Minotaur roars, swinging a massive fist directly at the tiny figure standing before it. Despite the massive size difference, Lucas decides to clash head-on anyway. The resulting shockwave triggers a huge explosion, shaking the entire cave as he gets right in the monster's face. Lucas coldly delivers his final judgment in a deep, gravelly voice, "It is time to die." Red glyphs of slaughter manifest in the air around him, completely filling the space, like a literal death curse. The monster can only gasp out a shocked "what," completely terrified. Lucas's eyes burn as he pours all of his remaining fury into one final, devastating strike. Finally, a massive beam of energy crashes down, piercing right through the Minotaur's chest in a violent blast that actually rattles the entire mountain. Outside, the violent tremors from deep within the mountain continue to ripple. Right under the pouring rain, Julia groans softly, slowly waking up from her unconscious state. She looks around in shock, wondering if they are actually still alive, and where her brother is. Inside, Lucas stands silent among the ruins. The beast is dead, leaving behind a creepy, quiet atmosphere. Spotting a silhouette through the thick red dust, Julia desperately calls out to him with tears in her eyes, calling for her brother. But Lucas is not acting like himself anymore. Creepy, dark red energy starts pulsing under his skin like demonic veins. Strange markings begin to cover his entire body, and he screams out in absolute agony. It looks like some dark, corrupt force is trying to hijack his mind. Right on his chest, a creepy goat head symbol inside a pentagram begins to glow. Suddenly, the scene shifts, dragging us straight into a fiery dimension. Welcome to the Temple of Wrath. Amidst the sea of flames, the faint silhouette of the martial god appears, seemingly held prisoner by some dark, evil entity. From the boiling lava, a giant flaming hand emerges, pulling a massive figure out of the shadows. It is a terrifying demon, sporting massive horns and ripped muscles. Shaking the very earth with every step, its glowing eyes lock onto the chaotic spiritual energy. The beast growls out a name with absolute hatred: the martial god. This terrifying beast is Vansaba, the demon king of wrath. Grinding his teeth, he maliciously promises to tear the martial god to shreds. But right then, a sweet, seductive voice suddenly echoes. "Well, how interesting," she says. Slithering in with a giant snake is Jensida, a high-ranking demon with long, seductive green hair. Smiling, she tells Vansaba he might finally awaken. All of this was thanks to the pure rage of the key they had spent so much effort choosing. Vansaba scoffs in utter contempt, staring off into the distance, wondering if this kid actually possesses any real hidden potential. Sitting on his fiery throne, Vansaba smugly claims that at this very moment, the young man is breaking through all of his limits. To unleash his true power, Lucas completely loses his mind. He screams in absolute madness, "I will kill you." Through the thick black smoke, Julia ignores the danger and rushes to hug her brother tightly. Sobbing, she begs her brother to stop and please wake up. Mina screams in total shock, telling Julia to get back. But Julia's heartbreaking cry reaches deep into Lucas's soul, currently swallowed by darkness. A single tear falls, creating gentle ripples that spread throughout his mind, which was currently drowning at the bottom of a dark, endless abyss. His sister's desperate plea becomes a guiding light, helping Lucas find himself and break free from the control of that evil, demonic power. As the dust clears, Julia anxiously looks at the figures standing in the ruins, softly calling out to her brother. Fortunately, the glowing red mark on Lucas's body starts to fade. He slowly regains consciousness. Turning to his sister with a gentle gaze, Lucas softly tells her that he is back, apologizing and asking her to step back just a bit. Julia cheers happily and immediately obeys. Lucas takes a deep breath, trying to steady himself to pull back his wildly exploding spiritual energy. The dark, swollen veins on his body slowly begin to fade. A bright golden glow wraps around the entire area before completely disappearing. The creepy demonic mark on his chest also slowly fades away, finally bringing peace back to the ruined cave after that absolutely terrifying battle. Seeing him calm down, Mina and Julia quickly rush over. Julia anxiously asks if he is okay. Exhausted, Lucas just slumps onto the ground among the rubble, tiredly trying to reassure everyone. He whispers that he is fine, but Julia throws her arms around him anyway. Sobbing from pure terror, she cries about how he nearly gave her a total heart attack. He apologizes, promising he will never worry them like that ever again. Meanwhile, far away in the gloomy demon realm, Demon King Vansaba sits casually on his throne amidst the blazing flames. Beside him, Jensida licks her lips maliciously. She notes that their little key, Lucas, still needs to go through way harsher trials if he is ever going to truly awaken, like making him taste the pain of losing his family and everything else. Cue the ominous shot of Julia, practically screaming that tragedy is coming for the Ryan family. Suddenly, we cut to a completely different place, as faint voices echo repeatedly in the dark, begging Lucas to wake up. Half-conscious, he mumbles, asking who is there. Suddenly, his parents and Julia flash in his mind, but they are covered in creepy red spots. He calls out to them in confusion, but suddenly, Julia cheers happily as she sees him move. Thank goodness, he is opening his eyes, but the dream turns pitch black. Intense pain hits him, turning his eyes bloodshot as he realizes in sheer panic that his body is moving completely on its own. He calls out to his family in absolute despair as the darkness swallows the last bits of his sanity. Suddenly, a loud shout snaps him awake. "Are you crazy? Why are you attacking me?" Lucas wakes up gasping in the Allen Magic Academy clinic. He is covered in bandages, and Kai is holding his bloody nose in pure frustration. Kai growls, asking if he is sleepwalking, threatening that he would have punched him if he were not already hurt. Lucas can only mumble apologies. Kai storms out, still nursing his sore nose. Left alone, Lucas sits up and touches his face, thinking about that terrifying dream. He wonders if that bizarre power from the cave is messing with his mind. Remembering how he lost control with the glowing mark on his chest, he realizes that he has absolutely never lost his sanity this badly before in his entire life. Wait, was it pure rage? He wonders if his mind got corrupted by letting anger take over during the fight. But in a life-or-death battle, who can actually hold back their anger? Looking at a glass of water nearby, he realizes he might need someone constantly close to him to physically hold him back whenever he fights. He immediately shakes his head. His mission partners and training buddies are all just regular students. It would be way too dangerous to expect them to stop him when he is raging. Staring blankly and touching his face thoughtfully, he quickly comes up with a pretty bold and crazy plan to keep his own raging power in check. That is it, he will just have to use himself to stop himself. Meanwhile, down the clinic hallway, some nurses are gossiping about the injured students who just returned. One of them sighs in relief that they survived the critical phase, but another wonders how even the highly skilled seniors got so brutally beaten up on a standard school mission. Nearby, Teacher Sigyn stumbles along with a liquor bottle. The gossip continues as someone mentions they got hurt while trying to protect their juniors. Apparently, they had to drag two useless deadweights from the martial arts department along, which explains the brutal injuries. Poor Mina lies motionless in bed, covered in head bandages. It seems she paid the heaviest price to keep the younger kids safe. But right at that exact moment, an absolutely terrifying, monstrous wave of raw pressure erupts out of nowhere. The terrified nurses cling to each other as a massive gust blows through, wondering where the wind is coming from with the doors shut tight. Sigyn freezes, dropping his bottle as it shatters, his eyes wide with fear. Feeling a very familiar energy, he realizes this aura belongs to a high-ranking martial artist. Is this a joke? Inside his closed room, Lucas is channeling all his energy into an ancient technique. He smiles smugly, pleased that his clone spell worked. Instantly, two identical clones appear next to him in a flash of light. Now, the three Lucases begin calculating based on an old book. A clone's power is only half of the original. If he splits into three, that power gets divided equally, meaning each copy is pretty weak. In fact, each clone only gets 1/6 of his real strength. Looking at his hand, he realizes this makes them quite a bit too weak for real combat. It might not stop him if he goes completely berserk, but at least they will buy enough precious time for everyone else to safely run away. Suddenly, Lucas's ears twitch as he senses someone approaching. Turning around, he finds his homeroom teacher, Sigyn, standing right at the door, looking unusually serious for a change. Staring intensely at Lucas, the teacher speaks in a low tone, noting that from the entrance exam to the beast taming festival and now this mission, strange things always happen around him. Sigyn steps closer, demanding to know what he really is and why he sneaked into this school. Facing this intense interrogation and the glowing golden eyes of his teacher, Lucas has no choice but to stay silent. He just bows his head, leaving the room suffocatingly tense. Sweating bullets, Lucas tries to brush off the suspicion, claiming he has absolutely no idea what the teacher is talking about. He says he came to the Allen Magic Academy solely to study martial arts and get stronger. But in the blink of an eye, Sigyn has already closed the distance right behind him. Moving with terrifying speed that leaves Lucas unable to react, Sigyn lowers his voice, exerting heavy pressure. He demands to know what the kid's true strength actually is. Lucas rubs his chin, thinking, Sigyn is sharp. Having a watchdog like him makes school safe, yet a small seed of anxiety still lingers. Suddenly, the door flies open. An elegant woman steps inside, asking who Sigyn is. Lucas gasps in shock, crying out to his mother before introducing his teacher to diffuse the tension. He explains that this is Master Sigyn, his martial arts homeroom teacher, who just dropped by to teach him a few basic training techniques. Lucas mischievously adds that Sigyn warned him about fighting head-on clever kid. It makes Sigyn break into a cold sweat. Realizing Lucas knew his mother was coming all along, he heard her footsteps. Catherine smiles, saying she understands, but notes that today is a holiday. She politely asks Master Sigyn if he agrees that the boy should be resting. Sigyn sighs, realizing he is being politely kicked out. He promises not to let Lucas cause any trouble, then leaves. Catherine sits down by the hospital bed. She warns her son not to make selfish demands that might anger his teachers. She reveals that, worried about her children after the cave incident, she stayed at the Miranda estate. She waited for things to settle down before visiting. Teary-eyed, Julia gasps, realizing her mother has been close by this whole time. She wishes she could have seen her much sooner. With a sob, the little girl throws herself into her mother's arms. Lucas looks toward the door, curiously asking if their father did not come along, prompting Catherine to explain. The frontline war is turning bad, so right after escorting her to the estate, Lord Hope had to rush back to battle. Lucas silently reflects on the stubborn pride of the Miranda family. They are willing to welcome his mother, but flatly refuse to acknowledge his father. Right after, Catherine presents a beautiful wooden box, announcing it is a special gift, sent by his father to celebrate Lucas taking first place in the entrance exam. It holds the Ryan family heirloom sword. Although severely damaged in a Beastman war decades ago, it remains legendary. Damaged heavily in the war against the Beastman army decades ago, it is no longer highly practical, but it remains a priceless, deeply symbolic treasure of their family heritage. Holding the sword, Lucas feels the heavy weight of his father's expectations on his shoulders. He stares at the old blade, his eyes growing sharp and filled with absolute determination. He silently vows to give his all and never disappoint his father. Watching this, Julia pouts, teasing that he is just trying to flatter their dad. Lucas gently pats her head, laughing it off. He reminds her that their mother always spoils her the most. True enough, Catherine has brought a box of magic beast pills, along with piles of delicious cakes and donuts just for her. Julia squeals in delight, declaring she loves her mom the most. Seeing his sister happily eating, Lucas feels a warm sense of home. Suddenly, Catherine pulls out another item, asking Julia to deliver it to Jeremy later. Lucas curiously asks what it is. Catherine explains these are also magic beast pills prepared by Hope for Jeremy. Since Lady Jessica could not make it, she offered to deliver them. Although she does not care for Jeremy one bit, Julia reluctantly accepts, muttering that she really dislikes that stepbrother of hers, but she will drop it off after saying goodbye. Julia heads over to the boys' dormitory. The sudden appearance of the top genius from the elite class immediately draws everyone's attention, leaving students whispering and wondering why she is there. She was looking for her half-brother. Jeremy's friends are thrilled to see Julia, showering her with praise and suggesting she join them on their next mission. They insist on inviting this genius sister along, but the compliments accidentally strike a painful nerve in Jeremy's pride. Suddenly, he loses his mind in a fit of rage. He unleashes his thorny magic, attacking his own friends to everyone's horror. Jeremy walks forward, cloaked in a blazing green aura, his face twisted with pure resentment. Bitter that his parents have never once visited him at the academy, Jeremy grits his teeth, squeezing the medicine box. Jealousy consumes him, seeing all the affection and even the family sword go to Lucas. He cannot stand that a mere loser gets all the love. Swept up in absolute fury, he is sick of Lucas receiving everything while he is left in the shadows. Jeremy vows that everything belonging to Lucas will soon be his. But all good things must end. Catherine has to return to the Miranda estate to handle family affairs. Even though they cannot see her daily, knowing their mother is staying nearby in town for a while makes Lucas and Julia incredibly happy. Meanwhile, Lucas begins crafting a brand new pill. With Uru alongside him, he works to help Mina make a speedy recovery. Following her severe injuries, to avoid raising suspicions about his alchemy skills, Lucas has Julia deliver the pills, lying that they are a gift from the Miranda family. Mina is stunned by the miraculous healing effects, silently praising the prestige of a great noble family. Half a month flies by, and the academy erupts for the grand opening of the Allen Tower. Kai excitedly claims the iconic tower is shining just like his own dazzling aura, forcing Lucas to sigh at his friend's ridiculous delusion. Seriously, the guy is a massive narcissist. The classes quickly fall into formation, but the heavy, oppressive presence of Master Sigyn suddenly makes the entire crowd go quiet. With a cold, razor-sharp gaze, he sternly reminds them that this is a serious academic event, not a playground for games. He orders everyone to quickly take their assigned seats. Right away, malicious whispers begin spreading from the arrogant magic department students nearby. They mock the martial arts department as a bunch of dreamers chasing unrealistic fantasies far beyond their actual abilities. Kai grits his teeth in anger. He is furious at the insults thrown at his class, but Lucas places a calming hand on his shoulder, telling him to stay cool. Just as expected, the martial arts department, securing 20 slots for the Allen Tower, has the magic teachers burning with jealousy, pressuring the principal to give those slots back. Watching them claim that martial artists are useless to the Empire, Lucas coldly scoffed at their utter shamelessness. Meanwhile, Master Sigyn just walks past them, completely unbothered. He seems entirely unconcerned about his students losing their hard-earned slots. An announcement blares, telling the crowd that third-year students will enter the tower first. Every year, the third-year students enter the Allen Tower first to set an example for the freshmen. A loud announcement commands the upperclassmen to step forward and prepare. Jeremy tightly grips his weapon, sweat dripping from a mix of intense nerves and sheer excitement. After 3 years of hard work, he finally has his chance. He will finally step into this legendary tower. His friends tease him about barely scraping into the top 100 to qualify for the first time. Suddenly, Julia's sweet voice calls out to Jeremy from behind, stopping them. The group turns to look. Jeremy's friends instantly recognize the genius little sister of the Ryan family, showering her with praise. Julia beams, waving her hand to cheer him on. She tells him to do his absolute best. Jeremy blushes, sheepishly looking away as his friends tease him about not letting his brilliant little sister down. In reality, Julia only tags along because her mother told her to. She quietly thinks that if things get too ugly, the guy should just back out early. At least she can tell herself she did her duty. Meanwhile, Jeremy is practically burning with determination. He promises himself that right here at Allen Tower, he is absolutely going to surpass Lucas. With that massive ego fueled up, the group heads toward the gate. A blinding light flares to kick off the real deal. The moment they step inside, a booming, majestic voice echoes through the room, ordering everyone to put down their magic staffs and close their eyes. Jeremy pauses, feeling extremely suspicious because that voice sounds incredibly familiar, though he cannot put a finger on where he heard it. Meanwhile, a magic screen pops up to monitor the students as they meditate. Inside the control room, Principal Otani, with his long white beard, quietly watches the screen, muttering that it is finally time to start. He places his hand onto a massive, ancient mechanical wheel. He channels his energy, making the wheel glow with a brilliant golden light. His eyes flash with pure power as a massive wave of energy erupts, completely filling the entire research room. The majestic tower is suddenly engulfed in a sea of blazing soul fire, lighting up the entire academy. Standing down below, Lucas can only watch in absolute shock, wondering what is happening. How could this academy have a martial artist whose power completely eclipses Master Saigon? Right then, Lucas finally realizes the real reason behind Master Saigon's crazy confidence. Saigon was absolutely positive the martial artist would gain entry to Allen Tower, and that is because the person holding the key and possessing the power to open this place is actually the strongest martial artist in the entire academy. Inside the tower, a hyper-realistic virtual space begins to unfold. Jeremy steps out of a brilliant blue magic vortex, completely shocked to find that even though it is just his consciousness, every single sensation feels incredibly real. Even his magic staff carries the exact same heavy weight he is used to. Noticing the rookie looking completely dazed by the realism, a smug upperclassman chimes in with a smirk. "Is this your very first time?" The absolute best thing about Allen Tower is this mind-blowing realism. But their little chat gets cut short real quick by a harsh voice. Another team member barks at them to stop standing around, gossiping, and get moving to meet up with their squad already. Jeremy clicks his tongue, clearly annoyed by the bossy attitude, but quietly heads toward the massive tower standing in the center of the illusion forest. Meanwhile, back on the outside, Lucas is closely watching everything unfold inside the tower through a glowing magical screen. His eyes flash with a brilliant golden light as he realizes something pretty interesting. So even while standing out here, if I can sense the mental energy waves, I can actually see what the students inside are doing. Then, he spots a hilarious scene. Jeremy is getting completely rejected by the upperclassmen right off the bat. Lucas cannot help but smirk, thinking poor Jeremy is already getting excluded at the very beginning. Next to him, Master Saigon confirms that anyone with strong enough spiritual energy can observe the inside. He decides to give them a quick rundown, explaining how the whole process works once the test begins. Students will be teleported to totally random locations around the central tower. They can choose to go completely solo or team up, but each group is strictly limited to 3 people max. Saigon strongly advises that, to reach the higher floors of the tower, teamwork is absolutely crucial. Kai immediately begs Lucas to team up, but Lucas flatly rejects him because he already plans to go with Anto and Dezio. Lucas explains that based on the tournament rankings, the top 3 are guaranteed to be split up to keep things balanced. Kai is so shocked he literally turns to stone, crying that maybe he is just too good to be included. Saigon quietly watches Lucas with a knowing look. Suddenly, a bright flash at the tower gate catches everyone's eye. Someone just got eliminated. They walk out through a cloud of dust. Turns out it is a group of 3rd years, but they got absolutely wrecked way too fast. Master Saigon explains that the phantom enemies inside Allen Tower scale automatically in power depending on the actual abilities of the student. Every single year, there are always arrogant overachievers who underestimate their opponents and get tossed out of the tower instantly. Lucas stands there staring at the glowing tower, feeling pretty curious about how Jeremy is holding up inside. Meanwhile, deep within the tower walls, Jeremy actually manages to group up with his team, and they are already rushing to the 2nd floor. Watching on the screen, Lucas admits the guy has crazy luck. Jeremy's squad steps through the portal. They officially set foot on the second floor of Allen Tower. The place is a gorgeous cavern packed with giant, glowing red crystals. They march ahead cautiously, totally unaware that from high above, massive shadows with glowing red eyes are watching them. Suddenly, Jeremy senses intense bloodlust just as a pack of fierce, green monsters plunges down from the ceiling, growling like crazy. Jeremy reacts in a split second, swinging his magic staff to summon a mass of glowing green vines that wrap around and bind the monsters tightly in midair. The monsters shriek in pain as the vines squeeze them tight. Without losing a second, another teammate channels magic into his palms and unleashes an earth wave skill, sending a massive wave of dust straight into the trapped beasts. Jeremy's thorny vines surge wildly, completely wrapping up and crushing the monsters into dust in a matter of seconds. System notifications pop up, confirming they defeated elite skeleton warriors and granting Jeremy 10 precious points. Standing in the middle of the debris, the group lets out a sigh of relief because the second floor is every bit as dangerous as the rumors say. But they decide to keep moving while their energy is still high. Deep in the second floor, Jeremy keeps showing off his skills, easily taking down a beastman scout to farm more points. His teammates are not slacking off either, as they slice through entire ranks of skeleton warriors using powerful water blades. Rapid-fire magic attacks of both flame and water are unleashed constantly, clearing every single obstacle in their path. With the test over, they exit the tower in high spirits. One teammate teases his buddy for getting wiped out early, but he is still smiling, because at least they did not finish last on the scoreboard. Seeing Jeremy dead silent the whole way, a friend curiously asks if he is upset. Jeremy just offers a soft smile and says, "Of course I am happy." Looking up at the majestic, towering structure, Jeremy silently realizes that his own father had to fight terrifying monsters just like this on a daily basis. He feels like he is finally one step closer to matching his father's legendary legacy. A few hours later, Allen Tower glows brilliantly against the academy sky. Watching from afar, Lucas realizes that by sensing the flow of mental energy, he can clearly keep tabs on everything happening all the way up to the third floor. During these trials, virtual enemies with all kinds of crazy abilities show up, and the difficulty spikes higher and higher with every single floor the students climb. Lucas silently wonders if these phantom creatures are actually modeled after real monsters roaming around the outside world. Because if that is indeed the case, then the combat experience of the master who created Allen Tower must be absolutely insane. He glances over at Seigen, suspecting the teacher has already figured out his true power. But since everyone is just silently watching without stepping in, Lucas wonders if Seigen is secretly playing favorites. Suddenly, a loud announcement orders the very last group to quickly gather at the entrance to begin. The big moment has finally arrived. While the top group approaches the fourth floor, Mina and her team, who previously got. The top tamer from the festival is bursting with confidence and ready to keep up. Spotting Mina gearing up to enter the tower, Julia cheers enthusiastically from right behind her. "Good luck, Mina." Appreciating the sweet enthusiasm, Mina turns around with a gentle smile to say thank you to Julia. Right then, an upperclassman approaches to kindly check on her. He asks if her injury is fully healed now. She confidently reassures him that she is completely fine, prompting the guy to cheer her on to do her absolute best. Naturally, the gossip mill starts spinning behind her back. People are whispering about her landing the vice president spot in her second year and her close ties with the genius freshman. Mina clicks her tongue at the petty rumors but immediately brushes it off. She has to focus on reaching the sixth floor to beat Theodore's legendary record. Meanwhile, over on the third floor, active lava rivers and absolute heat await the contestants. They are instantly surrounded by aggressive, purple monsters swinging massive clubs and looking for a fight. Mina orders everyone to ignore these weaklings and speedrun straight to the fourth floor. In a flash, the team transforms into streaks of light, blasting through the blazing sea of fire. After a mere 30 minutes, Mina's squad officially steps onto the fourth floor. It is a flex worthy of the strongest third-year team, but then they are caught off guard. They find themselves staring down a giant beastman elite, radiating a sinister purple aura. This monster is twice the size of those below, marking the exact spot where most students quit. Luckily, a lightning-fast strike bags them 80 points. Knocking out the beastman instantly showcases Mina's insane growth since her recent field mission. Her teammates can only watch with their jaws dropped in complete shock. To Mina, speedrunning is the priority, so a clean, rapid finish is best. After all, these monsters are nothing compared to that terrifyingly giant minotaur she survived earlier. She leaves the cleanup to her two teammates and dashes off alone to find the fifth floor path. Whipping through Beastman scouts to pile up points, Mina becomes a literal whirlwind of wind magic. She obliterates every single obstacle, with point notifications constantly popping up. Heading toward the tower glowing with a bright red energy, Mina and her crew finally make it to floor 5 of Allen Tower. Even with soot smeared across her face, she smiles triumphantly, glad that they have finally made it up here. Meanwhile, watching from the outside, Instructor Segan notes the leaderboard, pointing out that 3 students have already reached the 5th floor, a much better record than last year. Hearing this, Kai immediately feels the crushing weight of peer pressure. Floor 5? How on earth am I supposed to match that? Sigan notices his student's anxiety and steps in to calm him down, reminding him that there is no need to rush. For a first-year student, making it to the 3rd floor is already impressive. Keep grinding, and those level 5 monsters will eventually feel like a joke. Watching Sigan's calm attitude, Lucas realizes something. Their teacher was definitely a legendary pro back in his tower-running days. A moment later, the gates slowly creak open as Mina's team finishes their run, but something looks seriously wrong. Mina keeps her eyes on the floor, on the verge of tears from disappointment. Failing to break her predecessor's record stings hard. Meanwhile, in the student council room, Theodore is relaxing with his feet up. He sips his tea while watching Mina through a crystal ball, a smug smirk plastered across his face. Do you get it now, Mina? Theodore stares intently at her miserable expression. Glowing within the sphere, he mocks her arrogantly, muttering that she could never surpass a true genius. Outside, Julia excitedly shoots magic sparks from her fingertips to celebrate Mina's run. She managed to claim the #1 spot among the 3rd years. Lucas pours on the praise when he hears she climbed to floor 5, but Mina only gives a sad smile and sighs. He confesses that she still could not surpass President Theodore's legacy. Seeing her senior so down on herself, Julia quickly tries to comfort her, pointing out they both stopped on floor 5. So, it is basically a tie, right? But Mina shakes her head, explaining the brutal reality. By the time she actually saw the stairs to the 6th floor, she could barely even stand. Meanwhile, back in his day, Theodore had climbed to the very top steps and almost unlocked the 6th floor door. She admits she is still leagues behind him in stamina, tactics, and magic. It is a total defeat in every way. Shaking off the gloom, Mina changes the subject, asking the siblings about their team setup. Julia proudly beams, announcing she is pairing up with Iwa, even though the noble lady stands there with her arms crossed, looking incredibly annoyed. She claims she only did it because her father ordered her to. Lucas silently connects the dots. Word of Julia's official recognition by the Miranda family must have reached Iwa. Lucas then shares that he is teaming up with his roommates, Anto and Decio. Julia asks if they had some sort of falling out, but Lucas clarifies that their massive rank gap forced them into separate groups. Hearing this, Kai dramatically lunges forward, hugging Lucas and weeping. You cold-blooded traitor, how could you abandon me for someone else? While Kai is throwing a hysterical fit, TC suddenly appears out of nowhere and invites him to join her squad. TC smiles, explaining that her team desperately needs a powerful vanguard like him. The second he hears this request from the class representative, Kai pulls a total 180-degree turn. He smoothly brushes his hair back, confidently declaring that he will join since they begged so desperately. Watching his friend switch up faster than lightning, Lucas is left completely speechless. Kai is honestly a shameless gold medalist in flip-flopping. Shortly after, Instructor Saigon arrives at the training grounds, pleased to see everyone partnered up. He glares at the class, demanding absolute fire. He knows all too well the harsh insults thrown at the martial arts department behind their backs. Over on the sidelines, the magic department students never stop whispering their mockery. They claim the martial arts kids will get disqualified immediately, calling their tower slots a complete waste of space. Segan fires a sharp, intense gaze directly at his students. He asks if they want to be looked down on forever. Obviously, nobody wants that. TC confidently speaks up, promising they will train like hell to ruin the snobs' expectations. It will prove they earned their place in Allen Tower through raw strength. The entire class roars in agreement, determined to snatch that #1 spot. Segan smiles inwardly. He masterfully flips the trash talk into pure fuel, igniting the fighting spirit of the martial arts department instead of letting them get discouraged. His brilliant reverse psychology works like a charm. To prepare for the smart, unpredictable illusion enemies waiting inside the tower, the class plunges headfirst into incredibly brutal group training sessions. They must build perfect chemistry. During their short breaks, Sigan patiently explains the distinct traits of the various monstrous races they are bound to encounter inside. He highlights the terrifying physical power of the Beastmen. The instructor even puts on a monster mask to roleplay as the enemy, demanding his students treat sparring like a real life-or-death battle. They must fight as if a real Beastman is trying to rip them apart. Even though every single day is pure torture, not one student complains. Everyone is locked in on conquering Allen Tower and making a name for themselves. Finally, the big day arrives for the freshmen. A massive official notice is posted, confirming the martial arts department's participation is fully valid and they are cleared to enter the tower. Under the bright morning sun, Allen Tower radiates a majestic golden glow, waiting for its challengers. Nearby, the magic students watch them closely, eyes still full of prejudice and doubt. Before they step inside, Saigon gives them one final, crucial piece of advice. Regroup at the central stairs immediately. If you can run, do it without hesitation. But if you cannot, fight like your lives depend on it and take down at least one enemy. Of course, the magic students immediately turn these inspiring words into a complete joke, sneering and laughing at them. They mockingly point out that even their own homeroom teacher has zero faith in them. One of these clowns even bets that the entire martial arts department will get wiped out in under 3 minutes. Hearing the trash talk, Kai just scoffs in pure disgust, telling them to keep barking like the brain-dead fools they are. Meanwhile, Lucas remains insanely calm, quietly noticing how much his friend Kai has actually grown. Right on cue, an examiner walks over and orders the 12 of them to follow him. Lucas steps up to lead the rookies, marching forward with an absolutely terrifying presence that screams they mean business. From his office, Principal Otani quietly watches Lucas through a magic screen. He cannot help but marvel, since it has been years since this many martial artists entered the Allen Tower. He truly believes the legacy left behind by the martial god might finally fulfill its purpose. Right on cue, Lucas narrows his eyes with absolute determination, ready to conquer the challenges inside the tower. While the other students strictly stick to their teacher's orders, carefully avoiding enemies to reach the central stairs, Lucas decides to throw the rules out the window and head in a completely different direction. He knows for a fact that the entire first floor is goblin territory, and these annoying pests always use thick fog magic to completely blind their targets before they strike. As soon as the hazy white mist starts creeping in, Lucas immediately takes action. He tells Anto and Decio to wait up for a second, claiming he needs to run a quick little test first. Slipping deep into the fog, Lucas comes face to face with a hideous green goblin breathing out nasty gray smoke. Talk about ugly. But hey, this is exactly what he planned for. When his clone easily finishes off the beast, absolutely no point notification pops up on his screen. That is when Lucas realizes the energy creating these tower monsters actually feels incredibly familiar to him. It is the exact same energy he uses for his own clones. He is completely sure these phantoms were created by the legendary martial arts master who built this entire tower in the first place. Since his clones and these illusion monsters share the exact same energy signature, nobody will ever detect him using his cloning skill. His master plan is officially in motion, and it is flawless. He decides to leave a clone behind to keep Anto and Decio safe, while his real self quietly slips away to climb higher. Then, a crazy idea strikes him since they share the same energy source. Can he do more? Could he actually shapeshift his own clones into terrifying magical beasts? Lucas immediately starts the experiment, and a brilliant golden aura completely wraps around his clones to begin the transformation. In just a split second, 2 fierce goblins appear right in front of him. Lucas smirks, highly pleased that he can customize his clones to look like literally whatever he wants. Meanwhile, Principal Otani is still quietly watching him through the magic screen. He cannot help but praise the boy, remembering how he previously noticed Lucas sneaking around. He knew the kid often sneaked into the library to study, but he never expected Lucas to master such a high-level cloning technique this incredibly fast. The principal wonders if Lucas will carry his classmates on his back again by farming points for them. He knows that giving them too much free help might actually stunt their growth, and he hopes the boy realizes that. Meanwhile, in another part of the tower, some of the other students are getting themselves into serious trouble. A massive shadow suddenly looms over them, making everyone panic and scream to stay away. It is a giant green goblin with glowing red eyes, slowly marching forward with its creepy little minions. They know that fighting even 2 regular goblins is their absolute limit right now. The giant beast opens its massive, fanged mouth, ready to swallow them whole as they freeze in fear. Desperate cries for help echo through the fog, but right then, a strange light shines down from above, catching everyone's eye. Lucas calmly steps in, telling his panicked classmates to chill out. Since the fog is so incredibly thick, the big guy actually cannot see a single thing. Plus, these first-floor giants are notoriously dumb and move slower than a snail. He orders them to stay away from the boss and take out the weak minions first. The group quickly dashes through the heavy mist, focusing all their energy on their very first real challenge. Thanks to some perfectly timed coaching, they dodge every blow and land clean counters, slowly wearing the monster down. Suddenly, a bright game notification pops up right in front of them. Scout Goblins successfully defeated, plus 10 points. Their teamwork is actually paying off big time. The group stares at the beast in absolute shock as it begins to dissolve. It literally crumbles into glowing energy fragments. They cannot believe they actually pulled it off. One student excitedly yells that the teacher was right. Teamwork really is the cheat code to victory. They eagerly charge forward to farm more points from the remaining targets. Watching from the back, Lucas quietly smiles, knowing that raw power alone is not enough to win. It takes cool judgment and real courage to survive. He smirks to himself, playfully wondering if using his beast clones to train his classmates like this counts as a form of cheating. He just hopes this little trial helps them experience the true, blood-pumping thrill of a real fight. Outside the tower, the smug magic class teacher smirks as he watches Lucas's group get surrounded by 3 monsters in the thick fog. He sneers, thinking they are completely done for. He mockingly calls them unlucky trash, who are bound to die. The magic students nearby quickly chime in, bragging that even they struggle with 3 monsters, so those martial arts weaklings stand absolutely zero chance. The teacher confidently boasts that they will get beaten up and come running out crying any second now. To him, those idiots are just making a complete mockery of themselves. He glances over at Saigon, silently mocking the martial arts instructor's quiet confidence as a total joke. Meanwhile, Sigan remains completely silent with his arms crossed, keeping his eyes glued to the screen as he watches the battle unfold. Facing 3 at once is tough, but Sigan knows that if they just keep their cool, they can win. Suddenly, the magic screen flashes with a massive, blinding golden light. The magic teacher turns completely pale, gasping in disbelief at the sudden change. The crowd of students outside is totally lost, murmuring that the thick fog makes it impossible to see. They wonder if the rookies are running away in fear. But the reality is the exact opposite. Inside the fog, the monsters are getting absolutely slaughtered by the martial arts freshmen. Through the thick white haze, 3 figures with glowing, lethal eyes emerge as they completely flip the script. The giant green goblin watches in horror as its allies drop like flies. A sharp blade drives straight through the giant beast's chest with unbelievable force, putting it down for good. Their execution is insanely smooth, showing off some next-level squad coordination. Another scout goblin is slain, adding 10 more points to their score. It is an absolute masterclass from the martial arts freshman. Meanwhile, the arrogant magic teacher looks like he just saw a ghost. His face twists in pure horror at the unbelievable that it makes zero sense for mere martial artists to put down 2 high-level goblins that quickly. In stark contrast to his panic, Saigon lets out a proud smile and quietly praises them. He then loudly announces their very first major victory to the entire student body outside. He tells them that one of their teams has already taken down 2 elite enemies. As long as they fight exactly like he taught them, these tower monsters are absolutely nothing to fear. Hearing this, the remaining martial arts students fire up, determined not to lose to their classmates. The bitter magic teacher desperately tries to save face, muttering that it was all pure luck. However, someone immediately calls him out on his obvious hypocrisy. But Saigon is not even paying attention. Staring quietly at the glowing tower, he senses a strange energy signature suddenly vanish. He cannot help but wonder if Lucas has just pulled off another one of his wild stunts. Hidden away on a high tree branch, Lucas suddenly lets out a massive sneeze. An image of his little sister pops into his head, cheering her amazing big brother on. Believing he will reach the top, Lucas jumps down from the tree. Anto and Decio spot him immediately, and seeing that everyone is completely safe, they cheer with joy. They gasp in relief that Lucas is safe, asking where on earth he disappeared to because they were worried sick. Lucas realizes he got teleported pretty far, but thankfully they found their way back. Back at the assembly point, a male student cheers excitedly upon seeing Lucas, while their female classmate warmly congratulates the trio for making it back in one piece. Lucas waves back, quietly sighing in relief. Even though everyone is exhausted, nobody seems to have any serious injuries. He looks off into the distance, hoping the group led by Slide will arrive soon. Seeing Lucas space out, Anto curiously asks if something is wrong. Lucas just smiles and says it is nothing, then looks back up at the glowing peak of the tower. He tells himself that once everyone finally gathers, the entire martial arts department will advance to the 2nd floor together. Meanwhile, outside the tower, the magic students gather to gossip in absolute and utter shock. They cannot believe the martial arts department has not lost a single team yet, but they quickly sneer, claiming those physical fighters are just running away and panicking inside the tower. An anxious magic student runs over to ask the teacher about the martial arts group. Old Greg grits his teeth in angry silence, sweat dripping down his face in pure frustration. How on earth did they all reach the 2nd floor already? Greg fumes in silence, knowing even the best magic freshmen often get eliminated on floor 1, yet those weaklings somehow escaped every single enemy. To make matters worse, he realizes if the martial arts department keeps advancing like this, they will soon monopolize all the resources and leave the magic class with absolutely nothing. They are becoming a real threat. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Lucas hides behind a tree, keeping a close eye on the hideous green monsters wandering around the area. He wonders how they can even fight when there are this many of them. He recalls that from the second floor up, teams get randomly teleported based on their previous performance. The stronger the team, the tougher the challenge will be. Realizing he needs to find his other classmates immediately, Lucas activates his spiritual energy to summon several glowing wolf beast clones. Golden wolves quickly materialize to carry out his order. Back with his team, Dezio anxiously asks how things are on his end, and Lucas calmly warns them that enemies are roaming in massive packs. Anto agrees that avoiding combat is completely impossible now. Lucas just shrugs, pointing out that the whole purpose of the Allen Tower Challenge is to gain real combat experience anyway. Nodding in agreement, Anto says they cannot just run away the entire time. Suddenly, a monster spots them, but Lucas quickly dodges the incoming strike and reassures everyone he is fine. Dezio is completely shocked because he did not even realize two enemies had snuck up that close. He shivers, thinking he would have been instantly eliminated if he were alone. The giant magic wolf roars and lunges straight at Lucas with terrifying force. Keeping his cool, Lucas focuses his sharp gaze and reaches out to block the heavy strike midair. Lucas quickly realizes these monsters are incredibly cunning, using a diversion to call for reinforcements. He shouts a loud warning to his teammates to stay on high guard. This is just the vanguard, so if they do not finish them off quickly, they will be surrounded by reinforcements. Meanwhile, Dezio suddenly panics as he realizes something terrible. His short sword is completely gone, and honestly, you cannot make this stuff up. Anto asks what happened, and a sheepish Dezio stammers that he threw it away in panic. Lucas suddenly senses raw, killing intent coming from beneath them. He shouts to look out, just as a glowing green shadow bursts out from the ground to attack. The monster launches a lightning-fast attack right at Anto. He barely dodges, realizing Teacher Saigon was absolutely right about the second-floor beasts being on a whole different level. Compared to Floor 1, they are not only much stronger but also far smarter, knowing exactly how to ambush their targets and even steal their weapons. The green wolf smugly swings the stolen hammer right at Anto. However, Anto just smirks with absolute confidence, telling the beast it will regret stealing from him very soon. Anto feels lucky he spent his points to buy the Dragonstone gauntlets. He concentrates all his strength into a devastating punch, straight to the monster jaw, roaring loudly. Did that beast seriously think it could match his raw strength? Talk about a bad idea. As Anto battles the wolf, he shouts out for Dezio immediately. Dezio rushes in to help, shouting that he has got his back. Seizing the moment of the monster vulnerability, Anto channels all his power into a glowing fist and signals. Unleashing his devastating Earth Dragon Strike, he roars for the beast to take this. A system notification pops up, confirming they successfully eliminated the Beast Scout. This adds 10 valuable points to their group score. Watching their flawless teamwork, Lucas smiles and praises their coordination, leaving a smug Anto scratching his head while Dezio looks on. Dezio is still stunned by how easily Lucas handled it. Looking at the dissolving monster behind them, Lucas loudly encourages them to keep moving forward for their martial arts department. The steady progress of the martial arts department leaves the magic teachers completely baffled. They should have fallen the moment they stepped onto floor 2. Some even wonder if the tower lowered its difficulty for them, but that ridiculous theory is quickly shut down. Senior instructors would definitely notice such an anomaly right away. Old Greg watches with a highly twisted, angry face, gritting his teeth as control slips away from him completely. Meanwhile, massive explosions shake the caves of the second floor. Anto and Dezio are fighting with everything they have got against a relentless swarm of skeleton warriors. Despite his dirt-stained face and minor cuts, Anto stubbornly swings his heavy sword, shattering the charging skeleton monsters into absolute dust. A skeleton suddenly ambushes him from behind, but Anto quickly spins around to deliver a crushing blow that shatters it completely. Out of breath, Anto asks his teammate. He asks how many they have defeated so far. Dezio replies it is probably only 3, wondering why he feels so exceptionally strong today, and neither of them realizes the truth. Lucas has been quietly watching over them from behind to keep them safe. Seeing that the entire martial arts department reached the second floor unharmed, he makes a decision. Activating the secret support technique of the prestigious Ryan family, known as the Hero Bloodline Array, he helps everyone overcome this difficult challenge together. On the tactical magic map, the groups begin moving toward Area B. Suddenly, a fierce beastman riding a glowing green wolf charges at them with extreme speed. He charges at terrifying speed with a deafening roar. Facing the aggressive pack, the team quickly takes a defensive stance, just as a brilliant spear of light rains down from above, impaling the giant wolf in a massive explosion. Amidst the dazzling spiritual energy, a female student draws her bow to fire sharp, supportive arrows for her team, targeting the golden wolf. Lucas stands tall on the mountain peak, quietly watching the battlefield where the Speed Wolves were totally wiped out. Notifications keep popping up, confirming 10 sweet points for every single kill. Over in Zone C, the team coordinates perfectly to strike a one-eyed Cyclops, bringing the massive creature down in no time, and they bag 25 bonus points. Over in Zone D, chaos erupts as the young warriors swing their swords, shredding incoming goblin scouts as point notifications flood the magical screen. Notifications for slaying goblin vanguards and beastmen scouts light up the magical display, leaving Lucas absolutely stunned by the raw, explosive power his team is pulling off. This is amazing. I did not expect us to take down this many enemies. At this rate, we might actually reach floor 3. Meanwhile, Lucas's golden wolf summon quietly watches his teammates from afar. Watching through his scrying orb, Old Man Greg breaks into a cold sweat. Seeing the bright dots representing the students surrounding the tower, he simply cannot believe his own eyes. What? They all reached floor 3? A booming announcement confirms that all 12 martial arts students have successfully reached the stairs leading up to the 3rd floor. The magic class instructors begin to panic in disbelief. They cannot comprehend how these fresh recruits became so terrifyingly strong, wondering what on earth Sigyn taught them. Greg grinds his teeth in rage, but then, a sinister smile creeps onto his face. He whispers to himself that success is impossible because some of those martial arts kids have already hit their physical limits. With an evil glint in his eyes, Greg confidently declares that they will soon be forcefully kicked out of the tower any second now. Inside the Allen Tower, the air grows heavy as physical exhaustion kicks in. Decio stumbles on the stone steps and collapses, gasping heavily for breath in pure fatigue. Lucas rushes over to support his teammate, asking if he can hold on. With a pale face, Decio barely manages to whisper back. He admits he has hit his absolute limit. Watching his hand fade into magical particles, he pleads, "Do not worry about me, just keep moving forward." But it is not just him. The other team members are completely drained too, collapsing onto the stone stairs. One girl tiredly announces she has reached her limit, while the rest do their best to encourage Lucas, telling him to reach floor 3 for them. They desperately want Lucas to show the magic department what the martial arts class is truly made of. Lucas gently places a hand on Decio's shoulder. Meanwhile, Anto grinds his teeth with determination, stating they made it this far and must reach floor 3. Lucas flashes a confident smile. He tells them they are a team, so they should pool their remaining strength to cross that 3rd floor threshold together as one single unit. Lucas's words ignite a fire in everyone. They cheer together, determined to squeeze out every drop of energy they have left to reach their goal. Under the brilliant light radiating from the peak of Allen Tower, all 12 martial arts rookies march forward together through glowing crystals. A genuine miracle occurs as every single one of them succeeds. They successfully set foot on the 3rd floor of the legendary tower. But is this really it? The true nightmare begins as bizarre purple creatures suddenly rise from the ground. They surge from a sea of fire and charge like crazy. Despite putting up a fight, the students are quickly overwhelmed by the swarm of aggressive monsters. Meanwhile, outside the tower, the eliminated students shudder as they recall the horrors. Floor 3 was just brutal. They could not even count how many enemies were swarming them. One student murmurs they were surrounded by 5 monsters and almost died. Watching from afar, Lucas notes that floor 3 is indeed their current limit. To avoid raising any suspicion, he purposely withdrew his real self while leaving his clone inside the tower. By quietly assisting the second group of martial arts students, he can easily guide them. Using his special heroic battlefield skill, he can safely guide everyone up to floor 3. That way, the entire class secures higher scores, while he successfully keeps a low profile. Checking the scoreboard, Kai and Lena scored 55 points while he sits at 43. Lucas smiles subtly, realizing his department is totally stealing the show and causing a massive shockwave of disbelief. The magic students are in absolute shambles, whispering in pure shock. It is impossible. How could every single martial arts student make it to floor 3? Usually, only the elite class can pull off something like that. Watching the massive rise of the martial arts department, Instructor Greg grinds his teeth in sheer hatred. Sweat pours down his distorted face. This is bad. They absolutely must defeat the martial arts department. Both in total points and floors cleared, the magic class simply cannot lose to mere warriors. Right on cue, a magic rookie is blasted out of the tower, while another struggles to survive against fire monsters. Dino Tani watches quietly through his magic orb and sighs in disappointment, wondering if losing to physical warriors is really that hard for them to accept. They wasted magic like water on floor 1, so what do they expect to do on floors 2 and 3? The rookie's complete lack of composure leaves the dean shaking his head. The scoreboards flash absolutely tragic numbers. Groups 3 and 4 are wiped out on floor 2, and even the best group, Group 8, gets instantly crushed on floor 3. Seeing the embarrassing results, Greg loses his mind, his face twisting in humiliation. He realizes not a single magic student ranked under 40 even reached floor 3. Some teams were even wiped out on floor 1. Fuming with rage, Greg grabs his colleague's collar and screams in frustration, declaring that this is completely wrong. This must be a trap designed against the magic class. The monsters only grew stronger when it was our turn. Talk about blaming the game after losing, right? Seeing Greg lose all self-control, Instructor Linda steps up coldly, telling him to stop denying reality in front of the students before throwing in a sarcastic remark. Does Instructor Greg not know that Allen Tower is functioning perfectly normal? Or are you trying to say your own sensory abilities have gone completely rusty? His pride shattered, Greg grinds his teeth so hard they bleed, glaring with pure hatred at Saigon and Lucas. He silently curses them both, while Linda just smiles warmly. She praises the martial arts class for outperforming the magic class. Saigon remains completely calm, humbly stating that this success is entirely due to the hard work of his students. Noting that the elite class is up next, Saigon tells Linda to head back to her post, but she casually brushes it off, saying she has nothing to worry about. She confidently states she has the absolute best representatives of her class right there. Julia and Iwa step forward proudly, earning admiring glances from the crowd. A glowing Julia brags to her peers that her brother is amazing, and if he gets serious, he can climb way past floor 4, instantly deflating the magic rookies. Feeling humiliated before their trial even begins, the magic rookies watch as Julia's group is called. From afar, Lucas waves and shouts out, telling Julia to do her best. He reminds her to eat his candy. Julia cheerfully shouts back and heads into the glowing gate with her team, leaving the examiner utterly bewildered by the mention of candy. He wondered why the boy chose this exact moment to say that. But the second he saw Julia pop that thing into her mouth, his eyes went wide in pure shock as the truth finally clicked. It was no ordinary candy. It was a high-grade mana recovery pill that worked at lightning speed. Such premium pills were incredibly expensive because masters who could actually craft them were extremely rare these days. Giving away such a priceless treasure just for a basic school trial was pure luxury. Meanwhile, Julia made a face at the incredibly bitter taste, realizing she had been totally tricked yet again. The poor girl just had to suck it up. Lucas wore a scheming smile, thinking that even though Julia already had plenty of mana, everyone took enhancers before exams anyway, so his sister deserved the absolute best advantage too. He wanted to guarantee a flawless show at the Allen Tower. The moment the trial started, Julia unleashed an overwhelming display of raw power that left everyone absolutely terrified. Swinging her staff, her eyes flared with immense power as she cried out for heaven's thunder to descend, calling down massive bolts of purple lightning from the void. The blinding flashes completely swallowed the giant one-eyed monsters and bizarre beasts. Watching this insane spectacle unfold, Iwa Miranda was left totally speechless. She stood utterly stunned by her younger cousin's ridiculous natural talent, wondering how someone could control lightning with such pinpoint accuracy, vaporizing enemies without scorching a single blade of grass. Julia turned to Iwa with a bright, confident grin, excitedly telling her to stay close because she was about to hard carry this entire team on the 3rd floor of Allen Tower. Amidst rivers of glowing, hot lava, devastating strikes of electricity kept raining down from above, instantly pulverizing every single monster lingering in their path. Standing proudly in the middle of the flames, Julia summoned her mighty Thunderbird to completely sweep the battlefield. She beamed brightly and urged them on, telling Iwa and Derek to keep moving forward. Derek let out a huge sigh of relief, admitting that without Julia, his fire magic would have struggled hard against those fire-resistant lizards. Honestly, who wouldn't want to carry like Julia on their team? She happily replied that it was all about great team chemistry. Meanwhile, Iwa crossed her arms proudly, thinking that if this were the real world, he could easily mind control those beasts to make them destroy each other. But hearing Julia constantly praise her actual skills on a real battlefield made her freeze up. Iwa went completely quiet, bitterly realizing that her psychological magic was absolutely useless against mindless phantoms inside this place. Inside this tower, Iwa gripped her staff tightly, feeling like total dead weight since she could only scout enemy positions. But seeing Julia's pure innocence and absolute trust in her, she felt a sudden twinge of guilt. Iwa actually couldn't help but feel deeply touched. Blushing, she turned away and loudly declared she would let Julia take all the spotlight this time, before suddenly charging ahead. Julia rubbed her nose, asking why she stopped so suddenly and if there were enemies. Iwa looked flustered, replying it was probably just her imagination, but deep down, her mind was racing with doubts. She kept sensing a bizarre presence that felt neither like an enemy nor a classmate. Meanwhile, Julia excitedly asked Iwa to find the path with the fewest monsters when they reached the 4th floor, just as a loud announcement echoed across the academy. The first 3 students had already reached the 4th floor. Watching from the shadows, Lucas broke into a cold sweat, muttering that he was almost busted. Mind mages were seriously sharp. Outside, the crowd went absolutely wild over this shocking achievement by the freshman. After 35 long years of waiting, teacher Linda proudly claimed this proved her brilliant teaching methods, while her other colleagues argued it was simply due to the students' own extraordinary, hard-working efforts. Lucas smiled quietly. He knew the medicine only boosted her mana, and how far she went was entirely up to Julia's own talent. For now, his job was just to watch his sister grow. Inside the tower, Julia was focusing with extreme intensity, sending bright purple lightning crackling violently around her magic staff. Suddenly, Iwa screamed a frantic warning to watch out behind them on the right. There were 4 beast archers, skeletal, ferocious monster snipers aiming right at them. A burst of bright red fire deflected the attack. Derek swung his staff, shouting out to let him handle this, stepping in front to shield Julia since she must be exhausted. He launched a rapid series of powerful fire spells to counter those monstrous archers who were frantically raining down a barrage of arrows. A giant magic circle glowed beneath his feet, incinerating the beasts in a sea of flames within a split second. Smug with his achievement, Derek turned around to show off, asking how they liked his fire magic. But Iwa completely ignored his boasting, coldly warning that a massive wave of enemies was closing in and urging them to move. Left completely ignored, Derek could only sulk and chase after them. While Julia and Iwa had already dashed far ahead, Iwa tensely warned them of what lay ahead. About a dozen enemies were charging straight at them at terrifying speed. Iwa agilely dodged their lethal strikes, but suddenly, heavy iron gates slammed down, blocking their path, completely sealing off the exit and trapping the group in a cage. From the gloomy shadows, a massive minotaur-like beast with a boar head loomed over them. Standing beside it was a white wolf with glowing red eyes, growling menacingly. Facing these high-level beasts, the tiny Iwa stood completely paralyzed in sheer terror. She gritted her teeth in frustration at the solid iron bars, realizing only a metal mage could break them out. But there was another way. Julia immediately swung her hand, activating her lightning shield, and explosive pink-purple electricity blasted back the charging wolf, leaving it paralyzed. Extreme heat could also melt metal. Catching on, Iwa quickly split up the tasks, telling the others to hold off the enemies while Derek focused on melting the cage. The giant boar roared furiously, charging with its pack of wolves and putting suffocating pressure on their barrier. Right in the middle of this chaos, a mysterious voice suddenly rang out, advising her that the 4th one on the left was the fastest but also the weakest. Julia immediately focused her sight, instantly striking down that weak target. Urging them to hurry, Iwa activated her mind magic, a glowing red circle appearing on her forehead as she yelled that there was no time to explain. 2 on the right, hurry. Julia smiled confidently, replying with a loud Roger as massive purple lightning bolts exploded directly down on those beasts, leaving them shrieking in agony. Iwa maintained her mental pressure to guide her teammates, but she was deeply shocked by how tanky these enemies actually were. If these had been 3rd-floor monsters, they would have been blown to bits ages ago. As expected, the 4th-floor enemies were on a whole different level. After constant attacks, Julia began to wear out, gasping heavily that her mana was almost totally depleted. She apologized, saying she could only bind the giant's movements for now. Iwa gritted her teeth with determination, telling her to find an opening and take out the wolf. Summoning her last bit of energy, a giant lightning wolf erupted and swallowed the enemy. In the blinding light, 4 magic wolves howled in pain before vanishing entirely amidst the ruins. Standing in the wreckage, Iwa sighed with relief, realizing they had finally beaten them all. With that giant completely frozen, we are totally safe now, right? I seriously thought it was game over for us, Julia asked, wearing a bright grin and looking incredibly excited. Once we get out of this place, can I proudly brag about protecting everyone like a real class president? Iwa softly warns her not to get too ahead of herself, earning a cheeky smile. But their relaxed attitude immediately backfires when a massive purple monstrosity crashes in. It suddenly shatters the barrier and lunges to attack. Iwa is stunned, realizing she was way too careless to not notice a new wave of enemies creeping up. As Julia screams in terror, Derek leaps forward in the nick of time to shield them and yells, "Get out of here right now. Run while you still can." Julia weeps in absolute despair, watching her comrade sacrifice himself for her, as Derek channels every ounce of his power. He tears open a tiny gap in the barrier, barely wide enough for one person, and fiercely orders Julia to escape. Although Julia desperately wants to stay and fight by his side, Derek, drenched in sweat, flatly refuses to let her. Unwilling to let her waste her precious mana on this floor, Derek gathers every scrap of his strength to hold back the evil entity, his own eyes burning with sheer determination. Derek roars for Julia to keep moving forward, no matter what. Instantly, An earth-shattering fire magic explosion erupts, swallowing the entire space of the Allen Tower in a raging sea of crimson flames. Things are looking incredibly grim. With 2 teammates down, only one person is left standing on the 4th floor. Derek can only hope his sacrifice was worth it. I instinctively shielded Julia because she is the only one who can keep climbing, he tells himself. Nearby, Iwa walks away, offering a pretty cold shrug. To her, she simply repaid a debt. If this place was not the Allen Tower where spiritual mages suffer such a massive disadvantage, she would never have lost to anyone. She glances back at the completely exhausted Julia. Up in the observation room, Principal Otani closely watches through his magic crystal ball, offering high praise for Hung, their scout. A scout to track enemy movements, an engineer to disarm the traps. They all understand their strengths and weaknesses, making incredibly smart decisions under pressure. Simply brilliant. The same holds true for the final 2 competitors inside. Right at that moment, deep within the tower, an ancient library burns fiercely after being completely cleared of all monsters. Lucas calmly adjusts his cuffs, staring down at the scuff marks on the floor. Looking at these fresh tracks, he figures Julia must have already swept through this zone. Meanwhile, Julia is desperately racing against the clock. Gritting her teeth, she knows she has to reach the safe zone before her mana runs completely dry. Too bad a massive horde of beasts has other plans. Giant ants and wild predators swarm her from every single angle. Remembering her fallen friends, she begs them to wait for her. With a fierce cry to get back, she unleashes roaring violet lightning. The giant scorpions surrounding her are instantly vaporized. Standing amid the smoking wreckage, sparks still crackling around her, she vows that her friends' sacrifices will absolutely not be in vain. Suddenly, Julia gasps in surprise as a wave of weird energy washes over her, instantly wiping away all her exhaustion. And that warm boost is all thanks to her brother. Lucas had quietly activated his hero's battle cry skill, granting his sister a 30% boost to attack and defense for 10 minutes. This should cover her on the 4th floor, he thinks. With this power-up, Julia should easily clear the 4th floor. Knowing the Allen Tower will seal shut once the school trial ends, Lucas realizes this is his absolute last chance to explore the upper levels. Stepping onto the 5th floor, Lucas finds himself submerged in a massive, endless ocean. He immediately dives deep toward the dark seabed. Down here, terrifying giant anglerfish with razor-sharp teeth prowl the darkness. He quickly decides it is best to avoid any unnecessary fights. He needs to save his energy for the 6th floor. Up ahead, a giant merman wielding a trident stands guard alongside some bizarre, bug-eyed minions. Realizing these fishmen are pretty dim-witted, Lucas deploys a shape-shifting clone to distract them, easily slipping away to find the path up. Only 5 minutes later, Lucas bursts from the water like a streak of golden lightning, delivering a brutal downward strike that crushes a giant sea beast's head. 20 minutes fly by. Julia finally reaches a majestic ancient structure. Completely drained from back-to-back battles, the poor girl collapses onto the floor of the tower's safe zone. She lets out a tired but satisfied smile, whispering that she actually made it. Knowing his sister is safe, Lucas smiles with immense pride. He stands tall before a portal swirling with fiery red energy. He reaches out to touch the swirling dark mist. The second he steps through, Lucas feels like he is free-falling through a massive galaxy of thousands of glittering stars. Drifting through the endless void, he officially lands on the 6th floor of Allen Tower. Immediately, Lucas is stunned by the scenery, looking like he is standing in deep space. Giant rock slabs float in the empty void. He gasps in disbelief, wondering if this is really the 6th floor. Lucas takes a cautious step, feeling how unstable it is. Stepping onto a floating asteroid chunk, he looks around blankly. There is absolutely nothing here. No monsters, no structures, and it feels like even the concept of space does not exist. The only thing standing in this endless void is a massive, glowing ancient stone tablet. Lucas slowly steps closer to inspect it. Right away, he shivers as he realizes something is very wrong. This tablet is actively sucking in his aura. Suddenly, a circular symbol of 2 crossed weapons on its surface flares to life. The massive spike of energy catches the attention of Principal Otani. Watching from his office, the old man wonders if that boy really managed to climb all the way to the 6th floor. This is undoubtedly the legendary legacy of the warrior god, but his expression softens with worry as he glances at another monitor, noting it is a shame that the boy's little sister is hitting her absolute limit. Back down on the 5th floor, Julia is cornered by a vicious giant fish monster in the deep ocean trenches. Principal Otani can only watch and hope. How much she can learn before the Allen Tower shuts down depends entirely on you, Lucas. Meanwhile, Lucas stands frozen in front of the tablet as it radiates a blazing orange heat. A sharp, oppressive gaze flashes through his mind as a shadowy entity, with a glowing red core, screeches in pure hatred. It warns him that he may have won this round, But we have already sown our seeds across this entire world. Even if it takes tens of thousands of years, we will return. Standing before the endless dark, the warrior god radiates a majestic golden aura. Gritting his teeth in annoyance at the enemy's dramatic bragging, he simply tells the bastard to shut up and stop babbling. The warrior god is pretty hot-tempered. He channels his entire spiritual pool into his fist, glowing like a miniature sun, before unleashing his ultimate technique. Warrior god Shattering Fang, a titanic column of raw force slams down, swallowing the evil entity in a blinding explosion of light. The sheer destructive shockwave of his punch ripples across the cosmos, shattering the enemy core into a million tiny fragments. Lucas snaps back to reality, heavily gasping for air and drenched in sweat. He wonders if those wild visions are actually memories of the warrior god's ancient battles. He remains silent, deeply troubled by the sinister parting threat of that dark entity. Lucas stood there thinking about the dark seeds scattered across the world. He wondered if mutated monsters like that Minotaur were the direct result of them. Realizing how incredibly serious this whole situation actually was, he decided he needed to investigate this a lot more thoroughly. Slowly, he reached out his hand to touch the glowing ancient runes on the stone tablet, but just as he was about to look closer, a giant golden hand suddenly materialized out of nowhere, forcing him to dodge in a panic. He thought he was being attacked, but he quickly realized the mysterious hand was actually aiming straight for the ancient stone tablet. The massive hand slammed down with a direct hit, shattering the stone to pieces. Lucas watched in shock, realizing the relic of the martial god was the true target all along. Well, with the tablet gone, staying inside Allen Tower was pretty pointless. Plus, Julia had probably finished her trial by now. Sitting flat on the floor, Lucas felt a strange, sudden shift happening deep inside his body. He wondered if this was the result of witnessing the martial god's ultimate move in that illusion. Meanwhile, the magic gear system of the tower officially ground to a halt. Headmaster Otani quietly watched Julia up on the 5th floor, silently wishing her well. He hoped she would keep training to get even stronger. Suddenly, a booming announcement declared the trial over, stating Allen Tower would be sealed immediately now that the final challenger had finished. Amid colorful confetti and fireworks, Julia proudly stepped through the gates with a bright smile, holding her staff high in the air. A booming announcement echoed across the entire academy, officially honoring Julia Ryan as the first freshman in history to ever reach the 5th floor of Allen Tower. Meanwhile, in the quiet academy library, the headmaster was speaking with a guest. The guest looked pretty unhappy, pointing out that the results of this year's Magic Freshmen were shockingly terrible. After all, 18 students failed to score even a single point. But Otani kept his cool, arguing the number was only slightly higher than last year and still within normal range. But then, the guest pointed out that only half as many students made it to floor 2 compared to last year. Otani coldly replied that he should probably ask the magic class teachers about that. I want to know how they are teaching them too, since the students lost their cool so easily. But hey, you are too focused on magic to notice the anomalies in the martial arts department. Right after the trial ended, 4 martial artists actually broke past their limits and are currently pushing to rank up. Right now, Instructor Saigon is directly helping them out. Otani was absolutely stunned, realizing that Allen Tower might actually possess a very special property that boosts a martial artist's growth. The guest worried that if this news ever leaked, it would trigger a massive global shockwave. After all, countless martial artists are desperate to find a way to break their limits. He confessed that if he was not looking for a talented martial artist to become the next guardian of Allen Tower, he never would have reopened it. Otani demanded absolute secrecy until they could confirm everything for sure. Outside, the magic students were still cheering excitedly, shouting that the new record holder is still a mage. They yelled that freshman Julia is a true genius, completely outperforming everyone. Jeremy walked away in absolute frustration, unable to accept that Julia had such a useless martial artist brother like Lucas. Gritting his teeth in pure jealousy, he muttered that even with different mothers, he was her brother too. Why does Lucas get all the attention anyway? Out of everyone, why did a useless guy like him have to be Julia's actual blood brother? Meanwhile, over at the academy cafeteria, the atmosphere suddenly turned lively as Theodore Foramel, the student council president, strutted in with a flashy aura. Hearing all the loud cheers, he flashed an arrogant smirk. He thought those cheers were for him, believing that even if Julia broke his record, he was still the ultimate school idol. But his smile instantly faded when he realized the crowd was actually rushing past him to crowd around Julia. Look, the genius, Julia is over there. Meanwhile, Julia was just happily stuffing her face. Everyone around her kept gushing about how incredibly cute she was. Some students even did the math, calculating that with the 1,000 bonus points she got for breaking the tower record, this 500-point meal was basically pocket change to her. Watching this from afar, Theodore glared at her with pure jealousy, absolutely despising the girl. Lucas gently told his sister to eat as much as she wanted, but out of nowhere, Theodore suddenly intruded on their peaceful sibling meal. Lucas jumped, instantly on guard against the guy's crazy speed. "So this is the student council president, Theodore Foramel." Lucas coldly asked what he wanted, as Theodore glared down at Julia. He delivered an incredibly arrogant warning, telling Julia she might be talented, but she should not get smug just because she climbed to floor 5. But Julia just kept chewing her food, innocently asking what he even meant. Theodore froze, sweat dripping down his face as he felt her mana suddenly flare up completely out of control. Fearing he would lose face in front of the crowd if things escalated, he quickly turned on his heel and fled. He did not forget to yell that they would regret this before running away. Julia just stared blankly as the student council president vanished into the distance. She wondered if that guy was just completely crazy. Lucas calmly wiped his mouth and told his sister to ignore him and just focus on her food. But secretly, Lucas was laughing inside at how foolish Theodore was to try and threaten his sister. In reality, Lucas had secretly cast the hero's bloodline skill on Julia, boosting her attack and defense stats by 30%, while completely clearing her fatigue for 10 minutes. Seeing the president run away without even bragging about his #1 spot felt a little different than usual. Right then, Julia cheered happily as she saw Mina walking over to them. Mina smiled warmly, congratulating her on an achievement that far surpassed all expectations, but Julia remained humble, saying it was all thanks to the great support from her 2 teammates. Mina then suddenly asked if those 2 could help out during the upcoming Goddess Memorial Festival. Both siblings looked completely blank, having never heard of such an event before. Seeing their confusion, Mina explained that the festival gathers the 3 largest magic academies in the entire empire to compete together. These include Allen Academy, Kyoto Magic School, and the Holy Magic School. Every year, the 9 best freshmen from these schools are chosen to compete against each other, to find out who the top genius truly is. Mina was absolutely sure that with Julia's skills, she would easily be chosen as one of the representatives. Julia listened seriously, taking in the news about such a massive competition. Lucas stood nearby, thinking this sounded pretty fun, and wondered if his sister was excited. Hey, who wouldn't want to see her in action? The next morning, a loud, obnoxious alarm shattered the peaceful quiet inside the elite girls' dormitory, waking everyone up. Julia was still completely buried in her blankets, sporting some massive bedhead and mumbling sleepily. But then, she suddenly bolted upright as her brother's warning flashed through her mind. He had basically told her to wake up on her own because he was done being her personal alarm clock. Panicking, Julia realized she was totally on her own now. Stuffing a piece of toast in her mouth while grabbing her books, she immediately activated her Thunder Dust skill to dash like lightning. But in her rush, she crashed straight into Iwa, sending her books flying everywhere. Iwa scowls in pure irritation, snapping to ask if she is blind to bump into her like that. Her razor-sharp glare leaving poor Julia trembling in fear during the class right after. The atmosphere around Julia turns incredibly gloomy the second she realizes she forgot her textbook, while Iwa sitting right next to her keeps that same cold, unbothered expression. Seemingly completely indifferent to her classmate crumbling in panic, Iwa suddenly slams her own textbook onto the desk and slides it over to Julia with an incredibly blunt offer, growling that she will let her share so she should stop making that miserable face later at the library. While Julia is struggling, Iwa silently shows up out of nowhere. She reaches up to grab the book from the high shelf, leaving Julia to stammer a quick thank you, while Iwa silently walks away. Meanwhile, at the cafeteria, Lucas chews on his bread while closely watching his little sister. He wonders if this girl is actually a demon in disguise, or some secret guardian angel. Right after, during magic practice, an old professor demonstrates a highly delicate mana control technique. Summoning beautiful, glowing blue water birds, he reminds everyone that mastering mana control makes life a whole lot easier, earning loud gasps of admiration from the surrounding crowd of students. Watching from behind a wall, Julia notices Iwa observing from afar and immediately concentrates her mana to conjure her own water bird, eager to show off. But since it is her first time trying this, she fails to control her power, causing the bird to explode right in Iwa's face. Talk about a total disaster. Later that night, Iwa carries a lantern down the dark hallway and steps into Julia's room. Inside the room, she finds Julia sleeping so soundly that she is literally drooling and crying, completely oblivious to her roommate standing right there. Staring down at this messy, hilarious sleeping pose, Iwa lets out a soft sigh before spotting a box sitting on the table. It is a batch of cookies accompanied by a sweet apology note from Julia, saying she is truly sorry about earlier. To make it up, she asks if they can hang out tomorrow, adding that she left some homemade cookies on the table and hopes Iwa enjoys them. With a soft smile, Iwa leaves a reply saying she shouldn't think delicious cookies will win her over, but fine, they can go. The next day at the academy gate, Iwa stands waiting with an irritated expression, feeling stood up, until Julia finally runs over, apologizing for being so late. Iwa completely freezes in shock when she realizes Lucas is tag-teaming along. Julia excitedly introduces him, saying her brother insisted on paying for their meal, while Iwa silently screams that she only agreed to a girls' hangout. She only said yes, thinking it would just be the two of them. Meanwhile, Lucas clearly catches the absolute irritation written all over his cousin's face. Right at that moment, Maya, accidentally walking by, Maya is surprised to spot the Ryan siblings. Julia instantly invites her, asking if she wants to join. And the second Maya hears that Lucas is tagging along, Maya turns bright red with embarrassment and stammers that she will come, driving Iwa absolutely crazy as her peaceful plans completely fall apart. Julia cheers happily, leading the group straight toward the town. They head to the food district of Daktown. Watching the three girls skip ahead, Lucas can only weep inside as he realizes he is now officially the designated sugar daddy paying for everyone. The moment they step into Daktown, Julia happily shouts that they are going to eat the entire place clean. Watching his sister literally dancing in the crowded streets, Lucas can only sigh in exhaustion. He silently weeps for his rapidly dying wallet, feeling like he is trapped in some sick punishment game. His quiet day out with Julia has been totally hijacked by his tsundere cousin Iwa. Joining them is his former fiancée Maya. While Iwa keeps up her cold, prideful demeanor, Maya is secretly overjoyed to finally have a genuine chance to talk to Lucas outside the strict academy grounds. Julia eagerly drags both girls toward a gorgeous building, pointing out the famous dessert shop. Iwa steals a quick glance at the window packed with delicious cakes, but quickly tries to act completely unbothered, coldly muttering that she has absolutely zero interest in such childish, immature dessert places. However, Julia's bubbling excitement is instantly crushed when they announce only 2 spots are left for the day. Julia completely collapses onto the ground, sobbing that this was the one place she wanted to visit most. Spotting a golden opportunity to get some alone time with Lucas, Maya quickly lies, claiming her doctor ordered her to avoid sugary sweets, letting Julia and Iwa take the spots instead. She smoothly suggests that the 2 girls go inside while she waits out here with Lucas. Talk about a brilliant play, guys. Though Iwa still looks reluctant, Julia is already fully energized and ready. Excited girl drags her senior inside, completely oblivious to Maya's clever scheme. Now that they are alone, Lucas kindly hands Maya a drink and apologizes on behalf of his hyper little sister for her childish behavior. Maya smiles softly, saying she is just happy to see him and Julia having fun together as they sit on a bench surrounded by colorful town balloons. Maya nostalgically recalls their childhood days, mentioning how Julia's bright energy reminds her of the times the two of them used to run around together when they were kids. Seeing his blank stare, Maya reminds him of how they once sneaked away from the adults to see the Night Wolf exhibition in this very town, asking if he truly remembers nothing. A vivid, distant memory flashes in Maya's mind of a pouring rainy afternoon back when they were kids. A terrified little Maya had backed away in absolute fear, facing a ferocious wolf roaring behind heavy iron bars. But Lucas bravely stepped in front to shield her, promising to protect her. Snapping back to reality, Lucas can only offer an awkward laugh and a hesitant nod of agreement. He mutters that he vaguely remembers something like that, internally panicking because he has no idea how to handle memories from before his soul transmigrated into this body. Meanwhile, Maya tightly squeezes her water cup. Her eyes fill with sadness as she asks if he is still bitter about the cancelled engagement. Seeing his blank look, she spills all her bottled emotions, admitting she felt he was constantly avoiding her. Because her family called off the engagement right after the gods rejected him, she knows it must have deeply hurt his pride. Maya's eyes well up with tears as she speaks. She admits she was too young back then to fully understand, which is why she had no idea what to say when they reunited. She hesitantly looks up, offering that if he is willing, they could at least try to be friends. Touched by her raw sincerity, Lucas smiles warmly, realizing there is absolutely no way he can reject an offer like that. He assures her that he never held a grudge against her, reaching out his hand to gently say he would love to be friends. Maya beams with a radiant smile. Sad tears in her eyes instantly vanish as the two share a very meaningful, healing handshake. Meanwhile, in a completely different corner of town, Julia and Iwa are busy enjoying the lively, colorful festival. Surrounded by beautiful blue butterflies and dazzling magic shows, Julia happily munches on a giant stick of cotton candy, constantly praising how sweet it is. Standing next to a blushing, flustered Iwa, she eagerly starts picking out matching couple accessories. She holds them up, begging to buy matching items. Though Iwa tries to maintain her cold exterior, she can only sigh and yield, grumbling to do whatever she wants. Just as Lucas and Maya are sharing their warm handshake, Julia and Iwa suddenly stroll back, catching them right in the middle of this intimate-looking moment. Julia gasps in shock, while a panicked Maya wildly waves her hands, insisting it is not what it looks like. Meanwhile, Iwa glares at them with pure disgust, muttering some highly sarcastic remarks about their lack of boundaries. Lucas awkwardly tries to change the subject, hurriedly suggesting they head to the food stalls to break the tension, leading them toward the busy shopping district, bustling Dacktown. Julia happily munches on a star-shaped candy, casually noting that the flavor is actually pretty average, but little do they know, out of nowhere, the candy glows with a bright pink light, making the little girl squeal with joy that tasty treats are near. While Iwa stands there dumbfounded by this bizarre magical lollipop, Julia is already sprinting ahead to lead the way. The whole squad dashes after the shining trail, winding through narrow back streets. It finally leads them to a grand, ancient fortress known as the Five Holy Temples. A curious Lucas immediately asks about the history of this massive place. Julia eagerly explains that it is actually a legendary martial arts dojo run by an ultimate treasure collector. She drops a massive hint: if they can sneak inside and beat all 5 challenges, they will walk away with something incredibly valuable. They might score a top-tier magical artifact. Lucas is still hesitant, since conquering dojos was definitely not on today's to-do list, but Maya and Iwa have other plans. Both of them are totally hyped about the chance of scoring rare magical loot. Facing his little sister's puppy dog eyes and relentless begging, Lucas can only let out a defeated sigh and agree to go inside. Just as they reach the bottom of the stairs, a booming voice shouts at them to freeze. 2 beefy guards in bright red uniforms and dark sunglasses suddenly step out, completely blocking their path. These giant guards look down on them, coldly declaring that this is no playground for kids trying to waste time. But without showing even a single ounce of fear, Lucas calmly steps forward. He gently pats the guard's shoulder, casually telling him they are just here for the treasure, so please step aside. The guard is so stunned that cold sweat starts dripping down his face. He feels an absolutely terrifying bloodlust radiating from the boy, wondering what kind of monster he actually is. Meanwhile, Lucas finds it pretty amusing that even a simple gatekeeper here is already a level 4 martial arts master. He gives a smirk and asks if they can enter now. Crushed by the overwhelming pressure, the guard completely flips his attitude, bowing politely and welcoming the squad inside. He claims they always welcome truly strong guests. This hilarious instant attitude shift leaves Iwa and Maya utterly speechless, while Julia is just thrilled they got in so easily. The moment they step inside, a loud voice echoes, welcoming them to the 5 holy temples. It announces that their very first trial is the beast test. In a massive, glowing arena, a purple-haired guy is chilling on a magical crest. He smirks wickedly, declaring that if they can beat his cute little pet, they pass. He summons his fiery kitty, which turns out to be a colossal lion covered in blazing infernos, its eyes glowing red-hot like burning coals. Slowly emerges with a deafening roar. Seeing this terrifying beast, Maya warns everyone to stay on guard. The beast tamer instantly activates a magic circle and orders the chains to release. The heavy chains shatter with a loud metallic crash, freeing the wild beast. The fire lion roars savagely, its burning eyes locked dead on Lucas and Julia. As the monster charges ahead with its jaws wide open, Lucas quickly steps in front to shield his little sister. But then, something absolutely hilarious happens. Just as the beast is about to pounce, it completely freezes, leaving the tamer totally shocked. A dark, terrifying aura, in the shape of a giant wolf, suddenly erupts behind Lucas. This intense pressure makes the massive fire lion tremble in pure terror, breaking out in cold sweat. Yeah, one look at the big bad wolf, and this kitty wants out. Lucas's face is masked in dark shadows. The tamer frantically whips the air, screaming at his pet to attack, but the terrified lion turns tail and runs for its life. In its panic, the lion completely ignores its master and literally flattens him. Lucas casually scratches his head, awkwardly asking if this counts as passing the test. Julia cheers that her brother is the absolute best. Meanwhile, Iwa watches with deep suspicion, utterly confused by what kind of trick Lucas just used without even lifting a single finger. Walking up the stairs to the next floor, she still cannot let it go. She is still baffled by why that lion was so utterly terrified of him. Julia whispers to Lucas, asking if he is still using cheats, but Lucas just puts a finger to his lips. He signals her to keep quiet with a knowing smile, claiming it was just pure luck. The group then arrives at a magnificent hallway, glowing with blue magic circles, where a hunched old man wearing glasses appears. He welcomes them to the second stage, the wind corridor. The rules are simple: shoot a single arrow right through all of those moving rings. You must pop the balloon at the very top to win. The old man explains that this test demands delicate mana control and incredibly sharp timing. To make things even more exciting, he will manually control the hallway's environment using a special magical console. Talk about a rigged game, right? Julia eagerly volunteers to go first. Seeing her fiery spirit, the old man chuckles and tells her to show him what she's got. Immediately, a glowing magic arrow is shot into the corridor. It glides through the brilliant rings. Sucking on her candy, Julia focuses her mana and confidently shouts for everyone to watch her, guiding the arrow with incredible skill. It curves flawlessly through every single magic ring with perfect precision. Watching the arrow bend and weave so smoothly, Iwa is genuinely blown away. Maya also silently acknowledges the girl's obvious genius talent. Even the old manager nods in approval, thoroughly impressed by Julia's sharp moves. He praises her performance but decides the warm-up is officially over. Pressing a button on his control panel, he cranks up the difficulty as large magical cubes begin to float and rotate around. They form a shifting maze right in midair. The old man grins, finding things much more entertaining now. He narrows his eyes and gives her a challenging look. He asks if she truly believes she can beat this stage that easily. But Julia is ready. She strains to guide her magic arrow past the glowing energy barriers, quickly realizing that just keeping the arrow steady is draining almost all of her stamina. The old man laughs smugly, telling her to just give up. He unleashes continuous elemental magic, throwing both fire and water to disrupt the spinning cubes. Beams of chaotic energy shoot out from all directions, creating a messy war zone of elemental obstacles. Standing back, Lucas carefully observes the intense layout. He realizes this is no ordinary test. It is a complex blend of raw physics and high-level magical interference. As Julia struggles to cope, she suddenly remembers her brother's advice. During a past training session, when she asked how to deal with magical disruptions, Lucas had smiled confidently and told her the only way is to destroy the source directly. Julia's eyes flash with pure determination. She bites down on her candy and channels all her energy into a devastating lightning strike, completely obliterating every single obstacle. The old manager watches in complete horror. Stunned by Julia's overwhelming power, Maya remarks that this feels more like an actual war than a simple test. Even though Iwa complains that she totally overdid it, Julia is just happy to get a sweet compliment from her brother after flawlessly crushing the second stage. Regaining his composure, the old man solemnly leads them into a room stacked with books and glowing potions, warning them that brute force will not solve everything. Welcome to the third stage, the Alchemist Workshop. In this room, perfect control and absolute focus matter far more than raw combat power. A brown-haired sorceress wearing goggles smirks at them, challenging them to a potion-making race where the slow always lose. Their next challenge is brewing a legendary potion called the Tears of Chivia, and the mage displays a table packed with 108 rare ingredients. But she quickly issues a severe warning: one tiny mistake, and they will blow themselves to smithereens. Staring at 108 ingredients with 0 ratios is brutal. Iwa realizes this is basically a high-stakes guessing game. Lucas also feels this insanely delicate process is definitely not built for frontline attackers like them. Suddenly, Maya timidly steps forward and asks if she can take on the trial. The alchemist is totally shocked by her sheer boldness, praising her bravery. She immediately begins her demonstration, wearing specialized goggles to measure down to 0.01 grams and controlling the cooling times down to 0.5 seconds. All of this is just for the 12th step. Watching her perform, Lucas is absolutely stunned by her blazing speed and incredible mixing precision. Julia excitedly tells her brother to watch Maya. Activating her glowing blue necklace, Maya steps up and begins gently levitating the rare ingredients into the air. As they float in the shimmering light, she silently notes that these star crystals are packed with magic and a hint of salt, so a tiny pinch should do. Lucas is completely floored by her insane knife skills, wondering if she is making medicine or cooking. Every slice is incredibly fast and precise to the millimeter. Fourth, the processed magical ingredients begin blending into the glowing cauldron. Fifth, Maya concentrates deeply, telling herself to let them melt slowly on low heat. It melts just like cheese. Sixth, noticing a slightly bitter and clashing aroma, she decides to toss in a sweet ingredient to perfectly balance the potion's flavor. Maya gently pours a shimmering essence into the pot, murmuring that this will soothe the harsh ingredients. Watching her smooth and effortless movements is mesmerizing. Julia is amazed, whispering that Maya makes it look as easy as making dinner. Even Iwa admits that her perfect rhythm makes her look like a master conductor leading a massive symphony. Suddenly, a wild storm of magic swirls through the room, and Maya happily announces she is finished. As the cauldron glows with a magical purple light, she holds up the sparkling bottle. The mage checks it with trembling hands, utterly shocked by its incredible purity. This is a legendary grade, Tears of Chivia. The mage frantically grabs her shoulders, demanding to know which legendary alchemist master taught her. Since this level takes decades to learn, Maya awkwardly waves her hands, explaining that this is actually her very first time brewing this potion, and she has no. She suggests that maybe it is just because she cooks all the time. Her silly answer completely freezes the mage, Lucas, and Iwa in absolute shock. Maya explains that she just follows her nose to find the perfect ratios, meaning high-level alchemy is basically the exact same thing as making dinner. She smiles brightly, claiming that brewing this is as easy as making soup. The mage is left utterly speechless by the absurd comparison between a legendary potion and soup. Julia excitedly agrees, saying this explains why Maya's baking is so legendary, and that those homemade cookies she brought last time were absolutely mind-blowing. They were so delicious, she almost cried. Even Iwa praises her brilliant culinary instincts, noting that Maya is not only incredibly sweet but also an amazing cook. He adds that whoever marries Maya in the future will be the luckiest person alive. This sudden compliment makes Maya blush furiously as she tries to play it down. With her heart racing from embarrassment, Maya steals a glance at Lucas, wondering what he thinks of her. Meanwhile, Lucas rubs his chin in deep thought. He is thinking that having a great cook on the team will definitely boost everyone's morale during long, brutal journeys. Seeing his completely clueless expression, Iwa lets out a heavy sigh, calling him a total blockhead. While the others remain completely clueless, Maya just smiles, happy they passed the test together. The alchemist mage silently laughs at her own pride, realizing the legendary brewing skills she spent half her life perfecting just got beaten by basic kitchen habits. She smiles in relief, admitting that getting completely outclassed feels surprisingly refreshing, before handing the precious bottle over and telling Maya she earned it. Maya hesitates to take the priceless bottle, saying she cannot possibly accept it, but the mage gently reassures her, pointing out that she brewed it herself. In a life-or-death situation, this potion will save her. Lucas smiles and tells her to take it, since it is proof of her amazing talent. Blushing with happiness, Maya nods in deep gratitude. The group heads down a grand corridor toward their next challenge, unaware that someone is watching from the shadows. A creepy, echoing laugh rings out from the dark. A mysterious woman cloaked in black, her purple eyes glowing with malice, watches them through a set of magical cards. Smirking, she mutters that these challengers might actually be fun, welcoming them to the fourth trial, a brutal testing ground for their mental strength. Slowly fanning out her cards, she announces they will be playing a very famous high society game called the King's Lie. The rules are simple on paper. Each player draws a card, and the highest number wins. Sounds easy enough, right? But of course, there is a catch. The lowest card, the number 1 assassin, can instantly defeat the highest card, the number 9 king. Plus, players are allowed to use magic to change their numbers, but the more you change, the more magic power you burn. If your lie gets exposed, your original card will determine the winner. Also, if your fake number matches your opponent's real card, you lose instantly. This is a brutal mind game of spotting lies and pulling off the perfect deception. While Lucas and Maya panic over this intense psychological battle, poor Julia is completely lost and cannot even remember these complicated rules. But Iwa is absolutely thrilled, since intense psychological warfare is exactly where the Miranda family reigns supreme. With her eyes glowing sharp, she quickly notices that the woman opposite possesses a special magic circuit designed for reading people. The woman smirks, admitting she knew they would be tough opponents before formally starting the game. Both players slam their magic cards onto the table. The mysterious woman challenges her to try and trick her eyes. Magic circles erupt across the table as they both prepare to reveal their hands. The dealer reveals a number 9 king, while Iwa shows a number 8 archbishop. Julia cheers beside her, thinking that since Iwa's number is higher, they won. But Iwa stays dead silent, realizing her opponent's faint magic is fluctuating in an extremely bizarre way. Instantly, she activates her legendary Red Queen ocular technique, making her eyes glow. The dealer loses her absolute mind. Her fancy magic camouflage gets ripped right off by eye magic, exposing the real card hiding underneath. It is the assassin number 1 card. The dealer slow claps with pure sarcasm, mockingly praising her eyes before reminding her that she is still going to lose anyway. She flips her card to show another one burning with dark magic. But Iwa just smirks like a smug genius, pointing out she already knew about this sneaky second layer of camouflage. Talk about a plot twist. Iwa points straight at her opponent and drops a truth bomb. That card is actually a fake too, making the dealer turn completely pale. The dealer cannot believe her flawless magic was busted so easily. But Iwa coldly lets her know, "Buddy, you are not the only genius who knows how to hide magic tracks. I knew you would pull something sneaky," Iwa explains. "So I watched your hands the entire time just to make sure I could swipe the exact card I needed." Boom. Iwa flips her card over, proudly declaring her real card is the actual assassin. If the fake and real cards have the same number, that fake card loses. Even the dealer admits Iwa's strategy was brilliant, first disguising it as the number 8 Archbishop to test the waters. She planned a double bait and switch with the assassin card if her opponent played the king. The dealer still offers genuine praise for Iwa's incredibly clever and calculated playstyle. To disguise cards from lowest to highest so flawlessly is insane. But while Iwa acts smug on the outside, mentally, her brain is running on fumes and completely exhausted. She hit her absolute limit. The mysterious dealer just smiles warmly, telling her that with insane talent like this, she is bound to go down in the history books. Right as Lucas and his gang pack up to leave, the woman drops some major main character lore. She claims they are all bound by destiny for a massive disaster heading their way. Apparently, they are destined to save the entire world. Lucas silently overthinks this wild prophecy. It sounds completely ridiculous, but her dead serious expression makes it impossible to just ignore. While Julia is busy daydreaming about being a legendary hero, Lucas drags everyone right back to reality. There is a sweet treasure waiting for them, and that is the real priority. Boom! A massive explosion shakes the room. Walking out of the dust cloud is an absolute unit of a man with glowing red eyes. Drenched in a scary red aura, he cracks his knuckles and growls that they finally arrived. Apparently, he was waiting so long his neck got stiff. This stranger is terrifying. Iwa is literally shaking, wondering if this monster is even human. But Lucas? Our boy is built different. He just smirks with absolute excitement, whispering that things are about to get fun. This massive beefcake is doing an absolute demon workout, lifting a giant barbell with a single finger while casually counting to 9,999. He says he has been waiting for the Academy elites, Allen Academy students. Making it this far proves you are not just spoiled kids relying on your rich families. The giant then proudly announces the rules: they must all attack him at once. If they can force him back even one single step, they win. Suddenly, a massive wave of fire erupts around his body, and his eyes glow with pure villain energy. But if they fail, then it is his turn to absolutely demolish them, trading blows until one side is left flat on the floor. Maya stares at his massive hands, shaking with absolute dread. She wonders if they can even survive a single hit from this monster. The beefy giant coldly warns them that he will not pull his punches, so they should run if they value their lives. Ignoring his terrified friends, Lucas steps up with a crazy bold offer. He wants to fight the giant completely alone. Our boy mentally notes that this guy is the real deal. His terrifying aura is way stronger than their teacher Saigon, meaning he is a true master. Julia begs her brother to stop, and Maya wants to join, but Lucas firmly shuts them down. This test is meant for a martial artist, and he wants to push his own limits. The giant bursts out laughing, saying that if it is a clash between real men, he definitely will not hold back. You are going to break a lot more than just a few bones. But right as they prepare to clash, a mechanical bird flies in, telling Bazan to put on his magic gloves so he does not wreck the hall again. Bazan grumpily grunts in agreement and tosses them on. He hands Lucas a similar pair of gloves, explaining they will generate a barrier. This magical force field ensures the surroundings stay intact, no matter how wild and destructive their little sparring session gets. Lucas slips them on, his eyes burning with pure determination as he slides into a fighting stance. Channeling all his strength, he launches a devastating punch straight at the giant's chest. But Lucas is left completely stunned because his opponent does not budge. Gritting his teeth, he cannot believe his aura did not even make the big guy flinch. Bazan smirks, mocking his form by calling him way too green. Announcing it is his turn, he immediately unleashes a brutally heavy counterattack. Lucas barely has time to gasp out a quick oops before getting blasted backward. He crashes hard into the debris, coughing up dust. While Maya watches anxiously from the sidelines, Bazan towers over him and smugly declares that surrender is no longer an option. Lucas spots his precious sword lying nearby. He grabs it and screams that he is not done yet. A golden surge of spiritual energy wraps around the blade as Lucas unleashes his mighty flowing light slash directly at his enemy. Facing the strike head-on, Bazan simply braces his breathing. With an earth-shaking roar, he releases an absolutely overwhelming pressure that instantly slams Lucas flat onto the ground. A massive, majestic blue lion spirit suddenly manifests behind Bazan, shaking the entire hall. Bazan looks down at a tiny scratch on his chest and admits something surprising. He says Lucas did all right, but that is nowhere near enough. Don't worry though, our boy is not giving up just yet as he struggles back up through the rising dust. Channeling energy into his legs, Lucas suddenly whips out a magic rope that binds Bazan tightly. Yanking it hard, he shouts that the big guy fell right into his trap. But Bazan just keeps his smug, calm composure. As Lucas powers up a blazing fist and tells him to back off, Bazan simply mutters how naive he is. A violent burst of fire spirit energy erupts from the giant, instantly burning the rope to ashes and blasting Lucas away. Bazan acknowledges that Lucas has the brains and the guts to switch up his tactics. However, he points out that against absolute strength, petty tricks are completely useless. He roars that this is the end and charges in for the final blow. Facing certain death, Lucas closes his eyes, realizing that raw strength is not the real key to victory. Memories of the martial god's illusion on the 6th floor of the Allen Tower flash back, showing how the deity hid a secret technique within every move. He clears his mind, keeping his heart perfectly still. Lucas snaps his eyes open. He effortlessly deflects his opponent's attack, channeling the martial god's ultimate skill. Bazan gasps in absolute shock at what Lucas has been hiding. Unleashing a terrifying frost technique, Lucas delivers a devastating punch straight into Bazan's chest. The insane pressure from the martial god's art violently shakes the surrounding area. The shockwave shatters the nearby glass. Bazan stands frozen, staring at the bleeding wound on his chest, before asking if Lucas is Otani's disciple. Lucas calmly pulls back his hand and says no. Bazan stares deeply into Lucas's eyes, asking why he held back. If Lucas had gone all out, his ribs would be dust right now. Lucas just gives him a highly calculated smile. He explains it was his first time using that move, and if he accidentally killed him, he wouldn't get the treasure. Bazan freezes for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. He admits defeat. Seeing Lucas injured, Maya panics and rushes over with a precious potion, begging him to quickly drink this tear of chivia. But Lucas stops her, not wanting to waste something so incredibly expensive. Instead, he pulls out a basic potion, casually stating that regular medicine will do just fine. Using this saves resources. After gulping it down, a gentle blue aura wraps around him. Lucas quietly realizes this cheap potion is actually quite familiar. The effects are pretty similar to the spirit pills he usually brews himself. Meanwhile, Julia excitedly boasts about how they cleared all 5 trials and demands their reward. Bazan scratches his head awkwardly, admitting he only built this place to kill some free time. This confession instantly triggers the girls, who demand he honor his promise. Feeling the heat from the kids, Bazan reluctantly pulls out a glowing red crystal rabbit and hands it over. Lucas just stares at it, completely bewildered. He wonders if this is just some useless decoration. Bazan tells Julia to try channeling her magic into the toy, and the item instantly glows with a vibrant, magical pink light. The rabbit suddenly starts moving, making her squeal with joy about how adorable it is. Lucas, on the other hand, looks utterly disappointed. Wait, seriously? 5 brutal trials for a toy? Lucas feels completely scammed, even if he has to admit the little thing looks incredibly realistic. Bazan throws an arm around his shoulder, seriously warning him that this is no ordinary toy. It will be incredibly useful later on. Leaning in close, he adds that he doesn't know where Lucas learned that martial god technique. He warns Lucas never to use it unless his life is on the line, or he will face serious trouble. Stunned, Lucas nods and asks if Bazan knows Otani. Bazan explains they aren't exactly close friends, just old comrades who fought side by side against the Beastmen years ago. He then urges them to leave before it gets dark. Leaving the hall behind, Julia hesitantly asks if it is really all right for her to keep such a gift, but Mina assures her that it suits her perfectly. Lucas remains quiet, deeply reflecting on Bazan's intense warning. He cannot help but wonder why the big guy was so incredibly cautious about him using the martial god's legendary technique. Suddenly, Julia gasps as she spots a massive commotion up ahead. Seeing the rowdy crowd, she excitedly rushes forward, eager to see the fight. Lucas and Mina frantically try to stop her, warning that they are heading right into the dangerous black market. But the stubborn girl pushes forward anyway. Julia suddenly freezes when she realizes the guy in trouble is her brother, Jeremy. He is currently throwing a fit, screaming at some thugs to give him his money back for selling him a fake spellbook. A mean-looking thug stomps on Jeremy's hand, mocking him. He sneers that the forbidden magic book is totally real, and it is just Jeremy's lack of talent that is the problem. The thug turns his back in disgust, ignoring Jeremy's angry cries that the spells inside are entirely fake. Consumed by rage and humiliation, Jeremy summons a glowing magic circle to strike from behind. The blue circle flares, but the thug easily dodges and counters, sending Jeremy flying. He openly mocks the boy's pathetic mana capacity, saying it is a joke for someone like him to learn forbidden magic. He coldly orders his lackeys to finish the job. Just as the gang of thugs is about to swarm and tear Jeremy apart, a massive surprise strikes out of nowhere. A massive bolt of purple lightning crashes down from the sky right between them. The terrified thugs scream in panic, while a completely stunned Jeremy looks up to see who just saved him. It is none other than Lucas and Julia. Jeremy grits his teeth in pure shame, hated that the two kids he always looked down on are seeing him in this pathetic state. Meanwhile, Julia feels quite proud of herself for keeping her mother's promise to look out for her brother. The thugs prepare to attack the new targets, but a loud shout halts them. A patrol captain with a long scar on his face steps forward to demand answers. Seeing the law arrive, the black market leader instantly changes his tune. He plays the victim, shamelessly accusing Lucas and his friends of stealing. The guy even brazenly bribes the captain by shoving a bag of coins right into his hand, leaving the patrol captain completely fed up. Since Allen Magic Academy students have been causing non-stop trouble lately, he coldly orders the arrest of everyone present. Even when Iwa steps in, he does not care. She tries to use the Miranda family name to pressure him, but he casually declares that he is the law here. Lucas narrows his eyes at the captain, realizing they might have a real problem. They might actually have to fight their way out of this mess. Just when the tension reaches its boiling point, a loud shout orders everyone to stop, drawing all eyes to the newcomers. Two elegant figures step into view with an aura of pure nobility, Cyan Miranda and Lady Catherine. Cyan looks straight at the sweating captain and mocks his utter foolishness. You have some nerve trying to arrest children of the Miranda family. Cyan coldly glares at the ringleader and asks how he dares to scam Allen Magic Academy students and sell their stolen goods. This whole patrol unit needs a cleanup, so lock them all up. The cowardly soldier drops to his knees, begging for mercy and claiming he was only following the local unwritten rules. He gets barked at to shut his mouth, crying won't save him now. Iwa approaches her father, asking why they do not just wipe out the black market if they already know it is a crime den. Cyan places a hand on his daughter's shoulder and explains that the slums have their own set of rules. They have tried everything to stop low-ranking soldiers from working with the black market, but it is an endless game of cat and mouse. He gently tells Iwa not to worry about the dirty dealings of adults. At the same time, Lady Catherine reassures Lucas, telling him that she is here now. Julia happily rushes over to hug her mother with absolute excitement. Catherine tenderly pats her daughter's head, showering her with praise. The magic she used was outstanding, just as expected of a child from the Ryan family. Julia smiles happily, but Catherine's eyes suddenly soften with concern as she looks over at Jeremy. Jeremy is clutching his painful injury. When asked if he is hurt, he grits his teeth and tries to act tough, insisting that he is perfectly fine. Iwa has absolutely no mercy. She mocks him, pointing out that his battered head looks far from fine. His pride deeply wounded, Jeremy snaps back, telling her to shut up. He claims he was just blindsided, but Iwa keeps pouring salt on the wound. She mocks him for being an Allen Magic Academy student who got beaten by street thugs and saved by little Julia. Those harsh words turn Jeremy red with humiliation. He can only shout helplessly that he was caught off guard, but Iwa refuses to let him off the hook. She mocks his sheer naivety for believing a real forbidden tome would be sold at a cheap slum stall. Even a kid could spot a fake. Seeing his daughter go too far, Saul finally steps in to stop her. That is enough, Iwa. Kind-hearted Maya also approaches to offer her healing magic, asking to patch him up. But Jeremy violently pushes her away in anger. He roars in sheer humiliation, telling her to stay away because he does not need her pity. He runs off in a frenzy, his mind consumed by jealous rage as he imagines Lucas laughing at him. Spooky shadows with glowing red eyes haunt his thoughts, constantly mocking him as a total loser. Lucas watches Jeremy run off, remaining completely quiet while lost in his own deep thoughts. Filled with bitter resentment, Jeremy vows to take back everything he believes Lucas stole from him. Honestly, you just know this kid is setting himself up for disaster. Saul suggests they leave Jeremy alone so the boy can calm his mind. He quickly cheers everyone up by inviting the whole group to celebrate at a secret restaurant. This feast is to celebrate passing the trials of the 5 sanctuaries. As they walk away, Iwa suddenly stops and stares down a dark alleyway with a suspicious look. She feels a strange energy passing by but cannot identify it. Meanwhile, under a crimson sunset, Jeremy takes out his furious rage on an ancient tree deep in the forest. He punches the bark repeatedly, crying out in bitter frustration against Lucas. Jeremy feels like the entire world is against him, and worst of all, he had to be saved by his own little sister, Julia. He cannot accept that a noble of his high standing was rescued, while a magicless loser like Lucas keeps running circles around him. As his mind sinks deeper into darkness, a sinister, pitch-black entity suddenly manifests right behind him, speaking in a deeply haunting and mocking voice. Calling him a pitiful child, Jeremy spins around in shock, demanding to know who is there. From the shadows, the high-ranking demon queen Jensida slowly steps out with a wicked grin. She begins spinning sweet lies, claiming his mother personally reached out to her to bring him a gift because she knows he is struggling so much at school. Jensida holds out a glowing green jewel, promising that it will grant him immense power to reclaim all his stolen honor. Trust me, things are about to get wild back at the Ryan family mansion. Lady Jessica is smashing furniture in a fit of absolute rage, screaming Lucas's name and swearing she will never forgive anyone who dares to hurt her beloved son, Jeremy. Suddenly, a haunting voice compliments her delicious anger. Jensida mysteriously appears, casually snacking on cherries while a shocked Jessica watches in utter disbelief. When a worried servant calls out from outside, Jessica screams at them to stay out. Jensida approaches the broken woman on the floor, whispering that she has come to fulfill her deepest wish. Jensida presents a glowing green, snake-shaped jewel, calling it a lovely child. She promises to give this to her son, so he can build an absolute wall that Lucas can never overcome. At the very same moment in the quiet forest under the sunset, Jensida is tempting Jeremy with that exact treasure, telling him that wearing it will change his life. She promises that nobody will ever look down on him again. Holding the jewel, Jeremy's mind is blinded by vengeance, hoping to crush Lucas and force Julia to finally respect him. Meanwhile, down in a dark basement, old Greg is conducting his own shady deal. A hooded henchman hands him a sparkling spiral object while grumbling about how hard it was to get. Greg breaks into a wicked grin as he holds the slow-moving snail. He proudly declares that they did a fantastic job, and with this item in hand, he can achieve his goal. He can turn every single student in the martial arts department into useless cripples. Greg's eyes gleam with malice, as he eagerly anticipates the look of absolute despair on teacher Sigan's face. A few days after the Allen Tower trials, the academy is buzzing with excitement. Magic students gather in crowds before the bulletin board, whispering in utter shock at the latest news. An anxious boy asks if this news has been confirmed with teacher Greg yet, unable to believe what his friend is telling him. The purple-haired student gives a bitter reply, explaining that the teacher confirmed the martial arts department's results are perfectly normal, with absolutely no anomalies found. Even if they refuse to believe it, the truth is staring them in the face. The magic class has been outperformed by 2 whole ranks. But what confuses them most is a different question. How on earth did those martial arts students trigger such an incredible power surge right in the middle of their trials? Lila sits nearby, holding her head in deep misery. She is terrified that when the Goddess Memorial Festival is hosted here, students from Holy and Kyoto academies will ruthlessly mock them for being in such a pathetic state. Just picturing that humiliating scene makes the magic students want to run away in pure shame. But then, Professor Greg stomps over with a wicked smirk and tells them to chill out. No need to panic, he sneers, because those martial arts trash will only enjoy their little moment for a bit. Greg grits his teeth, determined that he will personally step in to correct this massive mistake. Sigan's class must be completely wiped out. Meanwhile, over at the training grounds, Lucas and the gang are still grinding hard under the night sky, refusing to let the end of class slow them down. That burning passion echoes through the hallways as students voluntarily stay late to train. Inside a quiet classroom, Tacy is busy sweeping up, smiling warmly at her classmates' dedication. Suddenly, her broom hits something hard hidden right under a desk. Curious, she bends down and pulls out an incredibly detailed gold ornament shaped like a snail. She knows instantly this shiny thing definitely does not belong to Professor Sigan. Assuming some wealthy noble student dropped it, she pops it right into the lost and found box. She has absolutely no idea she just did Old Man Red a massive favor by putting his slow snail trap in the perfect spot. The big day of the Goddess Memorial Festival finally arrives. The entire academy is buzzing with pure energy, covered in bright flags while fireworks explode and white doves soar across the beautiful blue sky. Amidst the massive crowds flooding in, we find Kai standing at the front gates looking absolutely miserable. He cannot stop grumbling about being stuck on usher duty when he should be enjoying the party. 30 minutes of waiting on the welcoming committee, and not a single guest has shown up. As Kai starts losing his mind, Lucas calmly tells him to relax because the VIPs are finally arriving. Down the main road, a grand and majestic convoy of carriages rolls through the gates amidst a shower of fireworks, led by a squad of elite knights. Their polished armor gleams under the sun, creating an epic entrance. Standing right at the center of it all, Principal Jerica of the Allen Magic Academy steps up to deliver a grand welcome. He offers his warmest thanks to all the delegates who traveled so far to be here. But right in the middle of his speech, the cozy atmosphere suddenly takes an icy turn. Snowflakes drift down, sending shivers through the crowd. Suddenly, everyone gasps and looks up as a colossal blue ice dragon slowly glides down from the clouds, and standing right on top of its head is a guy. He has rocking white hair and a smug look. Meet the top freshman genius of Kyoto Magic Academy. Watching this insanely flashy, show-off entrance, another student can only roll his eyes. Theo narrows his eyes, silently roasting the guy for being such a massive drama queen. He knows this Kyoto rookie is going to pull in a ton of unwanted attention with a stunt like that. Right on cue, a massive wave of fire erupts from the ground. Out steps a girl with striking, vibrant hair, casually holding a burning, folding fan. She summons a colossal fire phoenix. The Kyoto Academy boy turns around in absolute shock, staring at the challenger who dared to face his ice dragon and demands to know who she is. Stepping proudly out of a luxury carriage amidst the blazing smoke, she reveals her identity as the #1 freshman prodigy representing the famous Saint Magic Academy. She smirks wickedly, throwing out a condescending jab. "So, you are supposed to be Kyoto's finest genius?" Right after the giant ice dragon lands, it finds itself completely surrounded by a raging sea of flames. The Saint Academy girl smirks with pure arrogance, waving her golden folding fan as she coldly dares him to show what else he has got. Blazing embers rain down like a spectacular meteor shower, leaving the crowd completely breathless. Everyone gasps at the sheer power on display, but our white-haired Kyoto guy remains completely unfazed. He simply narrows his eyes with mild irritation and asks if she is trying to steal his spotlight. Instantly, his ice dragon unleashes a massive blast of absolute zero, slamming directly into her fire phoenix to trigger a cataclysmic elemental clash right in the middle of the sky. Unfazed, the Saint Academy girl leaps off her carriage, her eyes glowing with pure bloodlust. Seeing that this guy is actually ready to go all out, she has zero plans of backing down. She snaps her fan shut, channeling every drop of her fire mana into her next strike, warning him not to regret this. A massive explosion suddenly tears through the skies above the Allen Academy. As fire and ice violently clash, Lucas watches quietly from below, analyzing the shockwave. He has to admit that both of these transfer students are in a league of their own. With that kind of insane mana and flawless control, they definitely earn the title of geniuses. The fierce showdown between the blazing phoenix and the freezing dragon only gets crazier by the second. Standing proud on top of a massive glacier, the white-haired Kyoto student looks down at his opponent, daring her to do her worst. Let's see if she can break through his absolute defense. But just as their clash reaches its boiling point, a sudden flash of purple lightning cuts right into the middle of the battlefield. Little Julia boldly leaps into the fray, waving her staff as crackling purple lightning wraps around her body. She looks absolutely thrilled to crash this exclusive elemental battle. She screams out for them to just blow up the entire schoolyard already, summoning a massive lightning bird that flies straight up into the sky. The clash of 3 ultimate elements paints a brilliant rainbow across the academy sky. The crowd goes absolutely wild, cheering for what they think is a planned welcome show. They call them the future hopes of the Empire. But honestly, if the Empire relies on these 3 troublemakers, they are doomed. Even the elite transfer students are completely dumbfounded. Julia just giggles mischievously, asking if she can join in on the fun. This has to be the most chaotic welcome greeting the Academy has ever seen. The VIP guests are highly entertained, and the headmistress of the Saint Academy, Lady Singwintaran, seems especially amused by the chaotic display of youth. She knows this academic year is going to be wildly entertaining. Meanwhile, the Kyoto student folds his arms, secretly admitting that the Allen Academy students might actually have some serious skills. But before he can utter a single sarcastic comment, a silent spell suddenly locks his mouth shut. It is none other than the principal of Kyoto Magic Academy. Principal Atticus Rosso quietly walks past his student, offering only a single, stern warning to keep his mouth shut. Suddenly, glowing golden feathers drift down from the heavens, covering the entire school square. The crowd watches in absolute awe as the glowing plumes fall all around them. As the feathers touch the ground, they erupt into a blinding golden light, turning the courtyard into a dreamlike sea of brilliance. Right in the center, a mysterious masked woman appears. Sporting a pair of massive angel wings, she slowly floats down. The crowd is completely spellbound by her ethereal beauty, instantly begging to know who this goddess is. Her arrival makes even Diane from Kyoto Academy tense up. He resolves to win this tournament just for a shot at challenging her. Meanwhile, Aurora watches with glowing eyes of admiration. Blushing, she promises herself to do her absolute best to catch her idol's eye. As the masked lady lands, even the legendary Cyan Miranda bows respectfully to welcome her. She offers a warm greeting to the crowd, promising that with the goddess's blessing, this festival will be unforgettable. Then, the headmaster steps up to address the students. He announces that all the special guests have arrived, instructing everyone to head over to the grand banquet hall while clearing the area for the next events. Kai whispers in awe, noting that if even the legendary Scion bowed to her, she must be a massive deal straight from the capital. Lucas calmly replies that he is way more curious about her magic attribute than her social status. He silently observes as Diane, Aurora, and now a brand new elite make their grand entrance. The festival is heating up, and the pre-festival banquet in the luxurious grand hall is packed with eye-catching, rare delicacies. Yet, the absolute spotlight of the entire room belongs to Diane, the reigning genius from Kyoto Academy. Whispers echo all around the hall, with people gossiping about how he is way too arrogant. Even his own classmates are too intimidated to even walk up and strike up a conversation. In stark contrast to his freezing cold vibe, Aurora from Saint Academy is incredibly friendly. She actively approaches two Allen Academy freshmen just to casually ask about Julia's hobbies. Eager to make friends, the two boys blush and stumble over Aurora's gorgeous looks. But in a split second, their bright, happy smiles suddenly warp into something else. They pull a complete 180-degree turn, their faces turning dead cold and leaving her stunned. Aurora narrows her eyes suspiciously, sensing that something is seriously off with that boy. It is as if someone is pulling his mental strings. Meanwhile, as Julia happily munches on pastries next to her brother Lucas, Aurora silently vows to act. She needs to dig up every single piece of dirt on this girl for her next move. Just then, Iwa quietly walks past, her eyes glowing with a powerful hexagonal seal. Turns out, she is the one who used mind magic to block any info leaks about Julia, leaving those two boys standing there completely dazed and clueless about what just happened. Watching the drama unfold from the VIP table, the lovely Principal Terran of Saint Academy can't help but marvel at Iwa's outstanding psychic magic. As a daughter of the prestigious Miranda family, wasting such elite talent on simple information blockades seems like a shame. Sitting right next to her, Principal Atticus Rosso, the head of Kyoto Academy, takes a slow sip of wine. He points out that while this party is meant for relaxation, in reality, the silent war of geniuses has already begun. With a highly smug grin, he asserts that the championship title will definitely stay with Kyoto, and the other school should only fight over second place. Talk about some massive trash talk right off the bat from the headmaster. Over at the VIP table, tension quickly builds as the lovely Terran of Saint Academy brings up last year's near victory with regret. But Atticus Rosso of Kyoto immediately shoots it down, claiming there was a massive, undeniable gap in their strength. He adds that when it comes to pure determination to win, absolutely no one can beat Diane. Seeing his colleagues bicker, Principal Zoraika of Allen Academy quickly steps in to diffuse the tension. He points out that all three schools have their own unique strengths, so there is no need to obsess over first place. But his words only make everyone feel incredibly awkward, remembering that Allen Academy came in dead last year, so he does not really have any room to brag. Turin suddenly changes the subject to the Monster Mountain crisis, asking about this year's finals venue. Normally, to let students unleash their absolute full power, the final round is held in a remote forest far from the city, and this time, the chosen forest has been heavily fortified with protective magic barrier circles to keep wild beasts out, ensuring everything goes smoothly. Principal Zoraika takes a sip of his drink and reassures everyone that all safety concerns are fully settled, thanks to tight coordination between school staff and the Royal Army. All preparations in the Illusion Forest are complete and on track. Just hearing that name screams trouble, doesn't it? Anyway, Zoraika proudly announces that the only thing left is drawing lots for the qualifiers. The three principals raise their glasses, cheering to the massive success of this year's event. The very next day, the qualifiers for the Goddess Memorial Festival officially kick off at the school arena, located right in the heart of Allen Academy. Usually, each school sends 10 representatives, but as the reigning champions, Kyoto Academy gets a special privilege to field 11 competitors. Up in the stands, the crowd is already growing restless with the delay. One female student lets out a massive yawn, only to be immediately nudged by her friend, warning her not to sleep through a golden opportunity to size up their rivals. Meanwhile, Lucas looks over at his buddy Kai, who is also nodding off, and asks why on earth he is so exhausted. Kai just grumbles, telling Lucas to pinch himself if he wants to wake up. Right on cue, the loudspeakers boom. The first round is officially underway, featuring the formidable Diane Ashley from Kyoto Academy. He steps onto the field radiating a freezing, absolutely suffocating pressure. Standing across from him is Derek Ignis of Allen Academy. The crowd immediately buzzes about Derek's terrible luck, having to face the absolute strongest student in the very first match. Still, Lucas silently notes that as a fire mage, Derek actually has the elemental advantage over ice, meaning their chances are pretty 50-50. Wasting no time, Derek immediately unleashes his full mana reserve to summon a massive, blazing fire avatar that completely wraps around his body. With bloodlust in his eyes, Derek channels every ounce of his power into a giant fire punch, sending destructive heat straight at Diane. Staring down the blazing fist, Diane coldly scoffs. Natural enemy? Please. With a simple smirk, a massive wall of ice materializes instantly, completely freezing and snuffs out the flames. Derek watches in absolute horror as his ultimate move is neutralized. What on earth? He thinks my entire fire avatar got turned into a block of ice. Before his opponent can even process this, Diane unleashes a wave of absolute zero energy. The icy blast blows Derek backward, leaving him collapsed on the ground, completely spent. The announcer booms, declaring the winner of the opening match to be Diane Ashley of Kyoto Academy. Diane looks down at his defeated opponent with pure contempt. So this is the level of Allen Academy's top 3. He sneers how disappointing. In the stands, Kai and the others watch in absolute, stunned silence. The fight was over in the blink of an eye, and Diane didn't even take a single step. Lucas narrows his eyes, realizing this monster's power is seriously off the charts. Even Julia might struggle to take him down. Julia rushes over to check on him, asking if he is okay. Derek bitterly admits he was pathetic, failing to even make Diane break a sweat. Next up, the second matchup is announced Aurora Phoenix of Saint Academy versus Iwa Miranda of Allen Academy. Julia can't help but worry about her friend facing yet another top-tier genius from a rival school. Standing in the center of the massive arena, Iwa steals her resolve. This isn't just a basic tower trial anymore. This is her moment to reclaim her honor. Up in the stands, the crowd erupts into wild cheers, chanting Aurora's name at the top of their lungs. They scream for her to take this win. Basking in the hype, Aurora gives a graceful wave, flashing a beautiful smile to thank her adoring fans. She promises to deliver a beautiful victory today, asking everyone to keep cheering loud. Talk about the ultimate drama queen, she even throws in a confident wink. Hiding half her face behind an elegant folding fan, she stands ready. Opposite her, Iwa senses the immense pressure rolling off her opponent. This is going to be a real fight. The loudspeaker booms, signaling the start of round 2. Annoyed by her opponent's flashy attitude, Iwa tells her to cut the drama and fight. Instantly, Aurora swings her fan. She releases a blazing sea of fire. It completely engulfs the arena. How incredibly rude, Aurora mumbles behind her fan, her eyes flashing with cold, sharp focus. Aurora looks surprised to see Iwa raise a glowing red magic circle in time. Oh, so you used mind power to build a barrier? Well, this might be a fun way to kill time. Immediately, she channels her strength to unleash the Phoenix Aerith, summoning a giant pillar of fire that explodes directly upward. It crashes down right on Iwa with terrifying power. Gritting her teeth, Iwa pours everything into her barrier. Watching her opponent struggle in the blazing sea, Aurora stands proudly above. She tosses down a highly arrogant taunt. Seems like you are way too busy defending yourself to even think about attacking. Without giving Iwa a single second to breathe, Aurora pumps more magic into her fan, preparing her next strike, the Phoenix. A massive explosion of fire spirit energy suddenly erupts. It completely swallows Iwa in red flames. Aurora smirks behind her fan, whispering, "Oh, is it already over?" But right then, from the heart of the blaze, Iwa's eyes flash with the powerful six-sided crest of the Miranda family. She coldly fires back, "Do not celebrate too early. Let us see who gets knocked out first." Immediately, Iwa activates a major mind spell called the Forest of Illusions, dragging Aurora into a terrifying dreamscape. Aurora realizes with absolute horror that she is burning inside her very own flames. She screams in despair, "Wait, why am I burning myself?" Standing tall amid the hallucinatory flames, Iwa proudly declares, "Do not think you can escape my mind magic that easily." But back in reality, Aurora suddenly laughs like a madwoman. She casually throws down a challenge, "Now taste absolute defeat." A massive shockwave of spiritual power explodes from within. It shatters Iwa's mental barrier. The magical crest on her forehead cracks, forcing her back in shock. As the illusion breaks, Iwa trembles, surrounded by a circle of real flames. She simply cannot believe her own eyes. "This is impossible. You should have been trapped inside my illusion." Watching closely from the spectator stands, Lucas narrows his eyes. He spots something highly unusual and begins to analyze their tactics. From the start, Iwa purposely put herself at a disadvantage to make Aurora let her guard down. Then, she used her illusion to force her opponent to waste her ultimate move, aiming for total mind control. However, Aurora breaking free so suddenly, reversing the flow of battle so quickly was completely unexpected. Smirking with utter superiority, Aurora looks down at Iwa, who lies defeated at her feet. "Your cheap tricks are just for show, so cut the act, darling. You really are as arrogant as they say." Aurora reveals she only avoided the trap because she saw Iwa's magic earlier. Iwa is horrified to realize her opponent had been quietly studying her. A booming voice over the loudspeaker announces an overwhelming victory. The win goes to Aurora Phoenix of Saint Academy. Watching the scene from afar, Lucas quietly ponders how Aurora managed to break out of Iwa's mental magic. Could she possess some kind of similar energy? But he immediately dismisses the thought, as such a thing is absolutely impossible. Lucas continues to analyze. Magic only works if you receive a divine blessing from the gods. For the past 1,000 years, the rule has been set: a person can only receive a blessing from a single deity. In other words, No one can use multiple types of magic at the same time. He then remembers that training the mind through martial arts can build a powerful resistance to mental magic, much like how he stepped in to protect Julia before. Lucas narrows his eyes. Did Aurora train in martial arts too? Meanwhile, the atmosphere at Allen Academy grows incredibly grim. Students begin to complain, completely discouraged, believing they will end up at the very bottom of the rankings just like last year. Continuous yawns echo across the stands as dozens of students suddenly become strangely sluggish and sleepy. One girl tries to cheer everyone up, telling them not to lose hope because their top genius has not even fought yet, but even she cannot resist the heavy drowsiness washing over her. Lucas notices this bizarre drop in energy around him, wondering why everyone looks like they are about to pass out. The magic students blame the martial arts department for making discouraging remarks, but in truth, everyone is falling into a mysterious state of exhaustion. Standing in a dark corner, Greg smiles with evil satisfaction as his plot unfolds beautifully. Caressing the cursed treasure resting on his chest, he mutters a curse, promising that they will all lose their powers very soon, die right here. Shortly after, the next two matches between Kyoto Academy and Saint Academy wrap up. But while Lucas remains completely calm, observing the events, Kai beside him cannot stop yawning from sheer exhaustion. A loud announcement suddenly blares over the speaker, stating the fifth match is up next. It is Julia versus Tegan Valentine, a formidable representative from Kyoto Magic Academy. Both step onto the arena, facing each other with tense readiness. The moment the starting signal rings out, Tegan immediately makes the first move. He swings his staff, shouting out, "Welcome to my grand construction site." Julia's purple lightning erupts violently to counter his opening attack, her eyes narrowing as she fully concentrates. She carefully tracks every single movement of her opponent. Lucas silently observes that Tegan's attacks are incredibly fast and heavy. Without preparing her defense beforehand, Julia would have been taken out instantly. He tells himself his little sister had better avoid a direct clash for now. Tegan's eyes gleam with calculation as he activates a massive creation spell, erecting a towering stone pillar that dominates the center of the arena. Completely unfazed by the giant rock, Julia channels all her lightning magic into her palm, shattering Tegan's stone pillar into flying debris. A dense cloud of dust completely blankets the battlefield. Julia stares down at the deep crater, mockingly asking, "Hiding that well, are you?" Suddenly, her eyes widen in shock as a brilliant golden beam strikes her directly from behind. With no time to react, Julia's body is quickly encased in solid stone. Tegan proudly declares that she is hit by his petrification spell, designed to slow down any opponent's movements. Tegan secretly notes that despite her massive magic power, Julia is still far too inexperienced. He believes that as long as he completely paralyzes her movements, victory is guaranteed. Tegan immediately channels a high-tier earth spell, summoning colossal boulders to rain down directly onto Julia. The giant rocks collapse like a cage with crushing force, swallowing her completely. Amidst the harsh grinding sounds, her staff drops uselessly onto the arena floor. Leaving the entire crowd in utter disbelief, spectators anxiously cry out her name as she remains frozen solid. They worry that Allen Academy will suffer their third consecutive loss if this keeps up. Gripping his staff tightly, Tegan gloats, fully convinced the fight is officially over. But suddenly, Tegan spots something strange in Julia's expression while the gasping crowd points at the rubble. From inside the stone casing, Julia smirks mysteriously. "Now it is my turn to clean house." She playfully announces that since her opponent hid so well, she is going on a treasure hunt. A brilliant sphere of purple energy violently explodes, shattering the stone chains and completely flabbergasting Tegan. He screams in absolute disbelief because Julia can somehow still channel high-tier magic, despite being completely sealed off. With her eyes blazing with absolute power, she unleashes a colossal storm of deep violet-red lightning. It strikes straight down into the arena, leaving Tegan screaming in pure agony as the devastating energy completely swallows him up. In sheer terror, he wonders what kind of monstrous power this actually is. As the smoke clears, Julia stands proudly in the middle of the ruined arena, looking down at her opponent, lying completely unconscious in a massive crater. The young girl simply smiles. She reveals she actually started charging up her mana before he even hid, casually complaining that playing hide-and-seek is too exhausting, so she finished it quickly. Flat on his back, Tegan suddenly realizes the truth. Julia had predicted his every move and purposely took the hit just to lure him into a trap. He bitterly admits to himself that he has been completely defeated by a little girl's brilliant strategy. The speakers boom, declaring Julia Ryan the winner of the fifth match amidst roaring cheers from the crowd. This first victory for the Allen Academy instantly reignites hope for all of their students. However, debates about the true power levels of the Academy's top 3 elite mages quickly break out. Some argue that fire beats ice, but ice naturally beats lightning. That would make Julia the weakest link, but that theory is instantly shut down since Diane already crushed a fire mage in the first match. Meanwhile, Lucas quietly observes the crowd, glancing at a sleeping Kai. He senses that something is seriously off. Later that morning, Julia and Iwa leave the arena together, surrounded by warm congratulations and high expectations for the upcoming final match. Suddenly, a paper airplane glides out of nowhere right into Julia's hands, leaving her completely confused as she opens it. Late at night, while Iwa is fast asleep back at the dorms, Julia sneaks out to a secret meeting spot in the forest. She runs up out of breath, apologizing to Lucas for being late because she had to wait for Iwa to fall asleep, then curiously asks why he called her out here. Deep down, Julia is hoping her brother will shower her with praise after her victory. She proudly boasts that she won without even touching his special pill, proving her own strength has improved dramatically. But Lucas just stands there silently under the moonlight. He stares directly at his little sister and asks her a very serious question. Julia, do you actually want to win the finals? Staring back at Lucas under the dim moonlight, Julia gives a firm and unwavering nod. She must win, no matter what. Without another word, Lucas gently pats her head and smiles with pride. That is his sister, after all. But his expression instantly turns dead serious as he warns her that if she faces those two geniuses right now, her chances of winning are absolutely zero. Lucas states bluntly that both Aurora and Diane are far ahead of Julia in both magical capacity and actual combat experience. He stresses that Diane from Kyoto Academy is particularly dangerous, possessing an unnaturally high resistance to magic from surviving countless real battles. For a lightning mage like Julia, even scratching him will be incredibly tough. Hearing her brother's brutal reality check, Julia looks up with determination and asks if he has a way to help her win anyway. Lucas lets out a mysterious, teasing smirk. He admits that he does, but warns her that his method is going to be incredibly brutal. Without a single second of hesitation, Julia confidently declares she can handle any amount of pain to claim that victory. Lucas snaps his fingers with a smirk, loudly announcing that her training in hell begins right now. Suddenly, Uru charges from behind and rams right into Julia, sending her flying. The shocked girl panics and yells at the wolf, asking if he has lost his mind. But that is just the start. Sharp, jagged ice spikes instantly shoot out from the ground, forcing Julia to dodge frantically to avoid getting impaled. Standing tall on top of the wolf, Lucas compares himself to a lion, pushing his cubs off a cliff so they can grow strong in a harsh environment. Surrounded by a glowing aura of energy, Lucas warns her that he won't be holding back. He urges his sister to give it everything she has got to survive this nightmare. With a wave of his hand, Lucas unleashes a devastating wave of freezing cold. Jagged ice pillars erupt, chasing Julia closely. Shocked by this impossible sight, Julia screams in sheer panic, asking how her brother can even use magic. Lucas calmly explains. He tells her it is all thanks to his master-servant contract with Uru. He reveals that when you bond with a high-level magic beast, you do not just get pills, you can also borrow their magical power. Lucas explains that as long as he touches his contracted beast, he can freely harness its elements. Uru is a level 6 beast capable of controlling both fire and ice, and when you combine those elemental powers with Lucas's own insane combat skills, the destructive force multiplies. Instantly, a massive ice wolf with razor-sharp fangs is summoned, lunging straight down at Julia. A colossal block of eternal ice shoots up from the ground, instantly swallowing her whole. Witnessing this brutal attack, Uru nervously begs his master to tone it down, worried Julia might actually die. Lucas casually replies that he is already holding back quite a bit, while warning Julia that if she does not quickly learn to shatter the ice and build resistance, she will freeze to death. Pushed into a corner, Julia roars with pride, warning him not to underestimate an angry genius. She promises to show him her real strength as a brilliant surge of purple lightning suddenly explodes. Shattering the massive block of ice, Julia breaks free with a smug look, asking her brother if she is carrying the team now. But before she can even catch her breath, she gasps. She realizes she is trapped inside a massive maze of ice. Lucas looks down from above, coldly announcing the start of the next round and warning her that if she is slow, she dies. Riding on Uru's back, he keeps up the relentless pressure, leaving Julia screaming in terror. Under this suffocating intensity, she struggles desperately to dodge the non-stop barrage of attacks from her brother. The intense chase drags on until both Julia and Uru are completely drained, looking like their souls have left their bodies. Julia wheezes, admitting she has absolutely no mana left, and sighs. She feels a wave of relief, thinking this living hell of a training session is finally over. But she is dead wrong. Lucas instantly shoves recovery pills into both her and the wolf's mouths. To keep the torture going, Lucas flashes a highly sinister smirk, casually holding up another recovery pill. He asks her what on earth she is talking about. He tells her that the hellish training has only just begun. Realizing her brother has absolutely no intention of stopping, Julia bursts into tears, crying out that he is a literal demon. Lucas tells himself this is all for his sister's own good, while poor Uru can only howl for help in vain. A few hours later, back at the dorm room, Iwa looks around anxiously, wondering where Julia could have gone. She is worried that the girl disappeared without leaving a single note. Right then, a pair of trembling legs shuffles into the room wearing completely shredded shoes. Iwa is about to say hello, but freezes in absolute horror at Julia's state. Her clothes are torn to shreds, her face covered in dirt, and she is shaking. Julia weakly mutters a good morning before collapsing right into Iwa's arms. Amidst Iwa's frantic panic and rapid questions about who could have done this to her, Julia manages a weak smile. She explains she just went through some special training for the finals. She even excitedly boasts that she now has 200% ice resistance, so even a blizzard will feel like nothing. Iwa carries her over to the bed, gritting her teeth in pure anger at Lucas's absolute cruelty for putting his sister through such a nightmare right before the big match. But Julia simply closes her eyes, letting out a satisfied smile as she whispers that she will definitely win tomorrow. Yet, a split second later, her eyes suddenly flare with a burning rage. Her face turns terrifying as she vows to make those two rivals feel the exact misery she just endured, transforming from a delicate girl into a cold-blooded assassin in a single night. The next day, the finals of the Goddess Memorial Festival officially kick off under an incredibly tense atmosphere. Right now, Holy and Kyoto Academies are leading the scoreboard with 2 points each. Meanwhile, Allen Academy is still stuck at the bottom, with a single miserable point. For this decisive final battle, each school will send out their absolute best representative to compete. The arena is a highly unique zone called the Forest of Illusion, where contestants can freely unleash their most devastating magic without worrying about harming the surrounding environment. Right there, standing in the center of a brilliant, glowing magic circle, Headmaster Jerica loudly commands the representatives to finish preparing and enter the arena. Stepping forward with absolute arrogance, Diane walks in with an incredibly smug look. He coldly declares he doesn't need preparation, because his strength is already a cheat. Watching his arrogant display, Aurora licks her lips provocatively, thinking his smugness only makes her want to crush him even more. But in total contrast to her highly stressed rivals, Julia is just standing there, yawning repeatedly and looking completely exhausted from a lack of sleep. Her completely drowsy look deeply disappoints the crowd behind. They mockingly whisper that Julia has absolutely zero chance of winning and should forfeit immediately to save face. Seeing these guys dare trash-talk his little sister, Lucas does not hesitate to give them a few hard chops to the head. He remembers that after that absolute hellish training, even he and his wolf Uru had to soak in medicinal baths for half a day to recover. Even though he gave Julia a recovery potion, she still slept heavily all day yesterday to restore her energy. Lucas knows those loudmouth students obviously do not know the actual truth, but hearing them constantly whine about giving up is getting on his nerves. Noticing that his classmates' mental and physical health has been pretty unstable lately, Lucas decides to take out a bottle of high-grade boosting pills and hands them over. Meanwhile, over at the entrance, Iwa is worriedly asking about Julia's current health, since she skipped meals and slept all day. Julia proudly declares she can easily wipe out the entire map without a sweat, gently handing a red crystal rabbit back to her. Iwa listens as Julia enthusiastically explains she left it behind at the dorm because she was terrified of losing it during her extreme mountain training. Hearing those words, Iwa is completely stunned and begins to wonder what kind of brutal hell Julia actually had to go through. Lucas's magical boosting pills show immediate, miraculous results after just a single dose. The previously sluggish Allen Academy students are suddenly bursting with intense energy, loudly cheering together in absolute hype, fully believing that Allen Academy will take the crown and Julia will easily crush those two terrifying rivals. Witnessing this sudden, dramatic change in everyone, Iwa silently wonders what on earth Lucas actually did to his little sister. Right before Julia steps into the teleportation circle, Iwa gently pats her head and warns her to be extremely careful, asserting that no matter the final result, she is still a truly unique and special mage. Julia loudly promises she will definitely win this match to make everyone proud, then proudly steps forward with Iwa. As the bright magic circle glows beneath her feet, Julia is officially teleported straight into the heart of the Forest of Illusion. Remembering her brother's warning to hide in the bushes because charging out early is a death sentence, she quickly finds a massive ancient tree to conceal her location. Meanwhile, Aurora dashes through the forest at absolute lightning speed, her sharp eyes constantly scanning every single corner to hunt down her prey. Julia holds her breath, pressing herself against the tree trunk as her heart pounds in fear. Up in the stands, the crowd goes wild seeing her hide right away. They quietly pray that Aurora won't locate the poor girl too early. Right then, Aurora glides past her hiding spot and stops, suddenly feeling highly suspicious. But she eventually moves on, thinking how strange it is since she was sure she heard someone nearby. She remains highly alert, but then, a massive, earth-shattering ice explosion suddenly erupts in the far distance, shaking the entire sky. She smirks wickedly, immediately recognizing that familiar, chilling magical presence, knowing only Diane would be cocky enough to reveal his location so defiantly. Without a second of hesitation, Aurora swings her flaming fan and charges straight toward the freezing source. Meanwhile, Julia is still crouching quietly at the base of the tree. Strangely, her body is emitting faint purple electricity that completely covers her. Witnessing this odd scene, the shocked crowd in the stands simply cannot believe their eyes. How on earth can a lightning mage be capable of using such brilliant stealth magic to erase her presence? Lucas laughs out loud at their absolute confusion. It turns out that during her hellish training, because she was so exhausted and desperately wanted to escape her brother's relentless pursuit, Julia accidentally learned how to completely erase her presence. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Diane and Aurora have officially faced off amidst a freezing, murderous fog. Watching from afar through the monitor, Lucas lets out a scheming smirk. Everything is going exactly according to his calculated master plan. He knows that once the fight between those two geniuses ends, and both have wasted their energy, that will be the absolute perfect moment for Julia to swoop in and steal the victory. Diane stands proudly atop a massive ice tower, calmly keeping his eyes closed under a heavy rain of falling sparks. Suddenly, a devastating explosion erupts as fire and ice violently collide. Amidst the rising smoke, Diane coldly notes that only Aurora showed up. He mockingly scoffs that it is just her, which is pretty boring. Aurora simply smirks back. She swings her burning fan, mocking him by asking if Allen Academy's top student is busy hiding. Diane is completely unfazed as he activates a glowing blue magic stone. Sharp layers of ice armor cover his body as he calmly states he wanted to crush both rivals at once. But wrapping up early works fine too. Aurora confidently snaps back, vowing that she will be the one to break his undefeated streak right now. She swings her fan, unleashing a massive phoenix skill, but Diane suddenly lunges forward like lightning with a devastating ice-covered punch, directly clashing with her fire at point-blank range, sending massive waves of energy exploding outward. Watching this shocking show, the students are completely blown away. It turns out his past fights were just an act. They realize Diane fights with flawless precision, showing zero openings, and his fierce close combat skills look exactly like a seasoned martial artist. Watching through the screen, Lucas analyzes that although Diane chose the mage path for better growth, he secretly trained hard in martial arts as well. He truly respects Diane's open-minded approach to seeking ultimate power, thinking that if everyone had this great mindset, martial artists would not be treated so poorly in this world. When Kai curiously asks who will win, Lucas narrows his eyes and confidently replies that based on pure, raw strength, the winner is probably going to be Diane. But Iwa does not agree, pointing out that Aurora must still be hiding a secret trump card. Suddenly, a student gasps loudly as the match is seemingly decided on screen. Diane stands arrogantly among the shattered ice. Seeing Julia finally wander close, he casually remarks that she is late, even though the match was already over. Julia warily asks if he really beat Aurora, and Diane smugly brags that his ice magic is the absolute strongest in the world. No other soul can win this festival besides him. With a sharp glare, Diane coldly promises to end everything right here. Julia immediately activates a lightning shield for defense, but Diane retaliates by dropping a giant ice dragon straight onto her location. With absolutely terrifying force, the massive impact freezes and shatters nearby trees, sending poor Julia flying back just as she struggles to stand in the mist. Suddenly, Diane teleports behind her to launch a vicious frost strike. A giant block of ice drops at crazy speed, but Julia barely dodges in the nick of time, focusing all her energy. Purple sparks erupt around her body. She silently thinks that compared to the brutal, soul-crushing attacks her brother threw at her in hellish training, Diane's current movements are incredibly slow. She channels energy into her legs, zooming off like a lightning bolt to prep her counterattack. Diane can only watch her speedy retreat. He sneers at her for constantly running away. But guess what? Julia has absolutely no plans of stopping as she glides effortlessly over glowing purple magic circles that keep popping up under her feet. Suddenly, a massive magic circle blankets the ground, and giant ice pillars shoot up to form a towering frost citadel in the forest. Julia stares at this monstrous structure in utter shock. The frozen fortress, known as the Ice Prison, rises before her eyes. Standing proudly at the top, Diane brags that he chose this underground water source specifically for this move. Behold my ultimate strategy, so take notes. Diane waves his hand, summoning a sharp, star-shaped glacier from a magic circle in the sky, bringing down a heavy pressure on her, drops straight onto Julia to crush her. Standing in the eye of the storm, she grips her staff tightly and channels every drop of her mana for one final clash. Diane stands tall on his icy tower, arrogantly declaring that this is what true strength looks like. Up above, a massive magic circle begins to glow, fueling the giant structure. It pours deep blue energy into the fortress, releasing a suffocating pressure. Looking down, Diane notes that Julia is moving way better now than she did in the qualifiers. As she dashes through purple lightning to dodge his vicious strikes, Diane realizes she is cleverly using her electricity to redirect his attacks at the very last second. He actually admits that he underestimated the raw power she has been hiding deep inside all this time. Meanwhile, Julia grits her teeth and pours everything into her staff, desperately blocking the massive collapsing glacier. Since she does not want to waste any more precious time and energy getting bogged down in this fight, she makes a quick decision. She leaps away to find an escape route. Diane just snorts with pure contempt at her pathetic struggle. But the moment Julia lands, she gasps in shock. She realizes the ice beneath her feet is actually part of his highly elaborate trap. Frozen chains burst out to lock her ankles tightly, just as another sharp icicle flies right at her. A blind spot ambush. Julia can only widen her eyes in shock at the insane speed of the incoming projectile. Like, how is he moving this fast? He lands a devastating blow. A massive explosion completely swallows Julia in dust and shattered ice shards. Diane begins charging a freezing sphere in his hand, his eyes gleefully cruel as he prepares to finish her off. Prepare to have your soul frozen. Instantaneously, a massive trail of ice erupts. Julia tries her best to block it, but the brutal cold easily overpowers her. It blasts her away in absolute shock. Watching this unfold from the stands, her brother Lucas remains completely calm and collected, but his eyes narrow analytically. He reasons that if Diane could control a massive dragon from the start, making and coordinating ice clones should be child's play for him. Even so, Lucas is still pretty confident. After all, he personally boosted his sister's ice resistance to 200%. The cold alone won't break her spirit. She will keep fighting. Julia drags herself up from the wreckage, covered in frost. Diane notes her thorough prep when he sees the biting cold hasn't completely broken her yet. He pumps even more mana into his palms, his eyes burning with sadism. He openly boasts that he wants to watch a weak girl like her suffer and squirm in pain. Julia grips her staff, igniting it with purple lightning. She shivers from the cold, realizing Diane has turned the entire battlefield into a frozen wasteland. Massive ice clones carrying incredibly sharp weapons loom out of the thick mist, surrounding her from every side. Suddenly, a giant ice soldier swings a deadly axe down with crushing force, aiming straight for her head, but Julia narrows her eyes with fierce determination, shouting out that freezing the land or using clones won't be enough to beat her. A massive burst of purple lightning erupts violently from her staff, completely obliterating the giant ice soldier in a blinding explosion of pure energy. Next, Julia fires a high-voltage beam of lightning straight at the top of the tower, forcing Diane to leap down in a hurry to dodge the blast. He smirks, calling her decent but still too naive. To Julia's absolute horror, the clones she just destroyed instantly reform as if nothing ever happened. She gathers her remaining strength and unleashes her chain lightning skill, creating linked electric spheres to wipe out the surrounding horde. However, the relentless pressure from these frost beasts is just too overwhelming. A giant suddenly swings a sharp ice blade down right next to her position. Julia grits her teeth to block it, exhaustion clearly written all over her face. Watching through the magic screen, Kai angrily realizes that Diane is deliberately using these clones to drain Julia of all her mana. Lucas secretly hopes that Julia playing defensively earlier to tire Diane out will give her a real chance to turn things around. But Iwa looks deeply worried, highly doubting things are that simple, given the massive power gap between them. Secondly, Julia is panting heavily from sheer fatigue, but she notices the regeneration speed of those ice clones has finally started to slow down. Thirdly, Diane casually walks over and mocks her, asking if she is out of mana and advising her to just surrender. Even though he is slightly tired, he admits she is much stronger than he expected. Still, he insists she is doomed and loudly declares that he will end this fight right now. Amidst the glowing frost, Julia pours all her remaining strength into a vibrant purple magic circle, absolutely refusing to give up. Yet Diane maintains his chilling, terrifyingly cold expression. He casually warns her that as long as she remains inside his frozen domain, she is trapped. Suddenly, a massive purple energy explosion erupts across the arena. Diane has now merged inside a giant, majestic ice entity. He coldly claims that despite her resistances, the freezing chill will slowly eat her alive anyway, wearing a wicked smirk. He proudly declares that overexerting herself will only hasten her doom, as he cannot wait to see the look of absolute despair on her face. Diane immediately commands the giant ice monster to attack Julia, forcing her to constantly dodge and run to survive. Even so, she silently notes that his movements are finally starting to drag. He stops laying down any more freezing traps. Looking at Diane's exhausted face, Julia realizes he is completely running out of mana, but still stubbornly forcing this freezing zone. Suddenly, a very confident smile spreads across her face. Purple lightning crackles around her body. She pours all her strength into her staff, mocking his confidence. With a hard slam of her weapon, she triggers her signature electric field. A massive sea of purple electricity explodes, directly hitting Diane's giant ice form. Even as high voltage shocks him through his armor, Diane stubbornly insists that this is all useless. He thinks ice can easily block lightning, but his eyes go wide in absolute shock when a gorgeous, glowing purple lightning rose blooms right in front of his face. Julia coldly fires back. If ice can easily block lightning, then your lightning is just too weak. Her eyes flash with intense power as she confidently declares that true lightning can easily tear through any freezing ice. A massive, devastating bolt of lightning erupts. Diane watches in horror as the sheer power of this blast completely blows past all his calculations. It directly crushes his absolute best defense. Gritting his teeth, he realizes he has to get out of this electric field before his ice armor is totally smashed. Just as he finds a small opening to counterattack, Diane freezes in absolute horror as the surrounding mana starts shifting. Julia coldly explains that inside this special electromagnetic zone of hers, her lightning magic resonates, boosting its power to a whole new level. "Do not blink," she shouts. "Here comes the ultimate spell." She immediately releases a massive, devastating wave of purple electricity. The devastating, destructive attack swallows Diane whole. He screams in absolute agony as tens of thousands of volts surge directly through his body, leaving him completely helpless. The entire crowd stands completely frozen in shock, watching this insane madness unfold on the live magic screens. Excitement and disbelief spread like wildfire among the students. They actually start questioning if lightning is really weaker than ice, as the textbooks claim. This fight is way beyond anything normal freshmen could pull off. One guy turns to Jeremy and asks if this is the exact lightning he normally takes from Julia. Jeremy is too stunned to even speak. At the epicenter of the explosion, the dust finally clears to reveal a deep crater where Diane lies completely wrecked. Julia is panting hard, looking up with a dirty, exhausted face. She innocently asks if she won. Stepping closer to the edge, she nervously asks if he is still alive down there. Down in the crater, Diane weakly mumbles. He deliriously apologizes to his sister for failing to bring home the glory. In his mind, a powerful woman stands with her arms crossed, looking down at him. She glares down coldly, mocking him as an absolute failure for giving up so easily. Suddenly, a dark entity with glowing red eyes appears in his terrifying hallucination. It roars cruelly, demanding that Diane win at all costs, even if it kills him. He simply cannot accept being a pathetic, useless loser. Julia looks down at his motionless body, starting to worry since any damage taken in this illusion forest will directly hurt their actual, real-world bodies. She gasps in horror as she realizes he is actually standing back up. Seriously, is this guy even human? Surviving a full-power ultimate is just insane. Suddenly, the sharp sound of cracking ice makes Julia's eyes widen in shock. Diane slowly rises like a dark shadow, covered in dark aura. He sneers, asking if she is surprised. He claims he has trained hard to resist lightning. With crazy, bloodshot eyes, he roars that this cheap electricity won't bring him down, as sharp blocks of ice explode violently. Julia has to leap back repeatedly to dodge his relentless attacks, but he suddenly teleports right behind her, sending a shiver of terror through her body as her electricity goes wild. Her electricity goes completely out of control. A massive blast of freezing energy erupts, blowing everything away in its path. Standing amidst the ruins, Diane coldly declares that his next attack will officially end the fight. Gritting his teeth with hatred, he promises to finish her. He vows to finish her off with his absolute strongest spell. Charging forward like a wild beast, he ignores the lightning. Julia grits her teeth, completely bewildered by his actions. What is wrong with this guy? He is clearly out of mana, so how is he still rushing her like this? Even with lightning burning his flesh, he closes the distance rapidly. Julia is forced to defend under intense, suffocating pressure. Though practically roasted by her lightning, Diane refuses to step back. The freezing cold energy coming off him is actually getting stronger. It is somehow even more brutal than before. He corners her, forcing the exhausted girl to struggle just to stay upright as she starts to tremble. She wonders how on earth she is supposed to defeat someone this crazy. Diane slowly looms over her, ice sword in hand, his eyes burning with absolute bloodlust. Recalling Lucas's words that her brother never misjudges an opponent, she squeezes out every last drop of her strength. She refuses to let him overwhelm her here. A massive magic circle lights up under her feet. She channels all her remaining mana into a highly destructive sphere of lightning, aiming it directly at him. He swiftly dodges her lightning blast, closing the gap in a split second. With pure malice in his red eyes, Diane unleashes a terrifyingly fast, devastating finishing blow. But at the absolute last second, a burst of purple energy slams right into his face. His eyes widen in shock as Julia pours everything into her final strike. She declares this is the ultimate condensation of her lightning 10 times stronger than anything she has ever used. Even with half her face completely frozen over, she grins. She still gives him a confident smile. "You are insanely strong," she admits. "But this time, I am the one winning." Diane roars, completely unable to believe what he is seeing. "How could someone like you possibly?" he screams. Instantly, brilliant purple lightning flowers detonate, slamming directly into Diane and making him howl in absolute agony. Thousands of volts tear through him. He collapses onto the arena floor, smoking black. Seeing the ice on her own face finally melt away, Julia lets out a sigh of relief. It is finally over. She silently admits that without her brother's hellish training regimen, she definitely would not have survived this brutal match. Just as she lets her guard down from sheer exhaustion, hot flames suddenly erupt out of nowhere, completely engulfing the entire area in a raging fire. Aurora appears proudly, holding her golden fan. She looks down at the defeated Diane, mocking him for wasting her time, before flashing a wicked, devious smirk. She throws a cheeky greeting at Julia. "Long time no see, Alan's star student." Watching this twist through the magic screens, Iwa realizes Lucas's prediction was completely wrong. Since Aurora is very much alive, she worries how Julia can possibly handle this. Even Diane got completely played. Meanwhile, Lucas just silently observes the chaos with a calm face. Aurora suddenly appears up, hanging all a branch, looking down at the exhausted girl and teasingly asking if she's too scared to move. Julia sweats, realizing this is her absolute worst nightmare, the exact scenario her brother warned her about. Since Julia stays quiet and alert, Aurora pouts about her being so cold, then playfully offers to explain how she totally tricked Diane. She reveals how she was hiding this whole time, declaring she is going to bear absolutely everything. But then, Aurora's next move makes Julia completely panic. Julia waves her hands frantically as her opponent starts unbuttoning her shirt. Blushing madly, Julia screams that holding nothing back was definitely not meant in that way. Smiling wickedly, Aurora teases Julia for being so cute when flustered. She then pulls out a glowing red pendant called the Oath of Rosario. This handy treasure is her secret weapon to turn the tables. Thanks to it, Aurora is completely immune to all mental attacks. She can also use its stored magic to manipulate her opponents. But there is a catch once the energy drains. It takes a full day to recharge. Julia is absolutely shocked. Aurora used this trick to deceive Diane into thinking she lost, while secretly waiting in the shadows. This explains the mystery. Is why Iwa's high-level mental magic was totally useless against her. Aurora admits Diane's willpower was so intense, it drained the stone in one go. But she casually notes that, at this level, methods do not matter as long as you win. Julia spits back that this is not even her own power. Hiding behind her fan like the ultimate drama queen of the year, Aurora mockingly tells her opponent to just forfeit. She sneers that since Julia is completely out of magic, fighting is useless. Since Julia cannot fight back, Aurora claims she was just being generous by sharing her secret. Besides, she has absolutely no interest in wasting any more energy. Instead of surrendering, a purple lightning bolt shoots straight at her. She quickly swings her fan, unleashing a blazing fire dragon vortex to swat the attack away. Her eyes turn sharp. "Oh, so you refuse my offer?" But even with a bruised face and heavy breathing, Julia looks back with fiercely determined eyes. Gripping her staff tightly, she channels her last bits of strength into bursts of purple electricity, confidently declaring they won't know if she can fight until she tries. Aurora narrows her eyes in cold amusement. Waving her fiery fan with a wicked smirk, she declares that if Julia wants to fight this badly, she will gladly oblige. She promises to show her some real hospitality. Instantly, a massive magic circle glows right under Julia's feet, crushing her with a heavy, absolutely overwhelming pressure. Left with no choice, Julia quickly uses her lightning escape to slip away. But within a blink, Aurora already closes the distance. Julia is amazed by Aurora's insane reaction speed. Aurora just smirks as the girl struggles in the flames, teasingly asking if she was not frozen just a second ago. With a cruel glow in her eyes, Aurora waves her fan, and cold-bloodedly offers to warm her up. Suddenly, a giant, blazing fire phoenix summons from thin air. It covers the entire arena in a wave of destructive heat. Julia screams in pain as she gets swallowed by the vortex, suddenly remembering her brother's warning. He told her that since Aurora is so unpredictable, she must always keep some spare magic. But in this moment, Julia bitterly realizes her mistake. She had spent every last drop of mana on her final attack against Diane. Hanging by a thread, the young girl narrows her eyes with absolute resolve. There is only one way left to win. Standing proudly in the fire, Aurora looks down at her exhausted opponent, asking why she does not just stop struggling. She smirks, telling Julia to lay down and die. But out of nowhere, a purple electric spark cuts right across Aurora's cheek, leaving her completely stunned. Julia smiles defiantly. She admits she is out of mana, but points out that she can still use Aurora's own magic to strike back. Cleverly using the melted water from Diane's ice magic, Julia conducts her electricity, shocking the entire arena. Aurora's smug face instantly vanishes as she realizes the plan. Aurora quickly regains her smug attitude, sneering that weak lightning cannot defeat her. But Julia's eyes flash with determination as she prepares her next move. The electric spark was just a distraction to buy time. Julia pours her absolute final bits of energy into her staff, roaring that she will end this right now. Aurora panics, screaming at her to stop before they both blow up. She warns Julia that since she is inside the fire vortex, she is in much greater danger. Fire and lightning are both highly unstable, formless elements. Mixing them at such close range triggers a massive, blinding explosion that completely tears the entire arena apart. The massive shockwave blows everything away, launching the red crystal rabbit into the air. Meanwhile, a heavily injured Julia collapses onto the cold stage floor. She barely mutters if she succeeded before losing consciousness. Her staff rolls away, leaving her motionless in the thick smoke. Then, a dark shadow slowly emerges from the flames. Aurora staggers out, bruised, battered, and panting heavily. Her face is covered in cuts, but her eyes burn with intense rage as she mutters how close that was. Gnashing her teeth in anger, she looks at Julia and calls her insane for throwing her life away on a reckless stunt like that. Aurora waves her fiery fan to deliver the final blow. Declaring that it is over, she unleashes a brutal fire serpent that completely swallows the arena. Lucas and the students watch in sheer horror. Trapped in the sea of fire, Julia bitterly wonders if she is actually going to lose after coming so far. Suddenly, the red crystal rabbit's eyes glow with an eerie light. A mysterious voice echoes in her head, asking if she wants to win. A massive pillar of purple lightning erupts. Aurora trembles, unable to believe her eyes as she asks if this is really Julia. Julia slowly stands up amidst the raging currents of electricity. Her eyes have completely changed, filled with a terrifying resolve to win at all costs. Multiple high-level magic circles spin around her, releasing a suffocating pressure. Aurora gasps, accusing her of using an obvious, no-chanting cheat code. This power does not feel like the old Julia at all. The intense pressure radiating from her beautiful face makes Aurora's heart pound in sheer terror. Outside, a massive pillar of purple light pierces the sky, shaking the entire area. Academy staff rush to the scene, completely shocked by the unprecedented scale of this festival. They have never seen a goddess festival turn so incredibly violent. Watching the magic screens, the Academy leaders agree that all three contestants possess absurd power. Exceeding all expectations, the award ceremony must be postponed. Principal Haruka contemplates a very bold suggestion for the top three students. Since they will shoulder the future of the Empire, she proposes letting them all meet the goddess. A few hours after the epic battle, excitement fills the Academy. Fireworks erupt, and the crowd cheers wildly in the Grand Hall. Then, the announcer takes the stage to declare the grand champion. A new record has been written today. She officially becomes the youngest winner in the history of the Goddess Memorial Festival, as the roaring crowd below chants her name without stopping. Congratulations, Julia Ryan. Clad in pure white, the young girl waves to her adoring audience with a radiant smile. Right beside her stands Diane, wearing his usual freezing stoic expression. Yet he cannot hide his bitter disappointment. He mutters that she was indeed better, which makes Aurora sigh in mockery. Wait, is he already planning his revenge match? Men really hold the pettiest grudges. Out of nowhere, Aurora pulls Julia into a tight embrace, startling the poor girl. Aurora whispers a sweet offer: if she ever needs a sparring partner, choose her instead of Diane, because she will fund absolutely everything. Staring dreamily at her, Aurora arrogantly believes that almost no other girl possesses such a perfect blend of brains, beauty, and brawn. Meanwhile, Julia is squeezed so tight she can barely breathe. The poor girl squeaks out choked gasps for help. Diane stands there in complete shock, snapping at Aurora to ask what the hell she is doing. Watching the chaotic scene unfold, the elders find it amusing. Lady Shin Gwenterin smiles and notes that the youth are getting quite close already. Even Director Jurika seems surprised that a notoriously brooding kid like Diane is making friends so fast. Just like that, the speakers blare. The directors of each academy are called to the stage to officially kick off the highly anticipated award ceremony. A wooden box creaks open, revealing a glittering badge that sets the crowd buzzing. People gasp that is the legendary pass to enter the Temple of the Goddess of Wisdom. But wait, why are there 3 badges instead of just one for the champion? Director Jarika steps forward to confidently explain that all 3 finalists did an incredible job. After thorough deliberation, the council decided to grant all 3 of these outstanding students the ultimate privilege of an audience with the goddess herself. Aurora, Julia, and Diane widen their eyes in absolute disbelief at this sudden announcement. Nobody expected this. This generous proposal clearly annoys Director Rosso of Kyoto Academy. Even Lady Shin Gwenterin secretly suspects Jurika has some hidden motive behind this sudden display of charity. Still, she knows it would be foolish to throw away a golden chance for her student. Under the solemn atmosphere of the ceremony, Julia happily skips over to her 2 rivals. She eagerly suggests that they all get along from now on, since they are no longer bitter rivals but traveling companions heading to the temple. Confronted by her genuine warmth and pure enthusiasm, neither Diane nor Aurora can find a way to say no. They shake hands to seal their new alliance. But elsewhere, Lucas is sitting in a corner looking gloomier than ever. Seeing his depressing vibe, Kai rushes over, slaps him hard on the back, and yells to cheer up, because his little sister just took home the crown. Lucas sighs deeply, admitting he is simply struggling to figure out a worthy victory gift for Julia. Iwa overhears this from behind and scoffs immediately. She snarks that a compensation package sounds more appropriate, considering he basically trained Julia half to death right before her match even started. Ignoring her sharp tongue, Lucas begins mapping out the perfect checklist for his gift. He is absolutely certain that delicious food has to be the top priority. Next, he wants her to soak in a spiritual hot spring to restore her exhausted energy. But Desio quickly ruins the dream with a harsh dose of reality. He reminds Lucas that the closest spiritual hot spring is a full day of travel from their current location. Lucas sighs, acknowledging that is the main issue when he wants both luxury and convenience. He really wants a place that offers top-tier hot springs alongside world-class dining. Just as he is losing hope, Kai pops up looking incredibly proud and confident. He claims to know the ultimate spot for them. Kai boasts that his wealthy Taro family owns private spiritual springs and employs 5 of the finest culinary chefs in the land. He loudly declares his mansion is vast enough to host the entire class without breaking a sweat. It is settled then everyone is going to his place. He wants to throw a massive celebration party for Julia. Kai cheers wildly before sprinting off to plan with class president TC. Witnessing this incredibly fast attitude adjustment, Lucas is completely speechless. He wonders when Kai became best buddies with TC, considering he usually acts like a rude, wild caveman. Meanwhile, peaceful days return to Allen Academy. Birds fly, Bancher bow spires suddenly. The massive gates of the Taro estate swing open, and Julia squeals in delight since this is her first group trip. Stepping inside, the students are greeted by 2 long rows of well-dressed servants, bowing respectfully in unison to welcome their young master home. The luxury of the red carpets and grand crystal chandeliers takes Julia by complete surprise. The place is absolutely breathtaking. She gasps that it feels like stepping into a real castle, fitting for one of the 3 great noble families of Darktown. Seeing them hesitate, Kai proudly scratches his nose and tells them to relax. He invites everyone to enjoy the spiritual hot spring before dinner. Led by the polite maids, Julia happily skips off toward the changing rooms without a single care. But Lucas suddenly senses something is off. He narrows his eyes in suspicion, scanning the hallway until his gaze locks onto an old, mysterious portrait hanging on the wall. He shivers slightly, feeling a pair of hidden eyes staring directly at him from the dark. Creepy. Suddenly, a maid approaches to announce that the master and mistress demand to see Kai immediately. Noticing his friend's nervous expression, Lucas quietly asks if something is wrong. Before Kai can answer, a terrifying scream echoes down the long corridor. It turns out to be Julia playing a prank, draped in a giant pink blanket and pretending to be a spooky ghost. She giggles and asks if they got scared. The poor maid actually falls backward onto the floor, completely terrified by the little girl's cute but chaotic prank. Meanwhile, in a nearby changing room, Iwa is absolutely fuming. The maids accidentally gave her. It originally belonged to Julia, even though their sizes are obviously totally different. A moment later, Kai timidly enters the room. "Father, I am coming in." The room reeks of tobacco smoke, making him wonder why the smell of cigars is so strong and if his father is about to blow up. Meanwhile, Karen Taroy silently snuffs out his cigar. He speaks up. "Kai, your grades at school are not bad, but that is not why I called you here today." He sternly warns his son to make absolutely sure his invited classmates behave. They must not cause any trouble. Karen then warns him that their family might be hosting a highly important guest later this evening. Kai breaks into a cold sweat and quickly agrees. Walking down the grand hallway, he lets out a quiet sigh of relief that his father still has no idea about his school troubles. To him, his parents are just overreacting. Everyone is only here to soak in the spiritual hot spring, so what could possibly go wrong? Meanwhile, over at the hot springs, a tense scene unfolds. A bespectacled maid clasps her hands in deep gratitude. "Thank you so much, Lady Julia and Lady Iwa, for forgiving me," she whispers to herself while trembling. If her boss finds out, this maid is getting fired on the spot. Terrified of losing her livelihood, she cannot help but shiver in fear. Meanwhile, Julia is relaxing comfortably, soaking in the beautiful blue spring water. The young girl smiles reassuringly, telling her not to worry since they are even now. Julia then turns and eagerly asks her friend, more importantly, "Iwa, are you not going to join me in the hot spring?" Iwa stands on the edge wrapped in a towel, looking extremely reluctant. She coldly replies that she will get in once this maid leaves. She simply hates having anyone nearby while she is taking a bath. Unless, of course, it is someone she actually trusts. Suddenly, Iwa flinches in surprise as familiar voices echo from outside and the door swings wide open. Taishi and two other friends stroll in excitedly. "Julia, Iwa. So this is where you two were hiding. No wonder nobody answered when we knocked." Seeing them arrive, Julia happily cheers and welcomes everyone. The girls fully enjoy the warm hot spring covered in rose petals. However, Iwa narrows her eyes with deep suspicion, watching her two classmates constantly crowding around Julia. She wonders what on earth is happening. Did they really barge in this fast just to secure a spot right next to Julia? Inside the steaming waters of this spiritual spring, Taishi gasps at how incredibly wealthy and blessed the Taro family is. Maya smiles in agreement, noting that their entire group is once again benefiting from the famous siblings, Lucas and Julia. Hearing their names, the innocent Julia asks what they are talking about since everyone is friends with her and her brother. Traveling together is only natural, and doing things together is just a given. A maid walks over with some fresh fruit, curiously asking if it is true that Julia actually has an older brother. Julia beams with massive pride, declaring that brother Lucas is simply number one and completely unmatched. But Iwa, sitting right beside her, immediately pours cold water on her enthusiasm. She claims Julia is looking at him through rose-colored glasses, especially since Lucas just put her through hellish training. Julia instantly objects to that statement. Her brother did that for her own good. The girl then frantically begs Maya to defend him, causing Maya to blush furiously and hesitate. She admits Lucas is genuinely a wonderful person who even saved her life once, but Iwa secretly vows never to believe a single word from an ex-fiancé like Maya. Another girl chimes in, noting that Lucas is not bad, but he is way too overprotective of his sister. She then expresses her wish to get much closer to Julia. This comment immediately sparks a fiery argument between Iwa and the girl right there in the pool. Talk about a full-on sister war breaking out over one guy. Right as the tension peaks, the maid appears at the door, politely asking if they need help changing clothes. However, a strange gleam flashes in her eyes behind those glasses. As the maid approaches, Taishi quickly declines and steps out of the hot spring feeling fully refreshed. But once she makes it out into the hallway, guess who is waiting? She bumps right into Kai, who has been waiting all this time. He hesitantly asks how the bath was, getting a happy answer, before Taishi suddenly gets right in his face. Her eyes shine with excitement as she asks him to lead her to his usual training spot. Kai crushes hard and blushes furiously at the class president's sudden, direct approach. He flusteredly leads the way, quietly wondering if Taishi actually wants to get to know him on a personal level. Meanwhile, the class president is completely fired up, thinking the Taro family dojo must be incredibly well equipped. She must use this time to train hard and catch up with everyone else. Meanwhile, over in the boys' bath, Anto is thoroughly enjoying himself in the warm water, drinking a cold bottle of milk in a warm bath. This is the peak of relaxation. He happily shouts that nothing beats soaking in a hot spring with milk. His friends immediately tease him for looking like an old man, making him blush furiously. Desio then suggests they should head out soon to play cards and invite Kai along too. Seeing Lucas still relaxing, Anto asks if he is coming with them, but Lucas raises a hand to decline, explaining that he wants to stay in the water just a bit longer. Staring at his surroundings, Lucas quietly reflects on this hot spring trip, the cold milk, and the playing cards. It all suddenly brings back heavy memories of his past life. A dark memory flashes back in the pouring rain, where a bully is laughing at Suchi for being too slow. He sinisterly warns that if Suchi finishes last again, he will break his legs, because those slow legs are completely useless anyway. In his past life, He lay collapsed on the cold ground with spilled milk and scattered playing cards in the puddles. The thugs just walked away after tossing mock insults. They demanded that he buy a new deck, because this one was completely soaked. Anger from his past flares up, causing Lucas to unconsciously punch the tub wall, cracking the solid stone. Grits his teeth in pure annoyance over these dark memories. The sudden loud crash causes the maid to run in, frantically asking if something is wrong. Lucas quickly regains his composure, lowering his head to hide his shaking emotions. He casually replies that his hand just slipped, no big deal. The maid then approaches closer to him. Stepping into the steaming water, she desperately offers to treat his hand and give him a massage. Lucas is about to reject her, but she starts crying, claiming she will be fired immediately if she fails her duties. Lucas silently wonders if the Taro family is actually that harsh with their household servants. Seeing how persistent she is, Lucas reluctantly agrees, but he is completely stunned when the maid climbs straight into the tub with him. He silently notes that this girl is somehow even clumsier than his sister Julia. She then touches Lucas on his back, gently stroking along. She runs her hands over his solid muscles, constantly praising his physique as a true martial artist. With a sly smile behind her glasses, she boasts that her massage skills will satisfy him just like they did for young Lady Julia. The moment he hears his sister's name, Lucas's eyes turn sharp and murderous, immediately unleashing a massive, terrifying aura of pressure right onto the maid. She can only shriek in absolute terror. Lucas tries to grab her in a flash, but to his surprise, she reacts even faster and dodges. He narrows his eyes, realizing her movements are not normal at all. The maid smirks sinisterly, confirming that Lucas is indeed the powerful martial artist she expected. He narrows his eyes in deep suspicion and demands to know her true intentions. Why would a strong martial artist disguise themselves as a maid inside the Taro family? What is your goal? The woman in the maid uniform remains perfectly calm, casually replying, "What are you talking about? I am just a poor martial artist working here to make some money. Nothing more." She continues to flatter him, mentioning she heard from Julia and the others about how extraordinary he is as a martial artist, and how she truly admires him. Suddenly, she throws a wave of towels to block his vision, shouting out that she is only here to test his skills. Lucas quickly dodges the flying towels. Sensing no actual killing intent, Lucas closes the distance and demands to know what she saw in him. A lightning-fast clash ensues in the steam, cracking the tiled floor. She smirks sinisterly, replying that he is obviously far stronger than the rumors say. Lucas frowns slightly as he notices a small scratch on his arm, slowly bleeding. Bleeding slightly, Lucas realizes his opponent is far from simple. He watches closely, realizing she actually turned a basic bath towel into a deadly whip. Moving lightning fast, Lucas grabs the towel whip and pulls hard, sending his opponent stumbling forward. She gasps out in shock as she realizes she has been completely outmatched by his insane reflexes. Thanks to the young man's sharp reflexes, the maid's strange glasses knock loose, revealing an incredibly beautiful face framed by flowing purple hair. Lucas can only stare at this completely unfamiliar beauty. Sweat dripping from the tension, she smirks playfully and teases him, asking if he is already starting to fall for her, calling him surprisingly kind, since he did not leave a single scratch on her. Lucas silently racks his brain, but he has absolutely no memory of this mysterious woman standing right before him. Just as the tension peaks, Kai's voice yells from outside the door, telling Lucas to hurry up and eat dinner before Julia devours every last bite. Lucas resolves to demand answers from Kai about this maid's real identity, but she suddenly slips past him, whispering that it is such a shame they have to cut this short. He promises they will finish this another time. Lucas roars at her not to run and lunges to grab her, but a blinding flash of light suddenly floods the entire bathroom. The woman vanishes in an instant amidst a shower of glittering feathers, leaving Lucas bewildered, wondering if this was some high-tier magic item or an incredibly advanced cloning technique. Kai bursts in, anxiously urging Lucas to hurry since Julia is already clearing the banquet table. Lucas tries to defend his little sister, but Kai can only sigh in disbelief. Kai points out that everyone else literally turned her into a food monster. Sure enough, Julia is surrounded by Iwa, Maya, and Tacy, who keep piling mountain loads of food onto her plate, leaving Julia happily stuffing her face with absolute joy. Meanwhile, in another luxurious room, the mysterious woman from earlier is leisurely changing back into her elegant noble attire. She smirks with pure amusement, thinking about how kids always spill their deepest secrets if you just leave them alone. Lucas is proving to be far more interesting than she imagined. She picks up an angel mask to hide her identity, just as Karen Taro walks in and gasps upon recognizing this esteemed guest. "Your Highness, the Saintess, what is the meaning of this?" The woman places a finger on her lips to signal silence and smiles mysteriously, whispering that tonight remains a secret. A few days later, Allen Academy is buzzing with life. packed with brilliant fireworks and roaring cheers echoing through the halls. Lucas watches the energetic crowd passionately chanting the names, Julia and Aurora, silently sighing at all this chaotic noise. He quickly realizes that besides their own students, elite representatives from Holi and Kyoto have also fully gathered here to prepare for the most crucial moment of their journey, meeting the goddess. Despite his slight annoyance at the commotion, Lucas has to admit today is a truly special day, as three-star freshmen officially set off for the temple. Julia looks radiant in her white attire, constantly waving to the crowd alongside a proud Diane and Aurora. Soon, the representative's booming voice echoes, calling for absolute silence to begin the sacred ceremony. He recalls the ancient legend of how the goddess of wisdom once delivered a prophecy, demanding that humanity show intellect and courage to overcome any adversity before she would bestow her blessings on young talents. This remains the divine origin of the festival, held in her honor for countless generations. Over the years, many brilliant geniuses from the three great magic academies have had the supreme honor standing before the goddess, and this year, that heavy responsibility falls on Julia, Diane, and Aurora. Suddenly, the representative makes a major, highly unexpected announcement, catching everyone completely off guard. He emphasizes that the road to the temple is naturally plagued with deadly traps and terrifying, dark monsters. But instead of having teachers escort them for safety like in previous years, the Academy has carefully decided to let the three of them take on this grueling journey completely alone. To aid them, the representative summons a tiny spirit creature in the form of a bright blue bird right from his fingertips, handing it over to Julia to guide their way. Looking at the chubby, round bird fast asleep in her hands, Julia suddenly gets a rather wild idea. She innocently asks if she can keep it as emergency food rations in case they get hungry, since it looks pretty delicious. Her ridiculous question leaves Diane completely speechless with embarrassment, while the representative firmly states that this bird is for guiding, not eating. Soon, church bells ring out amidst the fireworks, signaling that their journey has officially begun. The departure time is finally here, and the representative loudly calls on the crowd to join hands and pray for the three of them before they head out. Amidst the solemn atmosphere, Iwa and Maya earnestly pray, whispering for them to please come back safe and sound. The entire crowd cheers in unison, wishing them a safe and peaceful trip as Julia, Aurora, and Diane march toward the gates. The little blue bird flaps its wings to lead, and Julia happily waves goodbye, thanking everyone and promising they will be right back. Once they step through, the representative tells the crowd to disperse and head back to their classes. Lucas stands quietly watching, his hand unconsciously clenching in deep thought. Nearby, Anto and Desio stumble past, looking completely exhausted, grumbling about how dangerous this unescorted trip is for students. Wondering who would take responsibility if anything happened, Desio adds pessimistically that they should just forget the blessing. Why take such a pointless risk? Hearing this, Lucas turns to them with a cold stare, demanding to know what they are talking about. Startled, both of them frantically make excuses in their ragged state, apologizing and claiming they are just too tired and speaking nonsense. Lucas narrows his eyes in deep suspicion, realizing their strange symptoms have triggered once again. It makes absolutely no sense. He literally gave them healing pills and spiritual spring baths, so why are the symptoms back? Watching them walk away, Lucas vows to get to the bottom of this mystery, but right now, he has more urgent matters to attend to. Sometime later, in a bustling town, Julia is happily singing as she travels toward the temple alongside Aurora and Diane. However, the cheerful mood suddenly turns ice cold. Sensing danger, Diane whips her head back with sharp, hostile eyes, reacting with lightning-fast speed. She instantly uses ice magic to freeze a strange flying object. Julia picks up the charred piece of wood, wondering why an ordinary tree branch is attacking them. While Aurora is grateful for Diane's quick protection, Julia spots a strange detail, wondering why the wood is burnt. High above, Lucas silently watches them, glad he finally caught up. To slip away, Lucas had to leave a clone in his classroom to cover his attendance. However, since the clone only possesses 10% of his actual power, controlling it is incredibly difficult. One slip of his focus, and it will easily unleash way too much raw energy. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Master Saigon grows suspicious, seeing Lucas's clone act so wildly, wondering why he is suddenly wasting so much mana. Watching from above, Lucas still carries a heavy worry in his heart. But what exactly happened to Julia during the finals? Lucas narrows his eyes in caution, sensing an incredibly strange presence. This aura is like nothing he has ever felt before. He feels like something is mixed into it that he cannot quite identify. His gaze locks onto Julia, where the red crystal rabbit hanging at her waist suddenly glows with an eerie red light in its eyes. Early the next morning, Julia stretches happily amidst the majestic scenery. She cheers with excitement, glad that the group has finally made it out of the town area. Standing silently behind her, Diane keeps his usual aloof expression and only responds with a brief grunt, noticing that Aurora seems completely exhausted. Julia kindly asks if her senior wants to take a quick break. Even though sweat is pouring down her forehead, Aurora stubbornly swings her bright red fan. She loudly insists she is perfectly fine, declaring there is no way she would tire out before a stubborn guy like Diane. But just as Julia is about to move on, Aurora stumbles and collapses. Forced to grab onto Diane's shoulder to stay upright, she changes her tune instantly. Her face turns red with embarrassment as she quickly makes an excuse, claiming the scenery here is just too beautiful, so the group should stop to enjoy it. Looking at her two companions, Julia silently reflects that even though she survived her brother's hellish training, these two are absolute monsters when it comes to physical stamina. Meanwhile, Aurora tells herself she needs to train much harder to avoid being left behind. Up on a high branch, their blue guide bird happily flutters its wings without a care in the world. Lucas quietly watches everything unfold, realizing the bond of this trio has grown much closer after everything they have been through. Suddenly, Lucas spots two figures heading their way, a muscular giant and a guy wearing a red scarf. The red scarf guy yells at his partner, calling him a lazy brat who only knows how to slack off. The trembling lackey begs his boss not to report this to their superiors. Right then, glowing blue feathers suddenly drift down from the sky. The big guy stops in his tracks, pointing upward, while his greedy partner looks on in complete confusion. They spot the blue guide bird hovering in the air. That magical bird looks so plump and juicy, it would definitely make a great meal. Quick, catch it, boys. Instantly, a sharp arrow is fired. Caught completely off guard, the poor mascot can only let out a terrified shriek. Watching this unfold from a distance, Lucas can only shake his head in pity, thinking that to everyone else, this bird is just a tasty snack. Panicking, the blue bird flaps its wings frantically to escape. The aggressive thief chases close behind, screaming for the prey to halt. The bird darts toward the tree where Julia's group is resting to seek help. Seeing the little mascot return, Julia cheers excitedly, asking if her little baby is back. But her smile fades instantly when a muscular bandit armed with an axe leaps from the bushes to ambush them. Seeing three wealthy-looking kids in the woods, the bandits are absolutely thrilled. Talk about hitting the jackpot with these rich targets. The leader smirks with a devious grin. He arrogantly demands to know what they are doing in his territory. Little does he know, calling Julia a kid is a massive mistake. She is not going to show any mercy. Julia swings her staff, releasing devastating purple lightning that shocks the bandits. They scream in agony before collapsing on the spot, as she firmly declares that these lowlifes are the absolute worst things in the world. With a furious, glaring face, she snaps, "Who are you calling a kid? I will blow you away." Seeing Julia lose her temper, Aurora gently pats her head to calm her down. But Julia's rage is far from over, as she channels all her mana into a destructive spell, directly blowing up the entire bandit hideout. Their leader is frozen solid among the ruins, while the others lie scattered on the ground, still twitching from the brutal purple electricity. Julia excitedly approaches the wooden chest they just acquired. Her eyes sparkle with curiosity, wondering what kind of amazing treasure they might find inside. But her expectations are instantly crushed when all she finds are a few loose coins in her hand. Aurora lifts the completely empty chest, mockingly tossing it aside with a sarcastic comment. What can we even buy with this change? Despite being disappointed, Julia maintains a serious face, proudly declaring that quantity does not matter because wiping out bandits is a noble deed. Before her pride can say more, her stomach betrays her with a loud rumble. Julia blushes bright red, shyly muttering that she is actually quite hungry now, and asks if they can find something to eat. Staring at her adorable little sister figure, Aurora's heart melts instantly. She silently vows to win some major favor points with Julia. She confidently declares she will find something delicious in a flash and rushes off. While Aurora eagerly gathers an armful of bright red berries from the trees, Diane is not about to lose, standing triumphantly atop a giant frozen fish. He confidently boasts that he has caught a massive batch of them. The next morning, Diane starts showing off his incredible skills. Channeling his magic, his eyes gleam with cold precision. With lightning-fast, icy slashes, he directly slices the fish into perfect sashimi. Each slice is beautiful and flawless. Looking at the neatly arranged fresh fish, Julia cannot help but gasp in amazement, crying out that it looks absolutely delicious. Their forest feast is incredibly cozy. As Julia enjoys her grilled fish, she silently marvels, having no idea that Diane's cooking skills are actually on such a high level. Even Aurora has to admit the food is amazing. After eating her fill, Julia lies down on the grass, sighing with content and thanking Diane for the meal. He is just as good a cook as her older brother. When night falls, Aurora excitedly offers Julia some fresh fruit for dessert, but as Julia reaches for it, Diane immediately warns her that she probably should not eat that. His words infuriate Aurora, who snaps back, asking if he is accusing her of trying to poison her friend. To prove her innocence, Aurora defiantly takes a huge bite despite Julia's warnings. But almost instantly, her entire body begins to tremble and grow numb. Diane calmly explains that, while there are many normal fruits around, Aurora had the terrible luck of picking a paralyzing melon. After that, they continue through the ancient forest, where giant beast skeletons lie scattered as a warning of the lurking dangers. The next morning, Julia cradles the guide bird in her hands and excitedly announces, "They are almost there, so get ready to party." Although their journey is going well, Diane seems dissatisfied when looking at their rather modest loot record. The amount of loot is much less than he expected. Aurora also sighs in disappointment, as she had hoped to fight high-level magic beasts to gather more treasures. In complete contrast, Julia is in pure bliss, thinking only of delicious barbecues, saying she is totally satisfied because every single monster they hunted was so tasty. They hunted was incredibly delicious. Seeing her joyful face, Diane and Aurora can only sigh and go along with it. Suddenly, Pekin flies around in panic as a massive rumble shakes the ground. Aurora narrows her eyes in warning, noting that a powerful foe seems to be approaching. From the darkness, a pack of giant hill bears with glowing red eyes emerges menacingly. They get surrounded before they can even blink. A crazy-looking bear roars and charges straight at them. Julia, Aurora, and Diane immediately raise their guards, unleashing an absolute boatload of maximum magic. That creates a massive, world-shaking elemental explosion, completely swallowing all 7 beasts. As the dust settles, revealing dead bears everywhere, Diane clicks his tongue. Talk about disappointment, they were way too weak for looking so tough. Aurora agrees, she expected a much better fight too. But then, Julia bends down to inspect the bodies. Her eyes narrow as she realizes something is seriously off here. Hill bears are usually total loners, so why on earth are they running in a pack like this? Looking closer, Aurora gets a nasty shock. Every single one of them is covered in brutal, pre-existing wounds. Diane goes pale as a terrifying realization hits him. Oh, please do not tell me he realizes that the pack of bears was actually running for their lives from something else, something way more terrifying. He instantly orders Julia and Aurora to follow him and find some cover, but as they scramble to move, Diane suddenly freezes dead in his tracks. His eyes widen in absolute shock as a monstrous wave of magic pressure creeps up from behind. Suddenly, a giant, deep blue tornado erupts right behind them. From the center of the storm, a massive beast looms over the cliff, its eyes glowing blood red. It is a level 5 winged tiger, one of the supreme monsters here. It rules this forest with majestic eagle wings. Watching from a high tree branch, Lucas narrows his eyes. He is about to jump in, but stops when he sees our genius trio. They are ready to fight back. Without a single second of hesitation, Diane charges forward and swings his razor-sharp ice sword directly at the beast's massive claws. Julia backs him up by dropping a massive bolt of lightning right on the tiger. Aurora smirks mischievously, waving her golden fan to unleash a giant pillar of pure, raging hellfire. The fire explodes violently to cook the beast alive. But even while burning, this tiger just refuses to die, roaring and shooting blue energy blasts from its mouth to fight back. Diane narrows his eyes coldly, channeling all his remaining magic into the sharp ice shards in his hands as he makes a grand declaration. Don't even think about escaping. Get on the chopping block, babe. Diane throws his arms forward, firing ice spears that pierce the beast and freeze it into a giant crystal. Deep in the forest, Julia channels every drop of power into her lightning-charged staff, excitedly shouting for the beast to take her giant purple bolt of destructive lightning that crashes down, vaporizing the beast in a blinding flash. Up on his tree branch, Lucas is actually pretty impressed by how smoothly this trio works together. They cycle between offense and defense so flawlessly that they do not leave a single opening for the enemy to breathe. This level 5 beast never even stood a chance. Honestly, Lucas admits to himself that even he would have a pretty rough time if he had to fight this genius trio. The second the winged tiger drops, Julia is already drooling and suggesting they butcher it for a massive feast. A few hours later, sitting around a cozy campfire, Aurora sincerely thanks Julia for saving them. It was a total lifesaver. She admits that if Julia had not been sharp enough to notice those bears acting weirdly, they never would have taken down that high-level beast so easily. Julia just smiles warmly, mouthful of roasted meat, and humbly says it is all thanks to her brother Lucas. He is the one who taught her how to pay attention. Seeing her constantly praise him, Aurora curiously asks if she really adores him that much. Julia beams, proudly declaring that her big brother is not just super strong, but also the kindest person ever. He is the sole reason she is this powerful today. Gently holding her red crystal rabbit, she reveals that Lucas had to fight a literal master martial artist just to win it for her. Staring at the treasure, Aurora suddenly flashes back to their terrifying final match. She vividly remembers the moment that Rabbit glowed bright, and Julia suddenly transformed into a powerful adult to completely wreck her. She quietly wonders if this bizarre item actually has the power to temporarily upgrade a person's entire body and magic. She sighs with a bit of envy, wishing she had such a sweet brother. Julia innocently asks if Aurora is an only child, but the response she gets is a total shocker. Aurora casually explains that in noble families, having tons of kids is just a normal Tuesday. She actually has 10 brothers and 10 sisters. But suddenly, her eyes go completely cold and emotionless as she declares that siblings do not mean a thing, they are all just rivals. As morning comes, Aurora begins sharing her past. She was born into a count's family in the south of the empire. Her father inherited the noble title, lands, and supreme fire magic from the previous count, and he fully abused that power. He married over 10 wives and had dozens of kids. In a world where mages rule over everything, Aurora's mother was a martial artist, chosen purely for her looks. She was total outcast among the snobby noble ladies of the Phoenix family. While her training gear got brutally smashed, the other wives constantly mocked her and insulted her without any mercy. Just let her learn that trash martial arts, and stay at the bottom of society where she belongs. How could a child of a common fighter ever have magic talent? Because her mother had no title and absolutely zero money, both she and Aurora were constantly treated like absolute garbage by the other wives. Her mother could only hug her tightly, trying to shield her from all the hateful mocking. Late at night inside their dark room, her mother would gently stroke her head and try to comfort her. Don't cry, just endure it a little longer, because one day, I am going to change your entire life. Looking into her mother's determined eyes, Aurora only thought it was empty talk. She knew a lowly commoner stood zero chance against the nobility. He could never stand up to the powerful nobility. But then, the day of the divine blessing ceremony finally arrived at the Grand Temple. Everyone believed that the grander your offering, the stronger your blessing would be. This was the ultimate judgment day that would completely decide the fate of every noble child. One by one, they step forward to meet their destiny. One boy gets super hyped after receiving level 4 water magic, followed immediately by another girl who gets level 3 wind. She gets level 3 wind magic to everyone's total admiration. One by one, Aurora's wealthy siblings step up, presenting expensive offerings prepared by their mother's powerful families. They receive amazing blessings, but Aurora has absolutely nothing to offer. To make things way worse, her mother has been completely missing for 3 whole days now. Aurora trembles in pure despair, feeling certain that the gods will abandon her and leave her to live as a laughingstock for the entire family. Right then, the head priest calls out her name, demanding Aurora Phoenix to step up and present her offering. Aurora stumbles forward under everyone's icy, judgmental stares. But just as she reaches the altar, the massive temple gates are violently blown open. Through the blinding light, a heavily battered and bloody figure suddenly appears, leaving the entire crowd completely speechless. It is Aurora's mother. She is covered in deep, painful wounds with her clothes shredded to pieces, yet she is carefully holding something, glowing with raging fire. Seeing her mother's horrific state, Aurora screams out for her, watching her take heavy, agonizing steps. She leaves a trail of blood on the red carpet leading to the altar. The offering she brought is the core of a Calamity-class fire dragon. Just look at her legendary mom, a nameless adventurer. She challenged a god dragon on her own, all to secure a future for her only daughter. Gasping for her final breaths amidst the bloody battlefield, she still smiled. "Take it," she urged, pressing a burning relic into Aurora's trembling hands, while the little girl sobbed. The second Aurora places the offering down, a colossal pillar of fire erupts. It blasts straight through the roof, unleashing a terrifying wave of pure, raw magic. Everyone freezes. Heavens, this power is absolutely insane. Even Aurora's father, Count Phoenix, is completely paralyzed with shock. He cannot believe his eyes. It is the legendary level 7 fire blessing. The man screams in pure ecstasy, thrilled they finally have a genius. In that single moment, Aurora's entire life flips completely upside down. The cold, distant father who always ignored her suddenly acts caring, loudly declaring her as his pride and joy. "Aurora, you are my greatest pride." He does not hesitate to hand her their most sacred family heirloom, the promise of Rosie. Suddenly, wealth, status, and honor are piled at her feet. Things she never even dared to dream of are suddenly hers, but all this empty glory is completely worthless now. Aurora drops to her knees, desperately clutching her dying mother and weeping. "Look, Mom, I made it to level 7. Please wake up and see." She realizes she does not want any treasure, she just wants her mother. She begs her to open her eyes just once more. The dying woman smiles, reaching up to stroke her daughter's cheek. "Silly girl," she whispers, "I told you so. One day, I would change your life." She gasps that this is the final thing she can ever do for her, telling her to stay strong. Aurora screams in raw despair as she realizes her mother is gone. She is gone. Aurora finally understands the crushing weight behind her mother's old plea to just hold on a bit longer, a heavy burden her mother carried completely alone. She carried it to her final breath, her face peaceful and filled with love. In Aurora's mind, she remains the most beautiful. Her mother was the strongest, most gorgeous woman alive. Since that fateful day, Aurora has searched for powerful women who carry even a shadow of her mother's brilliant spirit, women who possess both striking beauty and immense power. Hearing this heartbreaking story, Julia completely breaks down in tears, sobbing that Aurora's mother was truly the most incredible woman ever. Aurora stares at the red stone, her eyes sad but voice sharp. "Stop crying," she says. Her gaze hardens. The only people worthy of respect are those like her mother, not the fake people obsessed with things like power and money, but real women who possess both physical strength and genuine, raw beauty. Exactly like her mother. Sitting nearby, Diane scoffs with pure aristocratic arrogance. "Do you honestly think that weak little strength is worth praising because from where I sit, you are just overhyping her memory?" Aurora glares at him, eavesdropping. What a nasty habit. She sneers back, asking if his delicate, noble ears are somehow allergic to a touching story. Diane stands up, coldly declaring that throwing your life away for others is just pure stupidity. Aurora grits her teeth, demanding to know what he just said. He calmly mentions he once knew someone absolutely perfect, but he ended their legend with his own hands. A glowing snowflake sparks in his palm as his memories drift back to the Ashley family. He served the royal family for generations, and by tradition, they always chose the most gifted heir to inherit the absolute strongest ice magic in the entire empire. The previous master was the youngest and most formidable guard captain in the empire's history. That absolute beast of a warrior was Diane's distant cousin, Sina Aslan. Normally, choosing a successor takes decades, but Sina chose Diane way ahead of schedule. He was not even close to being ready, nor did he understand why she picked him. As a naive kid, Diane knelt with deep respect, saying it was his greatest honor to train under Lady Sina. But his eager attitude was met with absolute coldness. All he got was a cold, irritated click of the tongue. Sensing the heavy tension, a worried Diane asked if he had somehow said the wrong thing. Sina steps down the grand staircase, releasing a suffocating pressure. "Call me master," she commands, "and starting today, you are banned from using magic." She then reaches out, touching his small face. Her eyes are frozen as she tells him he must build a powerful body through physical combat first. Since he was just a kid, he did not question it. Diane never doubted her, doing exactly what she wanted. Day after day, he strained with all his might, dragging massive boulders through the freezing elements. He sat totally still under bone-chilling frozen waterfalls. Diane was constantly pushed into brutal physical regimes designed to break him, brutal training designed to push his mind and body to the absolute limit. Massive wooden logs constantly slammed into his tiny frame, tossing him around and leaving him covered in severe, painful injuries. Watching her student barely cling to life, Sina casually munched on an apple and threw a cruel insult at him. "You really are just a useless little kid." For Diane, this was a living nightmare, making him feel like dying would be far easier. But he kept pushing forward. He truly believed his master only wanted him to become a top-tier mage. Even with his face wrapped in bloody bandages, he kept trying. Diane would look up with adoration, smiling through the pain. "Master, you are the absolute best." But then, he made a shocking discovery about why she put him through those brutal workouts. They had actually made his ice magic foundation incredibly solid. As Diane eagerly asked about the deep wisdom behind her teachings, Sina just chewed on some meat, completely unbothered. She smirked, asking if she really said that. "Have you not realized it yet?" she sneered coldly, delivering the ultimate betrayal that was obviously just a lie. Sina mocked him, saying that watching a weak noble boy suffer was just hilarious, so she made up some garbage to pass the time. Diane froze, unable to believe his ears. "No way," he choked out. "What was all my suffering even for? Talk about a brutal twist, we definitely did not see that coming." In a fit of rage, Diane screamed, "You rotten woman." He unleashed a colossal wave of freezing energy, shattering everything in sight. Standing amidst the icy wreckage, Sina calmly remarked that he finally learned how to get angry. It seemed the training was working. She explained that while physical combat does not boost magic, it builds resilience. Starting tomorrow, she would teach him magic, and he had 1 month to master it. From that moment, Diane had to completely cast aside his pampered noble lifestyle. No more soft beds or easy days, just pure, unadulterated torment to sharpen his skills. He used his pure rage from being deceived as fuel. Diane threw himself into brutal combat against savage magical beasts, pushing his power to the absolute breaking point. Unleashing his signature ice gate, he froze every beast solid in massive crystal ice. Staring at his victory, Diane gasped out, "I actually did it." Yet, Sina's face remained entirely frozen. She announced the final test was starting right now. And amidst a howling blizzard, Diane collapsed onto the ice, bleeding from countless fresh wounds. Barely conscious, Diane mutters to himself, wondering if he actually survived this absolutely brutal battle. Meanwhile, high up on the mountain peak, Sina stands tall like a cold ice god, ordering him to get up and attack. Move too slow, and he gets beaten. She then declares the brutal rule of succession. The successor absolutely must execute the predecessor. If Diane fails to kill her, then she will end his life instead. Staring into those freezing, murderous eyes, he instinctively knows his master is completely serious. She has zero intention of holding back. Facing the fear of death and crushing pressure, Diane grits his teeth, pouring all his remaining strength into a glowing fist during this life-or-death moment. His magic officially breaks all limits. Diane's eyes glow with a powerful, deep blue spiritual energy, and then, a sharp ice spear pierces right through Sina's chest. Amidst the pure white snow, Diane stares in horror as his master slowly fades away. He cannot believe he just killed his beloved teacher with his own hands. Memories of their incredibly brutal training flash back. Although his master chose him early and put him through a living hell of harsh martial arts practice, she was also the only one who was always secretly there, standing by his side to protect him through blinding blizzards. Her sheer cruelty is what shaped the strong Diane we see today. But now, overwhelmed by deep pain and regret, Diane cries out in pure despair, never wanting to take the life of the most important person in his world. But suddenly, a cold, familiar voice cuts right through his tears. "Quit screaming." Yes, Sina is actually alive. She sits right up and smacks her disciple on the head, telling him to shut up because his screaming is hurting her ears. Stunned by this impossible sight, Diane stares with wide eyes. "Wait, Master, you are not dead?" Sina casually replies, "Of course not. Did you really think someone like you could actually kill me?" Completely defeated, Diane realizes he was tricked yet again. He angrily asks, "So all that talk about having to kill the predecessor was just to force me into a life-or-death battle and unlock my true potential?" Sina throws her cloak to him, coldly declaring, "Stop talking. The clan is yours now. I am leaving." She walks away into the snowy wind, leaving Diane completely alone in deep frustration. Why does she always treat me like this? Why? He grits his teeth with absolute resentment, because his master is leaving once again without a single word of explanation. He screams loudly toward her fading figure in the distance. "Master, where are you going? Will we ever meet again?" Instead of answering, Sina throws him a ring. She stops, turning back with a mysterious, gentle smile to reply, "Maybe, just do not disappoint me, got it?" Back in the present by the campfire, Diane stares at the ring on his hand and quietly concludes a truly strong person never sacrifices themselves for anyone, they just play with others. In this entire world, deep down, he firmly believes his master, who also happens to be his beloved cousin, is the absolute perfect woman. Witnessing Diane's overly dramatic, sentimental speech, Aurora whispers to Julia, "So that is it. Even the great genius Diane is actually just a guy with a major sister complex." Finding himself teased like this, Diane's eyes flare with a red, murderous glare as he threatens to turn them both into solid ice statues if they do not shut up immediately. Aurora casually ignores him and turns to Julia, eagerly prompting her to talk about her brother instead. Diane also acts curious, but coldly points out that in this harsh world, martial artists face constant discrimination, and magic is far superior. He claims that with Julia's natural talent, she will soon surpass her brother and become a top powerhouse in the Empire. He even predicts that once that day arrives, Lucas's pride will be completely crushed, and he will undoubtedly grow envious of his very own little sister. Hearing this, Julia suddenly realizes that Jeremy's twisted personality was probably caused by that exact type of jealousy. But still, she smiles with complete confidence, declaring that her brother will absolutely never become like that. Julia proudly asserts, because he has already found his very own path to follow. She thinks back to when the Rasta family sent over the documents to cancel Lucas and Maya's engagement, leaving everyone absolutely sure that Lucas would be completely devastated. Amidst the whispering servants, Father walked up, placed a hand on Lucas's shoulder, and kindly suggested they go out for a walk to clear his head. Julia secretly followed them both. As their carriage rolled along the trail toward a small town, Julia tried hiding behind some wooden crates, but her father spotted her anyway, telling her to come out. She steps out with an embarrassed laugh, caught way too quickly. The three of them then stroll through the commoner's neighborhood, marking the very first time Julia gets to see her father interacting with normal citizens. She can feel the genuine respect and love they hold for him as he kindly asks after a young child and helps those around him. Eventually, they stop in a massive public square featuring a highly majestic statue standing tall under the sky. Julia stares up at it with wide, curious eyes. Father quietly opens a bottle of wine, slowly pouring it onto the ground in a solemn tribute. He softly explains that this is where he and Catherine once fought against the massive Beastman army, and where their uncle Soren now peacefully rests. Terrifying scenes flash in Father's memory on that very brutal battlefield. Soren, Lucas's father, was fighting with everything he had against the surrounding evil entities. Smiling with a heavily dirt-stained face, Soren admitted that these monsters were on a completely different level. Aaron decisively replied, "Of course, so make sure you keep me in one piece." Back then, Marin was the absolute strongest mage in their entire unit, and he is also the father of the person telling this story. The two close comrades shared a trustful fist bump before diving into their absolute harshest battle yet. That is the story of a young man who was originally just an ordinary villager, yet bravely stood up to fight alongside the adults against the ferocious beastmen, until his body mutated, turning him into a terrifying beast with black horns and glowing white eyes. Sensing the danger, Marin immediately unleashed his powerful gale magic, trapped the giant beast, giving Soren his chance. Leaping from high above with a glowing golden sword, he aimed a decisive slash right at its head, but the monster suddenly roared and fired a petrifying beam directly from its eyes. This sudden strike left Soren unable to react as his body and armor cracked, slowly turning to solid stone in midair. Even back then, Soren was known as a high-class warrior, an absolute beast on the burning battlefield. Suddenly, a blinding light descended from the heavens to completely crushing the demon, but Soren was shocked to realize Marin had silently jumped in to take the hit for him. Soren cried out in agonizing pain as he watched his best friend sacrifice himself. He stood frozen, staring at Marin's cracking body as it slowly turned to stone under the cruel curse. Warm memories of their close friendship flash by from drinking together and fighting side by side to simply strolling through the quiet streets together. Gritting his teeth with tears falling, Soren cries out, "Why did you do that? You are a powerful mage, so why shield a common foot soldier like me? You are the real genius here." Sora smiled softly, calling Soren an idiot and reminding him that he was indeed their captain. Sora believed that if Soren survived to continue leading, he would save far more lives than Sora ever could. Soren gently placed his hand on his friend's chest, reminding him to go back because his wife was waiting, urging Sora that he absolutely must win and protect their people to the very end. Pouring a memorial bottle of wine, the father reminisced about how they had survived that war, won, and were granted titles and land by the royal family. He revealed that back then, before being rejected, he chose this border region as his own domain. Placing his hand on Lucas's shoulder, the father gently advised, "Listen, Lucas, as a martial artist, I might not stand a chance against the mages in the succession war. In aristocratic society, we might lose to them. However, he emphasized that there are always those whom we are willing to risk our very lives to protect at all costs. And by keeping that determination, Lucas will find true strength." Little Julia, hiding behind her father's leg, silently watched their conversation. Back in the present by the campfire, Julia believed her brother's strength was born from his will to protect others. Aurora stared silently at the red gem in her hand. She secretly doubted whether someone who lived solely to protect others could ever lay hands on such a terrifying power. Sensing that something about this story was off, Diane leaned against a tree, lost in thought about uncovering the truth behind Lucas's real strength. Julia gently rubbed her eyes and smiled, declaring that was why, no matter how strong she got, her brother would never hate her. To her, he's a true hero. High up in the branches, Lucas silently watched over them all. Suddenly, a wild, dark beast, with pitch-black fur and glowing red eyes, silently emerged from the shadows, creeping toward the campsite. Just as the monster was about to strike, a sharp flash of light unexpectedly pierced its head, finishing off the target in a split second. Lucas sat calmly up high, his hand glowing with a powerful, brilliant, golden aura. "Mage or warrior, as long as I can kill you, none of that matters anymore." Julia let out a long yawn. Feeling exhausted, she decided to sleep, telling everyone that she was tired, and they should turn in too. The next day at Aaron Magic Academy, Jeremy was training hard with absolute determination in his eyes. He unleashed his wood magic, summoning sharp, terrifying thorny vines that erupted from the ground with devastating power. Witnessing this incredible progress, an instructor couldn't help but praise how dense and dangerous those thorns had become. The fact that Jeremy was able to launch such a powerful and sudden attack without even needing to use a staff, left the surrounding students completely open-mouthed in utter shock. However, Jeremy's joy was quickly cut short by the whispering voices behind his back. The students gossiped that he only grew this strong because he carried the blood of a genius, just like his younger sister, Julia. Those words made Jeremy grit his teeth in silent fury. He swore to himself that all his achievements were due to his own relentless, hard work, and that his bloodline had absolutely nothing to do with his success. While the magic department was thriving, the martial arts class fell into unprecedented despair and decay, with exhausted students slumped over their desks with zero motivation left to fight. Teacher Saigon was no better, locking himself in the library and burying his head in ancient books to search for the cause of this strange, widespread exhaustion. Given the terrible state of affairs, many believed the martial arts department would soon be completely abolished. Lucas quickly realized that something was seriously wrong. Why, long after the competition had ended, was everyone still trapped in this state of constant exhaustion? Deep in the quiet, ancient forest, where the guiding bird, Pichon, was lazily flapping its wings amid the final, ethereal traces of magical light, the trio finally set foot in front of the ancient temple gates. Julia cried out in pure excitement that they had finally made it, cradling the little blue bird. Instantly, Pai-chan emitted a brilliant green glow and transformed into an exquisitely crafted feather-shaped key. Julia swiftly inserted the key into the stone lock of the seal, shouting out, "Open!" A massive magical vortex erupted, forming a glowing portal right in the middle of the air. Julia excitedly urged everyone to head inside quickly. Watching from a distant tree branch, Lucas silently thought his escort duty was complete, and the trio would be fine once they received the blessing. And yet, an uneasy feeling of impending doom lingered in his chest as he stared at the mysterious gate. Unable to shake the worry, Lucas decided to follow them through to protect his sister. The interior revealed a breathtaking fairy tale world filled with blooming flowers and ancient architecture glowing under the sun. Julia was completely awestruck by its grandeur, promising to show absolute respect when they met the goddess. However, Aurora suddenly revealed that not everyone gets a chance to see her in person, leaving Julia feeling completely and utterly bewildered as she asked who would bless them if the goddess did not show. Diane coldly explained that the spirits serving the goddess would be the ones performing the blessing ritual. While her two friends were busy observing, Julia had spent the previous day running around and flipping over giant rocks to find traces of those spirits. Her loud calls of "Spirit, are you here?" echoed through the garden, leaving Aurora and Diane completely speechless with sheer embarrassment. But her noisy persistence eventually paid off when a tiny spirit with white wings suddenly materialized, frowning in annoyance as it demanded Julia keep quiet. Suddenly, the spirit of the goddess of wisdom finally showed itself, looking like a tiny, adorable fairy. Aurora gasped in shock, utterly amazed that Julia had actually found the spirit. Watching from the shadows with his stealth skills, Lucas broke into a cold sweat. He silently warned himself never to underestimate his sister's sheer persistence, still haunted by the memory of when he forgot to buy her favorite sweet, and she clung to him all day without letting go. The tiny spirit fluttered around, guiding the trio. She quietly remarked on how unusual it was for all three candidates to appear at once for this year's audience. The tiny fairy then ordered the group to follow her to the temple. Seeing only one guide, Aurora questioned the absence of the other two legendary spirits. Looking rather tired and highly irritable, the tiny spirit said she was going to sleep and told them to go check themselves, but then turned back in a panic, claiming she could manage for another few hundred years. The group stopped in front of a majestic, glowing grand hall where the sacred blessing ritual was set to take place. The tiny fairy reminded them that the goddess was always extremely busy, so her actual appearance was completely unpredictable. But suddenly, the ancient runes on the massive gate lit up, causing the tiny fairy to scream in panic that the goddess had spoken. She couldn't hide her shock at the goddess's decision to appear in person, leaving the trio was incredibly lucky. Hidden behind a cliff up high, Lucas silently watched the massive gate slowly grind open amidst a thick, hazy white fog. The tiny fairy didn't forget to remind Julia and the others to maintain proper etiquette before the goddess. However, Lucas suddenly narrowed his eyes in extreme caution, realizing the aura emanating from the temple was anything but a good omen. Deep inside, instead of a divine presence, two malevolent entities, standing right in the center of the hall, are two massive, terrifying threats: the Demon King of Wrath, Van Saba, boasting giant bat wings, and the green-haired Demon King of Envy, Velsida. Velsida curls her lips into a deeply sinister smile. She looks down at the stunned trio and coldly announces that they have been waiting for these kids for a long time. Around them, the shrine is completely trashed, with the goddess statue shattered right beneath the feet of these two evil beings. Frozen in shock, Julia can only watch as Lucas suddenly drops in to shield her. Julia wonders why her brother is even here. Lucas glares at the enemy, realizing everything is going exactly as he predicted, before coldly demanding to know who they actually are. Both girls can barely process Lucas showing up. Velsita, the enchanting demon king of envy, just smirks right at them. Standing right beside her is Van Saba, a terrifying force of pure wrath who exists to burn flesh and bone to absolute ash. The little spirit starts shaking in terror, stuttering to ask if they are actually demons. But before she can finish, a blast of red demonic energy shoots straight at her. She screams in agony as Julia rushes to catch her, desperately asking if she is okay. Van Saba just scoffs, looking down at them with pure contempt. He declares that useless puppets have no right to speak their names. Feeling the evil energy surge, Lucas suddenly pieces it together, asking if they were the ones controlling the Minotaur all along. Memories of the shadowy puppet master who manipulated him flood back, making him realize these two demon kings are behind everything. He suddenly freezes, as an absolutely horrifying thought crosses his mind. Sensing the immediate danger, Lucas screams at Diane and Aurora to run. They are being controlled, but it is already too late. Diane's eyes go completely blank as red, shadowy tendrils wrap tightly around them both. Diane and Aurora scream in pure agony as the evil mist penetrates deep into their minds, conjuring up a terrifying red entity in their hallucinations. The entity mocks Diane. "You lost to a younger girl, how can you face your master now?" Meanwhile, Aurora falls deep into Envy's mental trap as a seductive voice whispers right in her ear, telling her to just admit she is jealous of the glory and beauty she worships. Completely losing their sanity, their eyes glow with a wild, dark energy. They violently turn on each other in a crazy frenzy, instead of fighting the actual enemy in front of them. Watching his allies tear each other apart, Lucas grits his teeth, realizing they are totally brainwashed. He looks back at a panicked Julia and channels glowing gold spiritual energy into his fist. He declares they will just have to handle this mess themselves. Massive explosions of fire and ice clash violently across the hall as Diane and Aurora go wild. They fire deadly spells right at each other. Talk about the ultimate friendly fire disaster. Watching from a safe distance, Velsita licks her lips in absolute delight. She laughs, wondering who will get wiped out first, absolutely loving this sick entertainment. But Van Saba grunts in a secret tongue, warning her not to forget their real target here. With a sly grin, she replies. Another massive blast shakes the temple, and Lucas panics as Diane suddenly shifts targets, desperately wondering what secret language they are speaking. Diane swings his ice sword like a maniac, forcing Lucas to yell at Julia to get back. Aurora is just as fierce, unleashing a barrage of devastating fire snakes. Lucas is forced to jump in and shield his sister. Seeing how bad things are, he orders Julia to handle those two. She nods, immediately unleashing purple lightning to restrain Diane and Aurora. Backing away, Lucas warns Julia to stay sharp against those incredibly deadly attacks. He then looks toward the center of the shrine, shocked to see Velsita casually walking over. Ignoring the debris, she walks toward the majestic throne. Meanwhile, Van Saba channels all his dark energy into a glowing red fist, unleashing a devastating punch that completely shatters the goddess's final seal. The ground violently shakes as thick dust fills the air. The shattered pieces of the throne fly everywhere, revealing a tiny hand with a strange magical mark buried under the rubble. Van Saba roughly grabs the pale blonde girl by the arm and lifts her into the air. Velsita glares at the unconscious girl, snapping at her to finally wake up. "Wake up," she demands. Instantly, the little girl's eyes snap open, unleashing a terrifying pressure that leaves Lucas completely speechless, wondering what kind of insane power overload this is. This massive energy surge doesn't stop at the shrine, it spreads rapidly across space. Over at the Allen Magic Academy's martial arts department, a slow snail artifact Brad secretly planted begins to resonate. It reacts with the blue light and suddenly explodes, releasing toxic fumes. Lucas watches in disbelief as the energy released by the girl travels all the way to their school, to the distant Allen Academy. He grits his teeth and demands to know what they have done. While back at the school, things are getting ugly. Old Man Greg is smugly leading a tour group, constantly trashing the martial arts department as useless garbage. Meanwhile, Lucas watches in horror. A dark blue mist surrounds everyone. He is shocked to see that even Kai and the rest of his friends are completely brainwashed, with no clue when this nightmare even started. The martial arts students now have vacant, glowing blue eyes. They keep muttering self-loathing thoughts, repeating over and over that they and the defeated mages are nothing but useless garbage, and that trash only belongs in the bin. Lucas realizes that even the magic class students couldn't escape this curse, as painful groans begin to echo everywhere. Students are collapsed all over the floor, muttering in a daze that they are just breathing decorations. Lucas watches in absolute horror as their mana is being completely drained away. It is happening incredibly fast, and at this rate, the entire academy is doomed. Sensing an evil aura coming from the classrooms, Lucas acts fast. He grits his teeth, rushing off with full determination to destroy the source immediately. Meanwhile, back at the Wisdom Goddess Shrine, Lucas gasps as he witnesses an unbelievable sight. Velsita curls her lips into a wicked smirk, declaring their goal is finally complete and it is time to leave. A glowing red magic circle suddenly erupts beneath them, emitting an insane amount of pressure. Van Saba looms large with his giant bat wings, coldly saying goodbye before vanishing with Velsita and the girl. They completely disappear in a flash of fiery light. Lucas yells for them to wait, but the raw shockwave blasts him far backward as they escape with the girl. He grits his teeth in pure rage. Meanwhile, Diane is still throwing ruthless ice attacks, making the situation even worse as Lucas runs frantically across the crumbling hall, trying to survive the chaos. A golden spiritual aura suddenly surrounds his body. The clone he left back at the academy is being forced to merge directly back into him. Lucas instantly collapses. That massive clash must have forced his clone at the academy to return immediately. With no other choice, he has to trust the teachers to handle the situation over there. He grits his teeth, deeply frustrated that the enemies got away. In front of him, Diane slowly approaches with glowing, bloodthirsty eyes and dark veins cracking across his face. Lucas can tell the pure rage is making him way stronger. She looks exactly like he used to. Looking up, he realizes Aurora has fallen into that same wild madness, prompting Julia to scream out in absolute desperation. Aurora, snap out of it and escape. But Aurora has completely lost her mind, unleashing her giant blazing wings and diving down like a raging, burning meteor. Lucas panics and screams for Julia to get out of there immediately. A brutal, relentless rain of sparks pours down, forcing Julia to desperately activate her purple barrier as her eyes reflect the raging fire consuming everything around them. Right before a massive flame explosion erupts, Aurora descends with giant fiery wings, unleashing a devastating strike that directly swallows the spot where Julia stands. Filled with panic, Lucas wildly rushes forward, screaming his sister's name in utter shock as he witnesses Julia being completely engulfed in a massive sea of flames. Suddenly, Diane charges with a razor-sharp ice sword, but Lucas blocks the strike with his hand, gritting his teeth in annoyance. They never leave him alone. Just as Diane tries to press harder, Lucas channels all his golden energy into his fist. A massive pillar of light erupts, shaking the entire ancient temple, causing Diane's ice sword to crack under the overwhelming force of his blow. High above, Aurora releases a flurry of burning feathers, unleashing another brutal, devastating rain of fire sparks from the sky. Even under mind control, Diane and Aurora coordinate perfectly. It is absolutely wild, prompting an eerie, mocking voice to echo out with pure amusement. The voice mockingly praises their incredible teamwork and synchronization even under control. Suddenly, Diane, her eyes glowing red with murderous intent, charges forward to unleash her ultimate frost dragon, manifesting as a giant, powerful ice dragon. At the same time, Aurora unleashes her fire wing, with burning wings blanketing the sky. Standing right in the eye of the storm, Lucas faces both of these raging elemental forces sweeping toward him. Lucas leaps into the air, executing a fierce spinning kick that shatters the ice dragon attack, though he is quietly shocked by his opponent's absolute mastery over magic. Controlling two spells at once is just insane. Facing both of them alone is pushing things way too far even for someone like him. Below, Diane is still channeling her magic to target him. Suddenly, a shout echoes out, summoning purple lightning that violently shatters the ice to bail Lucas out. Julia emerges with a bruised, soot-stained face, sighing in relief that she made it just in time. Standing proudly beside her brother, she tightly grips her staff and confidently declares that when it comes to teamwork, she and her brother will never lose to anyone. And that is it for today. If you enjoyed this, hit that like button to support Gao's channel. Goodbye, everyone.